I know.
A little late.
It's party time. I like drinking beer and smoking cigarettes. Do I like to party? The answer is yes. I like drinking beer and smoking cigarettes. And when it comes to getting down, I am the best. I don't have any rules, not even one. The only rule I have is have fun. I smoke 100 cigarettes and drink 1,000 beers, and that's just in one day. Imagine in 1 year. Most people have boring lives with families and jobs. My family is this jacket and my job is to rock. I'm drunk all the time, even during the day. My parents say, get a job. I say, no way. 'Cause I like drinking beer and smoking cigarettes. Do I like to party? The answer is yes. I like drinking beer and smoking cigarettes. Party is my favorite word. It is the best. I dropped out of school when I was just 14, 'cause there wasn't a course on how to party. So I started smoking cigarettes with my mouth and fingering girls on my parents' couch. My parents said, you can't finger girls in here, and no more smoking cigarettes and drinking beer. So I said, get bent, and I got up and left, and I've been smoking and drinking and fingering ever since. That's right, drinking beer and smoking cigarettes. Do I like to party? The answer is yes. I like drinking beer and smoking cigarettes. My motto is always live your life on the edge. Everybody, are you drunk right now? Hey everybody, are you smoking cigarettes? Hey everybody, are you having a good time? Hey anybody, wanna get fingered tonight? Drinking beer and smoking cigarettes. Do I like to party? The answer is yes. I like drinking beer and smoking cigarettes. Your parents don't like me because I am a threat.
Cheers!
Hey.
Welcome, the Doctor and the Kid. What is this, episode 24?
Episode 24.
Come on, man. Let's get
You're
it.
right, my friend.
Let's get
Cheers,
it.
man.
I'm doing good. How about you? Cheers to you.
I'm pretty good. Highlight
Happy-
of the month.
Happy Independence Day to all my American
yeah.
brothers and
Happy
sisters
4th of
out
July,
there.
forthcoming
Yeah.
4th of July, man.
It's good to be
Cheers
back,
to you
man.
all.
We're going to
Mhm.
rock it, man. We're going to rock it. It's time to rock and rule. It's time to be somebody, baby. Come
Yeah,
on.
guys.
Get
Who we have
hyped
here?
or get out, baby. Come on.
Aaron.
Hey,
Hello,
Aaron,
man.
what's up, man? Cheers to you.
Elephant Man.
Elephant Man is here. We got all the
Michael
all the cool people.
Pilmer. Hey,
Hey,
we're all crazy.
You crazy, man. Yeah.
Cameron. We have.
Boom. All right.
What
The
was
whole,
that?
the whole gang's here. Yeah.
Oh, funny.
Good to see you, man.
Hey, good to see you, and good to
I'll
see Miss
tell you what,
You.
Ms. You, she's saying hello to
Mm.
John. Everybody's greeting each other, warm
Scotty.
wishes here. Hey, Scotty, what's up, man?
Mm.
I tell you what, the last one was a real wang danger, so we're going to see how this one goes.
Oh man, that ended up
man.
in a wang dang.
That was something else.
Oh, John is here. Hey, teenagers. Man,
Hey,
but that was a
John,
good
what's up,
one. That
man?
was a
Cheers.
good wang dang and doodle time, man.
Debaucherous. Fucking debaucherous, man.
But
That's
what
right,
happened,
I know the show is like 6 hours, but you got to stay because you don't know what's going to happen.
Exactly,
Yeah.
Aaron. Just when you think it's
Aaron.
over,
Yeah.
it's episode 250.
250. Yeah, 250. Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah.
Oh, no, I don't know
But
about this one.
she did say last time though.
Yep.
That some stream she will jump on and.
Yeah. We're going to get the first, we're going to get the exclusive.
Oh yeah,
This
Sean.
one, Sean, man,
Sean.
all my brothers and sisters are here, man.
Oh, yeah,
Welcome.
everyone is here.
We're going to have a good
Everyone's
time
here.
tonight,
And
Saturday night.
everyone, Everyone who is not there in the peanut gallery but are still watching, thank you.
Thank you.
And on replay,
Oh,
yes.
beat me to it.
Mm.
All our rock and roll brothers and
you know,
sisters
we have to
around
share
the
the load
world.
here.
Baby.
We have to
Yeah, there's a
share
lot
the
of people
load
who
here.
watch this the next day because they're not up right now.
That is true,
Cheers
except the
to you.
last one.
Yeah. If this is your hangover cure, then
Mm.
you might have issues. But who am I to say?
But that being said, hi Harris. You have issues, man.
Cheers, Harris.
Mm.
Oh man.
Oh man, hey, so good to see you. Good
You
to
too,
be
man.
doing this with you.
Absolutely. So what's happening in Hungary, baby? Come on.
Ah, man,
News of
lame
the
old
world.
man. Lame shit. Same old,
Yeah,
man.
same shit.
It's been ridiculously hot. We'll get that
Yeah.
weather talk out of the way quickly. It's been almost 100 degrees every day, 50% humidity, man. It's that sticky weather, you know. It's
Yeah,
sticky
exactly.
everywhere.
Yeah, melting in Memphis, dude. The
It must
humidity
be
is so
hotter
bad.
there.
Oh, dude, you walk outside, it's like you're swimming. That's it.
Ah,
And
man,
you know how does your car have like a temperature gauge thing on the dash?
yeah.
I got my car the other day and it said 108. And I just wanted to, you know,
Whoa, man.
fuck.
That's a lot. That's a
Bad,
lot.
dude.
But it's gonna get a bit cooler now.
That's
this
been
weekend.
weather on the ones with Doctor and the
Yeah,
Kid.
exactly, man.
We should do that. We should do the weather, but have like a helicopter sound, like you know,
Yeah, we
like
have
we got our
weatherman
own
on
chopper,
spot.
you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
What is
that's
there?
right. Miss You says,
is
"Yep, the Miss You debut. That'll be the name of the episode. That's great.
Mhm.
Will occur right the fuck here on Dr. Ass and the Human B-side.
Well,
I can't wait for the
well
day,
said.
Miss You. Can't wait for the day.
Hey, our friend Tuco.
Tuco, what's up?
Long time no see, man. Hope you're doing good.
I love. I put a video out yesterday, and Tuco comments on it. I had monster trucks on in the background.
Yeah.
And he's like, he didn't comment on any of the music. He's just like, oh, those tires made me think of the tires I deliver on my route. I'm like, that's what you thought of when you watched the video. It's funny though.
You know, people relate with different shit in your
You
video.
know, hey, as long as you watch it, it's nice.
Yeah.
Thanks for viewing the video, Tuco.
Yeah. By the way, about your video, killer video once again, and just Australian
thanks, man.
bands, man. That was a good one.
Yeah,
And
to me,
I also have to say, I like the big, the trucks in the background. King Kong, there was Frankenstein,
Gravedigger,
Excalibur,
Bigfoot.
names.
They're great, man. Monster trucks rule. I remember, like when I was a kid, my dad used to take me to Raceway Park in New Jersey. Was that Freehold, New Jersey? And they had the Truckosaurus. It was like this giant dinosaur, and it breathed fire and would eat the pickup trucks. It was cool.
Yeah, of course, man.
You know,
Of course.
yeah. But there were a few Easter eggs for any fans of Doctor and the Kid on there. And
Man, I couldn't find those. Man.
I'm not even gonna say them. Actually, you can figure them out.
Oh
There's
shit!
two.
Man, let me hang in there, man.
But dude, those bands that I showed on that video, they're like my favorite bands going. They're like GT, Satanic Togas, anything that Ishka does is to me and Remote Control has not left my turntable. I love.
Ishka is everywhere, man. Currently,
dude, I can't keep up with the bands that they keep putting out. It's like nonstop, you know. Whoa, man.
Yeah, man.
Because like some of those, that Remote Control came out as a tape at first, and dude, that tape is like triple digits right now to buy. It's insane.
A fucking tape already, man.
It's crazy.
And it's like how many years old? I mean, it's like.
The Wax just came out, but I think I could be wrong. I think he recorded that in like 2018, 19.
Man, you
Just
gotta get them now.
Yeah, all the stuff they do is super limited, you know. So you gotta hop on it.
But you're lucky, man, that Golden Records gets this stuff, man. I mean, here there's nothing like the oddball record here and there, but like
they would get them like more sporadically before, but now that I think that they're playing the fest coming up, they're gonna get a lot more stuff in from. So that's pretty cool.
Well, you're gonna maybe fight against some test pressings.
I hope so, dude. Yeah, your favorite. Yeah. Well, what I hope happens is when they order these, all these Australian bands are coming over to Memphis for the festival. I hope it opens the door to get their records, but the other Australian stuff too. I mean, if you're gonna make an order, get the rest of it, man. You know, so I could buy that shit.
True.
Because, dude, I hear stuff, and I go on the Bandcamp, and I look at it, and it's like the record is 16 and the shipping is 20. I can't do it, man. I just, it's too much.
That's what's happening with the Schizo's tape, man. The live. I can't fucking order it. I mean, I could order it, but I don't want to pay 30 plus bucks plus whatever.
The best thing the Schizos have put on the tape.
Yeah. Is it like only old songs? Are there any new stuff?
No, there's new stuff, and then they do a cover of "Born to Be Wild."
Oh yeah,
yeah, it's awesome.
Hey, Chili Ghost is here. Hello,
Chili. Chili, you know, we were talking about Craigieburn, Australia. So, do you think I should cancel my plane tickets for my vacation to Craigieburn? It says it's not a good place. Tuco, are you guys going to be talking about tires tonight? If not, I gotta go.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Don't you get enough of that during the week, man?
What tires you have?
Yeah. We'll save that one for the panel when they come up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. 4-hour mark discussion, maybe.
Are those tires reissues or is that original?
Yeah, indeed, man. So, what's happening there in Memphis, man?
Oh no, man! I'm just working like a dog, man. But grinding it out, baby. Grind City. That's what we do. Grit and grind. First beer of the weekend feels good.
First beer of the week. I don't know, man. How do you do that? How do you do that?
Do what? I twist the top and then it opens. And I can drink.
Oh man.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks to everybody for tuning in because this is a holiday weekend. And you know, you all should really be spending time with your families, barbecue and stuff, all right? It shouldn't be hanging out with us on the stream. Okay.
It's true.
Yeah, come on.
That's the wisest thing you've said so far.
Well, there's more to come, I'm sure.
No. Holy shit.
Chili says it's an experience, right? It's a bucket list visit to that's okay. I'll read the comments because you know.
Okay, yeah, I forgot to put them here, man. A little bit slow today.
How do you spell lukewarm? Yeah, you took too much, miss you. You took too much.
This is Michael says it is.
This is our fan. You know, that's a good point, Michael. Good point. Good to see you, buddy.
Yeah, exactly. Oh boy. Hey, man.
Pilmer's stream on Thursday. I'm bummed.
You missed it?
Yeah, I like to watch it. I watch the replays, but I like to be there live because I like to talk to him. But
man, I'm so bummed out that so many streams are happening. Like, well, except for John. John has sometimes his lunchtime streams. Then I can listen to those. But otherwise, it's like all the streams that I would love to hang out in. They are like, I can't do this every night for 2 weeks.
Yeah, you're on a different time, timeline too. But
I don't know how I even did it weekly with Jason, last year.
I think about that too, man. Because honestly, sometimes between putting out a video and 2 weeks of his live stream, it's like, this is too much.
Yeah. Now it feels like it's a lot. It's a lot, man.
I love doing it, but
Hey, there's a message for you.
Aaron says, Ryan, I started collecting records again. Just got my hands on Blitz, Voice of a Generation. Yeah, man. And Oi Polloi. Those are great records, man. Aaron,
good.
Send me your address.
Way to start it again.
Email me your address, and if you're getting back into the vinyl, I'll send you a little care package to get you going, get you started, man.
Yeah, Keith will show the way.
Yeah, man. Me and Aaron go way back, man. Missy, are we cannibals? What did she say? Are we cannibals? Why are we?
Family?
Oh man, she did take too much.
John streams do, they do rock. Yeah.
Hey, today I had to go to. I was gonna mow my lawn, and the pull thing wouldn't, start.
Yeah.
So a lot of times when that happens, it's like called hydrolock. Like if you tip your mower a certain way, it can lock the engine or whatever. So you got to take the spark plug out. And then the oil will come out a little bit, whatever's jamming it up there. And I couldn't get the spark plug off. I didn't have the right socket.
Oh, okay.
So I go to the AutoZone across the street, and they are no help whatsoever, like none. And I'm looking, and I just can't find the size that I need. And the guy comes up to me, and he's like, "Welcome to AutoZone. You need help?" I'm like, yeah, I've been here for 15 minutes. Nobody's, But and he goes, it's a lot easier when you just bring the spark plug in and we could match it up. I said, why do you think I'm here? Because I can't get the spark plug out of the mower. I wanted to commit a murder. I was, unbelievable, man.
Oh man,
that's where we're at.
But you got what you needed, yeah.
Yeah, I went somewhere else. I can't deal with the idiocy. Just walked out.
Like, oh man,
because he comes up to you and he's like, nowadays it's like this, like, welcome to AutoZone. Can I help you? He's like on his phone, like he doesn't give a fuck, Hey, Bruce. Happy 4th of July, man.
Bruce is here.
Cheers.
You're in the right place.
Yeah, sorry, I'm talking about AutoZone and Spark.
Yeah. Well, hey, Tuco is here, I guess.
Well, we talked about tires. We're talking about Spark.
Yeah, lawnmower
talk.
Close enough. Yeah. I have one of those annoying electrical ones.
I couldn't do that. Yeah.
Oh man. Well, I'm too cheap to buy a proper one.
So you plug it in, or is it a battery operated one?
No, I had to plug it in into a socket. Then I but it's like long ass cable I have.
Yeah, that's insane. How long is the extension cord on that thing?
What?
How long of an extension cord do you have?
Oh man, I don't know how much it's in feet, but it's long. It's long. It must be comical to watch me there.
Well, it's like a chore, like you're mowing, and then you have to kind of like wheel the
exactly. Put it on my shoulder.
Yeah.
Hey,
drive me nuts, man.
I have to watch out that I'm not cutting it at any point.
Put a VCLT or a real mower.
Please.
Yeah.
Please put the GoFundMe page.
Dude, I saw the dude across the street is old as hell, and he uses one of them. Do you remember how do I explain this? It's like the metal that just goes like this, like you push it.
Yeah, you push it. And
how do you use that? He's had it since 1970.
There's no electronics, no engine parts. Yeah,
you can grow up already and get a gas mower.
Oh man, hey, I'm gonna go and get some water, and I'll be away for 30 seconds.
Okay, beautiful.
If you can.
I could hold it down. Take your time. Take 3 hours if you want. Hey, everybody, welcome to the program. It's the Ryan Kidd program. Let's see what the people are saying out there. All right, come on. Oh, my computer sucks. I go to the phone here. Let's see. Chili Guy saying hey to Bruce. Everybody's saying hello to Bruce. Oh, here we go. I like this comment here. Oh, this one here. Yeah. Monster trucks and lawnmowers. I'm already loving this stream. Quite a manly stream so far.
Oh yeah.
Power equipment.
I was thinking, looking at our demographics and stuff, I thought we have to cater more for the gearheads and for the lawnmowers.
Totally. Yeah. I agree, man. Later I'll do a tutorial on how to change a spark plug.
Yeah. Yeah, you should.
First burp of the night.
Oh, that was for Miss You. No, I didn't.
Yeah, he did. He lied. I thought the same thing. I thought the same thing. Oh, I'm getting a water.
I took some more water.
What's that little? You got a little tattoo there? I never noticed that.
What? Tattoo?
Is that a tattoo? What's on your arm?
They're tattoos. I have 3 of them.
What is
you never seen this? This says this is the cliche mommy one in Finnish, äiti. And this is it looks like a heart, but it's a letter T for my sister's initial first name.
That's
so
nice.
She has the same with mine and all that, and the same mommy tattoo. Yeah.
That's lovely.
Oh, kind of moment. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. I'm surprised I never noticed that.
Yeah, and then
18 minutes in, that could be a new record.
Yeah, Husker Du tattoo. Yeah, actually reminds me.
Husker Du tattoo.
Yeah, that was the first one I got. I let my friend practice.
Husker Du tattoo. Husker Du tattoo. Husker Du tattoo. Say that 3 times fast.
Husker Du tattoo. Husker Du tattoo. Husker Du tattoo.
Husker Tu dat do. Wang dang.
Oh my lord. Wang dang. Yeah.
Oh man.
I'm taking wine today.
I was just gonna say you're drinking wine. Good for you.
Wine.
It's a good buzz.
Yeah, it is, and it's for a change. And just somehow got tired of beer.
That's okay. Sometimes change it up. The one time I drank wine in a Vinyl Finds video, and none of those comments were about the music. They were all about the wine. Like, you know, fuck.
What the hell is this?
I love red wine, man.
Red wine is good. I don't like white wine.
Nah, out the window with that shit.
Out the window. Same with champagne.
Oh, I like champagne.
You like?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. It's your oh my god. Oh my god.
You know, I actually I never had champagne until man, a couple of years ago, I guess.
Whoa.
But it was New Year's Eve, and they were like pouring it out at the bar for everybody. And I drank it, and I was like, whoa, this is. I was pretty tanked at the time. I was like, this is great. And I'm like, can I know? I just can't drink. I was fucked up. It's a good time.
Oh man, I don't know, man. I just don't like that so much. But you know, when it's hot, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Do you like if you buy cheap red wine? Do you ever mix it with anything? Like people over here, they put Coca-Cola.
Nah, none of that
with red wine.
Hell no.
No, but what I like to do when it's hot, like it's been here, that I add some. What did I say earlier? What water was it?
Oh yeah, before the stream, we're hanging out, and he's drinking something. I go, "What is that?" He goes, "Bubble water." I said, "What the fuck is bubble water?" And he goes, "The bubble water." And I go, "No, it's called seltzer. It's a carbonated
seltzer,
bubble
yeah,
water."
Seltzer, yeah.
That's like if you asked a child, like, "What is that called?" They go, "Bubble water." You know, bubble water.
Bubble water.
Bubble water.
That is very true. Oh my goodness.
No, I don't mix that stuff with anything. But I don't know if this is weird or bad. Maybe the wine people will put me down for this, but I like to put a few ice cubes in the wine.
Oh well, then okay.
Yeah, I like to chill it a little bit.
Yeah, I mean that's all right. Hey, Kat, don't chew the cables, please.
To each their own.
So what is here? Mixed cheap gin with your red wine, John says.
Mixed no, no, that's brutal.
Seltzer bubbly water.
Bubbly water.
Bottled water.
Bubble water.
That's pretty good sound.
You don't like that, do you? It's weird.
You could do a cartoon.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah.
We call it soda water. Hey, thank you,
soda
Chili.
Water. What do you mean, thank you, Chili? It does not even close to bubble water. It doesn't vindicate you in any manner.
Whatever.
Act like Chili saved you on that one. He didn't.
It's bubbly water.
Bubble water.
Bubbly water. Oh man, this is horrible. I think it's time for
What the fuck? This is going bad.
Richie, I think it's going pretty well so far. We've covered the gamut, man.
He's always pooping on the party.
He's always coming down on us, man. What was your nickname in high school? Oh, hey. I did not know that. All right.
Thank you, Sean. Something, not
Point
completely off the rails here,
I think he's just trying to save you. He's being a bud.
Thank you, Sean. It's a Tottenham epic start. Yeah, I think so.
Oh, dude, I found this cool trick.
Okay,
so
tell us.
All right, I want you to do it because I want you to tell me if it works for you. So if you pretend like you're holding a salt shaker and stick out your tongue, right, and pour it on your tongue, your mind tricks you to actually taste salt.
Ah, you want me to do it?
Yeah, try it.
No, it will look dumb. This is something.
No, it's real. It's insane.
I will do it off camera, okay?
No, you can't do that. You got to do it.
What? I pretend I have a salt shaker and I apply it on my tongue.
Yeah. You got to stick your tongue out though, so it's like hitting your tongue.
Okay, ready, folks?
Yeah.
Ready for this? Okay.
I do. Can't believe you did it. Somebody clip that.
I saw it coming. Come on.
That's so stupid.
That's all for you.
Somebody
you,
said,
Ryan, mainly.
somebody did that to me, and I think it happens to everybody. The minute that you do it, you go, "Oh fuck," you know.
What am I doing?
What am I doing? And the viewers are going up. Keep doing that. People like it. That's good.
Yeah. I was just,
Yeah, keep that.
having a salt shaker.
How many people at home tried that?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I couldn't keep a straight face. I fucked up. Thank you for pointing that out, Bruce.
Yeah. No,
Bruce, just letting everybody know in case they didn't get it. Bruce, when are you coming out with another video, man? It's been a couple of weeks.
Who?
Bruce,
yeah, that's true. It's been at least 2 weeks. And hi, Mikey B.
Hey, Mikey Bananas, man.
Yeah.
Oh, he cracked me up. He posted it was a thing for before Grown Man came on last night of his co-host. It's like best calves in the VC. It was just a picture of the dude's calf.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
So
I saw that.
It made me laugh.
Oh man.
It was 40 night. It was 40 night yesterday. They were drinking 40.
What? Ah,
40 ounces.
Hey, look who's here.
Yorp, what's up, man? What's shaking with you, dude?
Yeah, man.
Long time
you
no
busy
chat.
with the band?
That's another guy we need
new
videos
video
from, man. He's probably busy with his band.
I believe so.
Yeah.
I have this guess. Whoa. Hey, Bruce. Next Saturday, I've been busy rehearsing for a show last night.
Good.
So you had a show last night? Tell us more.
Yeah, let's hear it. How'd it go?
Is what I understand.
Yeah.
Oh, hold your tongue and say I was born.
Hold your tongue and say I was born on a pirate ship. Ready? Wait, can I just bite my tongue or have to hold my tongue?
You have to
hold. I was born on a pirate ship.
Oh my God.
I don't get that one.
I don't. I miss you.
I put that Mika salt shaker.
You don't have to clip it. It will be there. It will be there. You can always relive it.
Yeah. We're gonna, God forbid, nothing else happens tonight.
It will make the highlights video.
Yeah, it'll be on the between.
Yeah, one day there's gonna be a highlights.
Yeah, there's gonna be we got plenty of. It's quite incriminating too. The highlights. Yeah, the low lights. Yorp says between the band and the kids out of school for summer, I got no time. Like the Saints, baby. I got no time for hanging around. He'll be back when school starts back up. All right, cool.
All right, man.
Well, we look forward to it, Yorp. Yorp's room looks like the coolest record store you'd ever walked into.
It's a fucking record store, man.
Yeah.
It is. It's one of the best room tour videos I've seen.
100%.
I think. And something else. What did he say? No time. Well, I hope you get time.
I don't have a music room. Like I have music in this room, but my record player's in the living room. I listen to all my stuff out there.
Okay, so this is not your living room. Okay.
No, this is the room I keep all my records in.
Okay. So you film your videos in the living room.
In the living room. So I can put pictures of monster trucks on the screen. Tommy likes when I play science videos.
In your first videos, you were I think in this room.
I was in this room, yeah.
Yeah.
And then I realized that me just talking about records wasn't enough. I need a little more stimulation for the crowd, No, Aaron, I do have a music room. All my music is in this room. And there's some stuff hung up, but I don't put the effort into super decorating it and stuff because I'm only in here when I grab records to bring out there, And I like the living room. It's more open because when I play records, I like to dance around like a moron, stomp around, go wild,
You do that you dance when
dude.
If you're drunk enough, I do. Yeah.
Do you? How does anybody? I guess it's the type of music you listen to, right?
Yeah,
it's got to be right because the stuff I like, I don't put it on and sit down and take it in. I stand up and I want to move and, and have fun. Miss U says, I missed the haggis muncher. Dr. October, can we get some Stevie? You got the Stevie clip?
It's drink time, motherfuckers.
That's what a man looks like, man. That's what a man looks like. Stevie rules.
Oh, man, yeah. Hi to Stevie too, watching this on replay.
Yeah,
he
hey,
didn't
Stevie.
make it. He thought he might make it tonight, but I think
It's tough.
he's not making it. Yeah.
Danny B's got that John Carpenter contest going on.
Oh yeah, I wanted to touch on that as well.
I know you're into that. You like the John Carpenter?
Yeah, I'm actually gonna do one. I'm gonna do a tag.
I bet that took multiple takes, Chris says.
Yeah. Man. Hey, Chris.
I hope for him it did.
Yeah.
I still think the play set in the background is the best part of that whole thing, dude. I just imagine him like years ago, like, building it, with his bare hands, and he's just this gift he's giving his children, and 5 years later he's chugging beers in front of it with his shirt off.
But I'm like, that must be some public space, like I'm wondering when people are like sharing that, like in apartment buildings, and they have these shared playgrounds.
I would hope
they're looking at from the window. What is Stevie doing again?
You know what? At this point, they're probably just like, Nats.
Okay. Stevie's just doing Stevie stuff. Yeah.
Just another Tuesday in Scotland.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Yeah, so the Carpenter contest. I watched Christine the other day.
Who?
Wasn't that movie Christine?
Oh, yeah, with the car.
The car. Yeah, it was cool.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's a Carpenter movie, right?
Yeah, it is. It is. I mean, it's generally like it's kind of, it's not that highly, in high regards, but I like that movie. I think it's
fun.
Silly, but it's also serious the right amount, and it works somehow.
I think it totally works. And
I think it's
music's awesome. It's a good soundtrack.
Yeah, man. Definitely.
I watched because you were telling me that Danny tagged us in that Carpenter thing. So maybe I was like, I'm gonna watch some Carpenter movies. So I watched Christine, and then I watched John Carpenter's Vampires.
Oh man, that's great movie, man.
I love that. I love it. But the whole time I'm watching it, there's this kind of aura with the movie, and it's got this music that's like this like kind of dusty Western. But all I could think of was like replace this with Link Ray songs. Like Link Ray should have been the soundtrack to that entire movie. It would have been even cool.
That would have worked out fucking great, man.
Perfect. Yeah.
Oh,
it's like it's like they couldn't afford, the Link Ray song, so they got me to try to copy them on the guitar.
Yeah.
Somebody breaking into your house, you all right?
Oh, the cats are just going nuts. I don't know, mosquitoes or whatever. But but funny that you mentioned that, because I was also writing down the picks, for the tag, and I picked that one as a response to one of them, and I really think it's a fun movie. I mean, it's
fun,
and that's John Carpenter. What you said about Western movie, that's because he always wanted to make a Western.
Yeah.
But he never got the money and stuff. So that was the closest thing he got to a Western, because it is kind of like, a modern time Western with vampires.
It's cool.
Yeah.
And then I tried to watch Assault on Precinct 13.
Man, that's a great one too. I love that movie.
I hated it.
Yeah, why?
There's like I watched like an hour of it, or maybe 45 minutes, and it was just like, he does the music himself. Dude, okay, first of all, the name is awesome. Assault on Precinct 13. And you're like, it's going to be great. But dude,
I know it's a bit slow.
It doesn't even live up close. It doesn't even come close to the name. Like,
yeah, I mean, it's more of a slow burn movie in a way. And yeah, it's,
it shouldn't be.
I don't know. But at the time, it was like, same with Halloween. If you look at it, watch it now, it's kind of like,
I love that.
Yeah, I know. Same here. I mean, at least you saw it still when you were relatively young, I assume. So although the soundtrack is a little bit overkill, man. It's been played so much.
Did he do that himself on the keyboard? Did he stand there and go beep 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 boop 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 beep beep boop boop boop?
Wait, what is there? I don't understand. Remake sucks ass.
Aaron, I was, it's funny you say that, because I was texting Mika and Stevie the other day.
Thank you, missed you.
And I said I didn't like it. But that's okay. To each their own. I watched that remake of the Halloween, and I got like 40 minutes through it. This is terrible. It was so bad.
You're talking that one that came like a couple of years ago, just like the very newest.
It starts off where he's like a kid, and Yeah, it's just it was awful. It was awful.
You see, I watched that one too, but I don't remember anything, you know. And I know they made Halloween Kills after that, and I haven't even watched that because honestly, I'm really fucking fed up with that Halloween stuff.
Yeah.
I mean,
What was the? There was another. They did.
I haven't seen the Rob Zombie ones.
That's the one I watched. It was awful.
Oh, you were watching that one?
Yeah,
Okay,
it was
yeah.
terrible.
Oh, that's why he's asking, because you said that he was a kid in the beginning.
Yeah.
So it must be his stuff. Yeah.
But then there was one after that, and I think that Rob Zombie did that one too. And I went to the movies when that came out, and the crowd, you could tell the crowd was just like, "What is going on? Like, this is terrible." Everyone was like uncomfortable because it was so bad.
I have this reissue of The Fog. Oh, my picture is really bad, but whatever, man. But yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's like some kind of expanded 2-record set.
Right.
But I think it's the same stuff as in the.
What does it sound like? Do the synthesizer.
It's
Do it.
It's more ambient stuff. It's more moody, like something like that. It's not as like.
Like a supercomputer.
You know what? It sounds like egg punk.
You know, egg punk.
Okay.
No, I wanted to ask you about the.
Hey, Danny B's here.
Hey, Danny, what's up, man?
We're just talking about your tag, man.
Yeah,
the Johnny. Well, you tagged us, yeah.
Yeah, everybody check out Trash Stash, man. He shows some great. He does reviews on like
movie reviews,
kind of oddball movies, and it's a lot of fun.
Some unboxings sometimes. Let me put the link there. Trash Stash. I'm looking it up.
Oh, you're gonna link?
So yeah,
wow.
I'm gonna put the link there. So save the trouble. So yeah, I'm gonna do one.
That's the John Carpenter music.
Yeah, but I mean, Vampires is really one of the.
Yeah, I like that one a lot.
Of his click. I mean, it's just dumb fun.
Yeah.
It's good.
Which Baldwin is in that? I can't remember. There's one of the Baldwins.
I think it's that. Wait. It's Alec Daniel. I don't know. Is this Daniel? Maybe.
I think it might be.
Yeah,
it's one of them that no one cares about.
Yeah, exactly. And he was also, this Daniel Baldwin was in this movie. Ever seen with Harley Davidson and Marlboro? Oh no! Yeah. What the hell? It had what the hell? Mickey Rourke and
Mickey Rourke. You mean Mickey Rourke?
Mickey Rourke. Thank you.
Mickey Rourke
and Don Johnson. Don Johnson.
Don Johnson. And Mickey Rourke. I love you, man. You're the best.
Elephant Man, you're damn right. Demons has a great soundtrack, I have to say. So hey, man, should we get to the part when we talk about the record?
Yeah, take a sip of your bubble water first.
It's my bubble water.
Bubble water. Yeah, I would love to.
Wanger, that's good. No, Wang Danger. Oh man, I'm drunk already. I've drunk just 3 glasses of wine, but
I'll tell you what.
It hits you differently.
Yeah, I told you, man. It's a good buzz.
Mm-hmm.
I should have done that. I would have joined you for that.
Yeah, man.
Mickey
Rourke. Mickey Rourke drinking bubbly water.
Mickey Rourke drinks bubbly water.
Bubbly.
Oh, that's what Bruce said. That's pretty
good. We're soon in the Mickey Mouse territory. Oh.
Hey, that was pretty good. That wasn't bad there.
Bubbly water.
Oh man.
Hey, by the way, speaking of Mickey Mouse, have you ever seen Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
Mickey Rourke Mouse.
Yeah.
That would be great if we could. Can we combine Mickey Rourke and Mickey Mouse together?
I think this is only funny for you and me, I think.
I don't care.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
I did see that movie. I liked it.
Yeah, man.
That's the one where they blend like animation and real life.
Yeah. Like the only good job they, did the Hollywood. I don't know. There was some movie. I don't know. Okay, we all know Space Jam, But there was some other movie with Brad Pitt, Cool World or something like that. You ever saw that?
For some reason, in the group chat that me, you, and Stevie have, Space Jam came up.
Yeah.
And I was defiant. Stevie was like, "Oh, Bill Murray was in that." And I was defiant that Bill Murray was not in Space Jam. Only to find out that he was in Space Jam. So I don't know.
I mean, I didn't
not
remember. I don't think I ever watched it in one sitting. You know,
they tried to. I mean, when I was a kid, that movie was freaking awesome. It was fun, because I also loved basketball, Michael Jordan, everything, But LeBron James tried to do a Space Jam. What a piece of crap! Make your own movie. Do your own thing. Out the window with Space Jam too, man.
Oh, dude. Hey, okay. Since you're a big fan of basketball, did you watch Hustle?
No, I did not. Is that the new Adam Sandler movie?
Yeah.
I actually watched the trailer and it looked pretty good. He's trying to do more like serious stuff now, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. He did that. Was it called Rough Cuts or something like that a couple of years ago? I recommend you to watch.
Gems or something.
Oh yeah, something like that. Uncut Gems.
Rough Cuts.
Yeah, Rough Cuts.
Oh man, who's the kid and who's Dr. October today?
Dude,
that's the shit I would say. I didn't see that movie though. I didn't see that movie.
It's the hippie mess.
Yeah, Uncut. That's right. Point Kid.
Yeah, Uncut Gems. That's the one. Yeah, it was a good one. I you know me. I really don't like Adam Sandler.
Can you do your? So we were talking about Adam Sandler one time, and Mika sends me a voice message doing his. This is what every Adam Sandler movie sounds like. Can you do it for us?
Something like that.
That's all it is. Even as I get older, I still love, like, Billy Madison is still funny to me. And I just don't know why. It's just such a stupid movie. It's still funny to me.
You know what? I've seen some Saturday Night recordings of when he was there. I mean, there was some generally funny stuff.
Yeah.
And he's a really good guitar player and singer songwriter. Like, he can do that stuff clearly.
Yeah, Sandler, Dylan, same thing.
Yeah, but like, I don't know. I've seen those movies, Waterboy, and all that. But Danny thought I did a good impression.
I thought your impression was great. Yeah, I love it. I like the fart you throw in there. That's pretty good.
We need Randy though. Where's Randy? Randy's not here. Nowhere.
Don't summon him.
Oh man, yeah. He will come again. What did I miss? I was like, you missed everything.
The good part of the show. Yeah. I've never seen the Pepper Boy sketch.
No.
What is that?
I don't know. But Aaron is asking saying the Hanukkah song. Yeah, I know that one too.
Hanukkah? Hi, Hanukkah. Was it Street Fighter?
Hanukkah.
Aaron is a proud Jew, and he loves the Hanukkah song.
Yeah.
Much respect. He did a weird show called Remote. I don't know that. I don't know that show.
Me neither.
I remember
Randy must be mowing his lawn.
Yeah, changing his spark plugs.
Somewhere talking about Rachel's stream. Good.
Yeah. If there's another stream, he's probably on it.
Tuco likes Sandra as much as he likes Dylan. Not at all.
Can we do I want to hear Adam Sandler sing Subterranean Homesick Blues.
Do you know that?
I know the song, but I can't do the impression. Well, I'll leave that up to you. Maybe that'll be for the 30th anniversary special.
Maybe I will practice that. Yeah.
Yeah. You got plenty of time. Plenty of time.
Yeah. Maybe Adam Sandler will give us a call one day.
I'll email him. We haven't talked in a while.
Yeah.
We got to talk about the record that we picked.
Yes, exactly. You have it?
Yeah. So every episode, if you don't know, I'm sure most of you do who are watching, Mika and I will pick a record that we're going to listen to during the week so we can talk about it together on the stream. And this week is a band from Mika's homeland.
Mm-hmm.
And a very good band and a very good record. Are you ready?
Yeah. Yes, Bruce already knows what we're going for.
Down, baby. Come on.
One on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Epinormale.
Maximum yeah and yeah.
Maximum yeah and yeah.
That's all right, baby.
I have a kamikaze prize. It was on a discount. Kamikaze prize.
I ain't gonna be a kamikaze. The professionals.
This is oh yeah. Is that that's a Swart reissue?
Swart reissue.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
This is a 1979 repress. I think it's a third repress. Cool. Yeah, because something with the labels are different than the previous ones, but yeah. And you know what? It's been a long time since I listened to this, and yesterday I took it out in preparation for this to listen to it.
Yeah.
And I had forgotten that it's a little bit warped, so that the first songs on each side, both sides, are unlistenable, which bums me out. I mean, I do remember those songs, obviously, but
so
I cannot listen, man.
Is yours a gatefold or no?
No.
Okay,
gatefold.
Dude, mine's a gatefold, and look, I'd rather have the 79 repress, to be honest with you, but I got this Swart reissue from, let's see, 2019, and dude, check out this gatefold. It's beautiful.
Man, Swart does a good job.
And I'll show you the extras that come with it. It's an amazing.
Show me.
So here's the gatefold.
Nice. Let me put you big. Wait. Oh man, I gotta get that one. Proper playing copy. I will buy that Swart.
And then I'll show you one cool thing. There's two other cool things, but here's one of them. Comes with a poster.
Oh man, that's great.
Badass, right?
Nice.
Yeah. And then it's not it. It's not over yet. There's still good stuff. And then, dude, it's like a 15-page booklet.
Sweet. I didn't know. It's like it's like a deluxe edition, proper.
Yeah, dude. And there's all these cool pictures and stuff. But the thing that sucks, dude, is all the writing is in Finnish.
Oh man, I was just gonna ask if it's in English or in Finnish.
Yeah, it might as well be in hieroglyphics, dude. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's really, really cool. The band's looking really cool there, dude.
Yeah, man.
But I love this record.
It's a great one. I mean,
it's fantastic.
It's an album that there are a couple of songs on the A side that has been played to death for me. I mean, since I was a kid, they were like radio hits in Finland, and it's kind of like, I don't know, it was just overexposure. They oh fuck me, I forgot to put you.
Now the people love it.
This is going well. This is going well, man. I'm really No, this band is not from Hungary. This is from Finland. Yeah.
Mika is from Finland. Just a little educational fact for the viewers who don't know.
Just happened to reside in Hungary.
Yeah, but dude, the funny thing is, I was listening to it and I had to write notes because I can't pronounce any of the song titles. And
I thought we're not going to talk about lyrics today that much, but if you have any questions,
because I'm a lyric guy, man, and I love the lyrics. Exactly. But there's the second song. How do you pronounce it? Niet. So in the beginning of the verses, I think he says "baby, baby," and So like when I'm listening to it, I'll just go "baby," and then the rest of it, I just leave out.
Okay. Well, like I was saying, there's a couple of songs that I'm like happily skipping it almost. Really. They are they are not bad songs at all, but I have just heard them too many times. It's like Paranoid for me. Like Black Sabbath, it's a great song, but you just whatever.
All right. Aaron wants me to read some lyrics.
Read some lyrics, right? Yeah, you have the lyrics printed on there.
There's no lyric sheet, but I mean the song titles will be just as, they might as well be a paragraph long. Like the first song. Look at the title of the first song.
Looking for the picture.
Yeah. That's one word?
Yes.
Jesus.
It is
man.
said, Kaljan lanttauslaulu.
Kaljan
Kaljan.
lasu.
Let me write it here for everyone to practice it at home. Kaljan lanttauslaulu.
Kaljan lantu lasu.
But say again. There it is. Kaljan lanttauslaulu.
Kaljan lantoslavu. Hey, pretty good, right?
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Try me again in 5 beers, and we'll see how good that is.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like if I slur, I might say these better.
Yeah. Anyway, that means it's beer drinking song.
Basically. Oh, perfect.
That's
I knew I liked it.
To.
Yeah.
I know.
Right,
you would like it.
So before we talk about the music on this, can I just tell you how much I love this cover?
Oh man, it's a great one.
The cover's so simple, but I love it. And look at that Rickenbacker, man. I love those guitars, man. I love them.
It's a beauty. It's a beauty.
And the back, I think, is hilarious. I don't know if it's it's every member of the band doing that pose. I think that's really funny. That's pretty cool. You know what bothers me about this reissue, Mika, is that it's like super glossy. The cover.
Oh yeah, the cover.
So every fingerprint imaginable, it doesn't matter how clean your hands are, you're gonna get fingerprints all over the shit.
Yeah, that sucks. In those super glossy ones. But hey, there are actually 2 brothers, and if you know this, they have same surname, 3 people.
Yeah, Aku and
Marty
and Marty
and Mikko. Yeah.
Who? Oh, Mikko. There's 3 brothers then.
Yeah, no, they're actually 2 brothers and a cousin.
Oh.
So,
brothers and a cousin.
Yeah, brothers and a cousin. Yeah, Tuco is right on the money.
Tuco's spot on. He goes, Ryan, you'll probably be able to read it better when you've drank more.
So, 100%. But okay, first of all, I wanted to ask from you, how did you get, like, your first thoughts when you heard this? Like, and how did you get to know about this record and band specifically? Like, your record store days?
No. I was reading about the 70s punk stuff. And I at that moment I thought, I feel like I've heard a lot of American stuff. I thought I knew all the stuff, but obviously I'm still finding stuff, So I started, going around like trying to find like international bands that were doing that stuff in the 70s, and I came across them. I actually came across Razzia before I came across Eponormali, but I think it's hard to say. I like Razzia a lot too, but Eponormali strikes that rock and roll chord in me.
Oh yeah. I can. Yeah, I understand that. I mean, for me, somehow Razzia, I don't know. It's because Eponormali, what they became to be in Finnish rock history, like after these first 3 records, they went really more like mainstreamy, poppy, alternative rock almost.
Okay.
And not to say that it sucks completely, but they went more, I don't know what is the word, but they became just lame. They dropped any edge they had. Really? All that was like out the door, out the window, one point. But I don't know.
I listened to their second record and it's awesome.
Yeah, it's still good. The first 3 are like, good, I think. Yeah. So, and then they become like, And
how in Finland, how popular is a band like Eponormali?
They are big. They're really big. And like, the punk stuff, it was also then like a big thing that this album Maximum Yeah was right away like a, I don't know, top charting record. And because, it was 79, so punk was still kicking in Finland. But then pretty quickly, they started to go to this, I don't know, weird indie rock way. But that's the stuff that most of the adults like in Finland, the Eponormali of the later age times, not the punk stuff, which kind of sucks because they were so much better band in the beginning, I think.
When I listen to this record, there's so much 50s influence in it, and I think that's why I love
rock and roll. It's just pure rock and roll, like more. Only gripe I have with this, sorry to interrupt, it's some of the songs go a little too long. What do you think?
I think the first song on the album is great, but it goes for too long. It almost sounds at the end like a different song.
Exactly. I mean, some of the songs are 30 seconds to 1 minute, I think, if they would have cut it off, because they are like 3-minute songs, and when it's just this basic kind of punk and roll song, it overstays its welcome a little bit.
When I listened to it, I was like, okay, these guys loved 50s rock and roll, and they obviously just heard the Sex Pistols and the Ramones.
Yes,
and they're like, we're gonna do this. We're gonna hop on the wave of punk, and try to do this. And I think they made a really great album, man. I think it's great. And if we're gonna talk about the music, the first song, I wrote little notes because, like I said, I couldn't understand any of the lyrics except "baby," and
baby,
but the first song, the riff to that song is Eddie Cochran. Come on, everybody. That's the riff to that Eddie Cochran song, and I love it. And it's great. The second song was it Niet?
Niet.
It's Niet reminds me of like the slower songs on Ramones albums. You know how the Ramones always have like a slow song on the album? That's what it reminds me of, And, I think it's great.
And you said earlier also, which I really think it's really evident more than Ramones maybe, is the Sex Pistols influence on a couple of tunes especially, I think.
On the fifth song, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Pidetään ikävää.
Pidetään ikävää.
Yeah.
Exactly. Pidetään ikävää, man. I hear, the first thing I heard, the riff reminded me of Teenage Head, Picture My Face, that song, Picture My Face.
Oh, yeah.
But it's also like, the riff is Pretty Vacant by the Sex Pistols. That's what exactly what it sounds like. It's like a slower version of Pretty Vacant.
Yeah. And actually, that is one of my least favorite songs on this one. That's one of the songs that the radio fucking overplayed it when I was young.
I can see why. Because here's what I was gonna say. I heard Teenage Head, Picture My Face. The riff reminded me of Pretty Vacant, but it also had that kind of later Ramones sound of a song like Pet Sematary. And I could see it being really radio friendly. I think,
true. Was that the same song that had a violin or cello?
Exactly. And I wrote nothing down for the third song, so I guess it didn't really mean much to me.
Third song.
Yeah, it's good, but the fourth song, is a rocker.
Oh yeah,
and this is where their 50s influence is on their sleeves. The way it starts out, the vocal it's Surfing Bird. It's Surfing Bird, and then they do this little break with the drums, and it's Good Golly Miss Molly. Yeah, that's what it sounds like, and it's great. I love it. I eat that up all day long.
Moo, Papa, moo, moo.
Yeah, moo. Yeah, exactly.
Actually, you know what? The title is Surfboarding Cow Stomach Rock and Roll. That's what it's word by word. Surfboarding.
Cow stomach rock and roll. That's a wang danger, man. The people in the South love that.
Surfboarding cow stomach rock and roll. We
ain't got no beaches here, man. That's a wang danger.
Nice wang danger indeed.
Yeah, I love the fourth song, man. I love that.
It's a good one.
It's basic, it's easy, but it's just. It's a good time. It's a good time.
Yeah, definitely. I'm actually I prefer the B side overall, as a whole. I like the B side more. Yeah, I do.
What's your? We can keep going. Do you want to talk about any of the songs on the A side?
No, tell me if you have more notes. I'd like to hear what you wrote.
My next notes would be going into the side 2.
Okay, great.
I can't even read my own handwriting.
Is it science fiction?
Yeah. I danged the wang when I wrote this. I'll just go to the second one because I can't even. Science fiction leads off the side 2, and it's like a supercomputer sound in the beginning, like a John Carpenter, like
bubbly water.
Yeah. Actually, Kajahulala Sahalalu means bubbly water in Finnish.
Oh man.
So the second song is a boogie. It's like a boogie tune, man. It's more another one of those stripped down rock and roll tunes, and it's got some excellent guitar in it. And when they wail, man, they wail like Chuck Berry. They don't wank off like some shitty shitty
Yes.
bands, you know.
Yeah.
No, you know, John says all this note taking for one album. Ryan must have been a nerd in school. I wasn't a nerd because I was busy taking notes on bands like Epu Normali.
Yeah,
You know, I should have applied to
well
myself
said.
in school. I could have probably built spaceships or something.
You're still a nerd, says Mike.
But yeah, I probably am still a nerd. Yeah. So the third song, the third song might be my least favorite on side.
John
two.
Fogerty?
Yeah. First of all, I don't like him.
I love CCR, at least
man,
you know, the early stuff. I know.
Some folks are
You know
born.
what? Yeah, but I actually like that song. It's not like
I
that's
like it.
what I'm saying.
I like it too. But it's not my favorite. And you know what?
It's
it reminds
also
me
one of the slower songs too. I mean,
it reminds me of Brian James. Ain't That a Shame? That single he did. That's what it reminds me of. Yeah.
Okay.
And,
Fair enough.
Um.
It's the next song I'm sure you love. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So I could. Yeah. My note here says, Max Energy, Vibrator, Brazillos. It is maximum rock and roll, dude. It's probably the most supercharged album. I'm trying to examine. My doctor said I need to stop wang danging. I asked him why. He said because I'm trying to examine you. But dude, I need like a little snare cymbal here.
Yeah. Okay, 2 more songs. I mean, I agree. Okay, and in the end, we can maybe wrap it up saying our favorite tracks.
Well, Yee's my favorite. Yee's my favorite. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then you go the next song, Pop Pop Pop.
I like that one.
Is awesome. It's got total Chuck Berry guitar, and it's great. And you know the chorus part. Yeah. The chorus part is Tequila by the Champs. That's what it is. Man. It's Tequila. Bam, 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 bam. And for the last song, I wrote no notes, so it didn't. I guess I didn't, no notes for that one. There's 2 songs I didn't write notes for. I probably went and got a beer when I was listening.
The last song, which is Kuolleet Kakarat, which translates to Dead Kids. It's a good song, like lyric-wise. Like in Finnish, like some of the lyrics are a little. Okay, I don't mind goofy lyrics, but they are, you know, most of the lyrics are nothing too serious, but they are like some kind of, you know, commentary, social commentary and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, when I hear songs like Cow Stomach Surfboard Rock and Roll, I think social commentary.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, definitely, man, definitely. And that being said, I'm drinking a vegan wine. I forgot to add this. It's a vegan wine.
Fucking hippie.
Yeah. Anyway, so... But like I said, I think the songs that you like a lot, like the okay, cats, are you all
man?
right?
Your cat's going wild tonight, man.
They are going wild, man. I don't know what is
maximum yee.
So okay, the favorite tracks. Let's go like that way. What are your favorite tracks?
I threw my notes away. I like I love the first song. And then I like the one that sounds like Pretty Vacant.
Pidetään ikävää.
Honestly, dude, I don't really think there's a weak song on the record. I think the whole record.
There's no, that's for sure. That's for sure. There's actually, remember once I sent, and maybe you don't, I sent this song of this one Finnish artist that had 3 singles. And and the B-side was for each of those singles almost the same song.
Dude, I remember them because it kills me that I can't buy them.
Yeah, I remember you loved it. Yeah,
it's awesome.
Songs, man. Just a little fun fact: that same guy who played and sang those songs, he's playing here as a guest guitarist.
On what song?
I don't know. It's just credited here in the back.
That's
if
cool.
You take the back, do you have this little print?
Yeah.
On the back. At the very bottom, there's a name called Juice, like juice.
Yeah.
Juice Leskinen.
That's a good name.
Yeah. That's the guy. Yeah. Juice Leskinen.
Hey, who's playing guitar on your album? Juice Leskinen. Whoa.
Juice.
Wait, you guys got Juice Leskinen on your album? Yeah, man.
We got Juice, man. We got Juice. No, but he was like also he became a big figure in the rock and roll stuff in Finland and like did a lot of. But again, in my opinion, the music went to be too much lame.
So the artist that those singles that guy's Juice Leskinen.
Yeah, the singles that I sent
that's
you.
That's awesome. His singles are great, man.
Oh man, I'm gonna make a video about those 3 singles soon.
You should, because I remember Mika sent me one. And I was like, dude, this is phenomenal. And then he sent me another one. I go, dude, this is the exact same song. And we were laughing like it really is the same song. It's still good.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, I had to be prepared. Yeah.
I mean, we really wing a lot of shit here, but I got to tell you, man, you really pulled through. Juice Leskinen, I thought you were dead.
Well, hey, it was close to home, so it was not. I didn't have to really do much thing. But hey, we're at 1 hour mark already passed. Let's put the link. What do you think? And
let's have some guests come up and hang out.
Our friends to jump in, and again, we're doing the free version, so we have unfortunately only 6 people. So the link is there.
Juice Leskinen. Somebody please come up as Juice Leskinen. All right, it's guest time. That's gonna be fun. I gotta take a piss.
Guest time, yeah. Let's see if anyone dares to come. I don't know.
I'm gonna take a leak and get a beer.
You do that. I'm just gonna wait here in silence. First one is here. That first one is Michael.
I gotta mute it. Hold on.
No, I can hear you loud and clear.
No, I gotta mute it. There we go. There we go.
I think you have a YouTube open in the background.
Yeah, no, I got it now. It's all good. So, hey, how are you, man?
Hey, I'm good. Good to see you, man.
It's great to see you. And, I tried to get here the last time you guys were doing it. I was at this biker bar with Ann, and there was loud bands, and couldn't make it. Hey, what's up, dude? Scott?
I think you checked in on us.
I did. I checked
gallery.
in. Yeah, I checked in, and then I tried to make it work, and it was like, no go.
Oh, yeah.
But I tried. And then I tried to go watch it the next morning. I'm like, oh, shit. For some reason.
Yeah, we didn't keep it up. You can ask Ryan about that.
What happened? Well, I'm not. I shouldn't be able to know because I wasn't there for it. It should be only reserved for the people.
Nothing. Something funny happened. But anyway.
Damn! I gotta know.
It will be in a highlight video. You will see it one day. No worries.
Oh, good. Well, cheers.
The stream wasn't good enough to. Hey, cheers, guys. Hey, I'm drinking wine today. I thought I would do the Michael Pilmer.
There we go.
Cheers.
The blood of somebody.
Good
blood of somebody.
Good to see you. Vegan wine. Huh?
Zero boys.
Aren't all wines vegan?
This one is vegan. Yeah.
Not if it's the blood of Jesus.
Yeah.
Not vegan if it's the blood of Jesus.
Oh yeah. True.
Yeah.
True that.
So. I got to tell you, Mika, I'm doing a stream at a time where you could possibly watch it tomorrow.
When?
Tomorrow. Noon my time. I'm doing my first live music stream, playing live music.
Yeah, I saw that.
Really?
We're excited.
Wow.
Yeah.
Please.
Cool. I got it hooked up so it goes into the thing and sounds really cool and clear. And all the professional
you got that rig sorted out. Cool.
Well, here's the thing. The challenging thing was I decided I was just going to play stuff where I'm pretty sure, 99% sure it's not going to give me any kind of copyright hassle at all. And so I picked out some really weird, great stuff, all over the place genres, but mostly punky rock stuff. But it's going to be cool. I was having fun digging through stuff.
Michael, first of all, hey, welcome to the show. Good to see you, man.
What's happening, brother?
Hey, what's up? Scotty, how you doing, man? Welcome. Cheers. And Mike, what time does your stream start tomorrow?
Yes.
Noon my time tomorrow. So
That's Eastern time, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So that's like about 6 p.m. my
that's
time.
11.
7 p.m. Okay, that's good.
11. Yeah. Hey, if I'm up, man, I'll be there.
I'm looking forward because I was digging through stuff, man, and it's pretty difficult to find stuff that's not owned by anybody, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So, but I came across some stuff that I just had to show you because it's just cool stuff that I came across. Okay, so check this out.
Let me put you big.
Shit.
Flipper.
That's the original.
Wow.
Yeah.
Pressing of it.
Is that on Subterranean Records?
Let's see. What does the label say? Isn't that it? Yeah, Subterranean.
Who knows? Yeah, cool.
Yeah. Even my old eyes could see it. Okay, and then there's this one. That flipper.
Another flipper.
Another, yeah.
What a great picture sleeve.
Is that the? It looks like it should be the back of it.
But
Here's
I like the other one. It should be that. Here's a man eating a cat.
The rhinoceros outside.
Oh, good Lord.
So found those, and then okay, you guys, the cover is real faded, but this is an original Fuck Ups.
Oh,
Wow.
The FU2 single.
Sweet.
yeah.
Do you know
Looks
much
like that
about
cover
them?
got fucked up.
It's like one of those like mimeograph machines where the shit fades or something.
Yeah.
But it's original, man. It looks
Cool.
it looks all weathered, like old. But I don't know much about them. I've had it for years and years and years, and I don't know much about them.
This is going to be a good stream.
There's
What track?
there's no tie to G.G. Allen on this. Is there? Is there any tie to G.G. Allen with this band?
I don't think so.
That's
What's the
mine.
name of it? What do they call the fuck? No.
Yeah,
Okay.
the Fuck Up.
Now he was
Fuck
in a
Up.
band. He was in a band called G.G. Allen and the Fuck Ups.
Oh,
I don't know if that's the one.
I don't know if this is the one or not. I don't know.
Wow, that'd be really cool.
And then I got Happy Flowers. You guys know them, right?
Let me put. Oh yeah, I've heard of that band.
I don't know
used to
Happy
have a.
Flowers. What's
Yeah,
happening?
They do songs from children's perspective, and
Mhm.
each album they did, the kids would get older. So when they finally got to an album where they were doing teenagers, they had to stop making records.
Bubbly water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bubbly
And
water.
then, you ever heard of the Insect Surfers?
No, that's a
No.
good name though.
They're
Yeah.
a California band, I think, but they've been around since the 80s, and they're described as new wave psychedelic surf rock.
Wow.
I saw them open for Waitresses and somebody else back in the day, but they were cool.
Cool.
Oh.
That was just some random shit.
Where did you get those? Where did you find those?
In my collection, I was digging through stuff to play tomorrow,
okay.
and I was
Why
trying
not
to find
find?
weird stuff.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
man.
For your stream.
It got me
If you-
digging through.
Y'all got to tune in to Michael tomorrow, man. You're going to hear some stuff you never heard before.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Me too.
Yep.
yeah.
What time is that?
Noon East Coast time. The first time I'm
Okay.
going to DJ live music where it sounds good. But
But
yeah, we're
like,
gonna see. Hopefully
even
we're gonna-
playing those copyrighted songs, they don't always take them down. I mean, like
No, they don't take them down. But if you're trying to monetize your video,
Oh yeah, yeah.
and you're trying
Okay, I
to,
hear you.
yeah,
I hear
because
you.
depending on what the publisher or whoever owns the rights has set up, or whatever they demand, they could split the money with you, or they could just tell you can't monetize your video at all. They can do whatever they want, really, or they can just let you use it, and there's no. But I'm just trying as a challenge to myself. I just wondered if I could play an hour or two of music that's not
Yeah.
covered. You know?
You could do it, man. Yeah,
I'm
you
gonna
could
try.
do
I'm gonna play some of this.
Yeah.
it. Yeah. Oh, you got two of them, man.
I got
Ooh,
both.
wow.
I got both kinds.
Mm.
What other kind is there?
What's the difference?
No wonder those sell out. People buy two.
There's the blue.
Oh, I got
Oh,
the
man.
white one.
I think the other one is
Now,
the
where's
white.
the image? What's the image? So the white one, that's bags of cocaine, right? Isn't it? What is that?
It's got to be.
Because look at the key.
I don't know. I didn't know there was
Yeah,
another
it goes
one. Mike.
together,
That's
right?
pretty cool.
Yeah, well, I think there's 50 of each
Cool.
or something.
Wow.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Is
I
it
got
sold
it.
out already? Sold
Yeah, I
out
think
already?
so.
Yeah, it is. It is.
But look at this, Ryan. Do you know who this is? They threw this in for free. American
Nudism.
demo.
No, I've never heard that band.
Yeah, I don't. But they threw it in for free.
Looks
So I
cool.
don't know.
Have you listened to it? No.
No,
Did
no.
You order from Total Punk?
That was the first time I've ever ordered from them.
Oh, I ordered. They didn't send me shit.
They sent me a free cassette. Yeah, I don't know.
Man, I show Total Punk records every week on my damn
And
channel.
I
I'm
looked
gonna
it up
email
on
that guy.
Discogs. I looked it up on Discogs. This is from back. This is from back then. It's not a reissue or anything, so it's an old tape.
Cool, man.
I don't know, but yeah.
Just on the record for Sean and Miss You, I'm going to my first piss break at 74 minutes.
Can you take us with you?
Yeah. Do you want to? No, wait.
Michael, I don't know how you
Let
feel
us
about
welcome
the-
John first.
Hey,
Hello,
John, what's up, man? Welcome to
Good
the
to see you.
show.
What up?
Hey, Scotty. Hey,
Hey,
Michael.
John.
What's happening?
John.
Michael, I think that schizo it's my favorite thing. It
That's what
sounds
Richie said.
amazing.
That's what Richie said. It's his favorite too.
It's the best.
I haven't listened to it yet.
What's that, John?
Sorry, I had the YouTube on.
Oh,
Oh, no worries, man. John, did you always have that mic or no?
I like that.
No, it was actually my son's mic. It
Nice.
just I switch it when I'm not doing music broadcasting.
Oh,
Yeah.
cool.
I don't know if
your
it's better, but-
bookshelves.
It's
Oh,
yeah.
thanks.
It's a real sensitive mic. It's a real nice mic.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's
Mhm.
legit. I mean,
I think it's
like,
cheap.
it's
I think it's
I
cheap.
like-
It was like
I like
a
the
kid's
telephone.
gaming one.
Oh, really? Dang.
Here's somebody slurping. Who's slurping?
Yeah. Well, that's John slurping the Guinness, baby. Come on. Saturday night, man.
I just opened it. The first couple are going to be slurps.
Yeah, you should bring that to my
Then
noise
it's
stream
close.
sometime. Bring your slurps to the noise stream.
You know, I built a theremin years ago off just Radio Shack parts. There was like schematics for it, and but it's not. I got to fix it up, but that would be pretty cool for noise.
Oh,
That'd be
yeah.
fun.
Well, and that thing that your band released where it was like some kind of weird electronic fucking.
Oh, the single. Yeah. That would be
that's
funny.
out of control. That is nuts.
That's one of the coolest things I've ever seen, like a single like come out.
I'm not to brag. I'm not trying to brag because I hated it when it came out when we did that. But I think it's probably the wildest single I've ever seen. You know,
Yeah, I've never seen anything come close to that, man. That's
I can't think of anything.
You should do a whole video just on that. Just a video.
Yeah, I don't like talking about myself.
Don't
you
worry.
know?
Get over it. Do what the people want.
You know what, John? If you could brag about it, I would. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
That's pretty cool, man. Scotty, what are you drinking, man? And also, cool Zero Boy shirt.
Oh, thank you. Right now, I got Sierra Nevada.
My one of my best friends did that logo. I saw him just the other night when I had the DJ night. He was out. Yucky guy.
Was it Chris Sherry? Oh, the logo. Yeah.
Yeah, he did the front cover and the logo of the album.
John, you did a DJ night out somewhere?
Yeah, finally.
How'd it go, man?
Oh, it went great. Yeah.
Good. What kind of audience? What did you think?
A lot of just bar people. A lot of my friends came out, maybe 10 or 12 of our friends. But, you know, there's like regular people there. So I started with like 50s instrumental R&B. And then as the night went on, it ran into punk rock and glam rock.
So you didn't play any of the reggae dub stuff?
I did play some reggae at the end.
Oh, cool.
You know, but we DJ'd for 5 straight hours. So that's like, 150 tunes, I think, at least.
Jeez.
Yeah.
You know, it's cool because, like, you play tunes in your house, have fun, but it's different when you got them bumping through a system, man, and you can feel the power.
And you could tell which ones work better than others. Like I could play them in my house, but until they're out there,
right?
Like,
totally. That's good. I'm glad it went well, man. And you're gonna keep doing it.
If they have us back, yeah. But I just want to get my name out to other places. I don't really want to do 5-hour sets, lugging three crates of 45s.
It's not fun.
I'd rather do like in between bands, do the half hour,
Did they provide the turntables? You brought your own stuff?
They have DJs all the time. So the setup was there.
That's perfect. Yeah.
Nice.
But I do have the, the case where you flip it over on the table. It's got the 2 turntables. I got all the rig,
The coffin? Are they called coffin?
Yeah.
That's cool, man.
Yeah, I saw some pictures on Instagram that you put. Yeah, fun. And by the way, I want to go back to a earlier Miss You comment. He suggested that we should try to incorporate needle drops on the record talk moment on our stream. No.
I mean, if you like it, what we're saying enough, you'll go check it out. I mean, it's what it is. The weird thing about that Epu Normali record is there's only a couple songs on YouTube from that album.
True.
Yeah, usually you type it in and it comes right up, but that's for most stuff. But
maybe I
get
should
the
try
record.
to
It's
upload.
good. It's a good record.
You could, Dr. Ass or Kid, whoever's more inclined, probably Ass. You could just record the needle drops a few seconds and just.
Hey, Randy.
Yeah, that's true.
The less
That's what I
work
do,
they gotta
though.
put into this,
Short
the
needle
better.
drops.
Yeah.
What's up, Randy?
Randall, what's happening, man?
What's going on?
Happy 4th of July weekend. Man.
Yeah, I had to do some stuff and mow the lawn and get stuff around the house.
Fellow lawn.
I mowed the lawn too today.
Hey, everybody's doing it, man. How you spark plugs doing? You got good spark plugs?
Good spark plugs.
I
I put a new blade on.
I haven't changed the oil on that lawnmower in the 10 years I've had it. Great runner.
I changed it not long ago.
Yeah, I bought a lawnmower maybe 4 years ago, right? And on the box it said, never changed. It's a no oil change necessary. And I'm thinking to myself, how the fuck is that possible? It's got an engine, right? It needs it needs the oil, but it's still going, man.
It's probably oilless. It's like the air compressors now are all oilless.
Yeah, true. Some more tool talk with the gang.
Here we go.
So you guys like Milwaukee or DeWalt? Which you a Milwaukee guy or a DeWalt guy?
I like both.
Yeah, why not?
All my battery tools are DeWalt, but
dude, DeWalt started cheaping out. They got bought by Stanley, and they started making these plastic parts. They suck.
Yeah, I got caught up watching a video where they tested all of them.
Yeah.
And
they used to be great tools. Yeah.
Everything's throwaway nowadays, anyways. You know.
Richie says a lawnmower has oil.
You gotta go for Black & Decker. Man.
Oh no, yeah. If you want to buy another tool in a year, sure.
No, go on.
Black & Decker. The only Decker I subscribe to is Desmond Decker.
Oh yeah. Same.
Oh man. Hey, why don't we go around the horn and we're maxed out, right? We got 6.
No, we gotta talk about ladders.
You want to do 6 now?
I mean, there's not much to say about ladders. I think Gorilla's really taken over the market on ladders. So those Gorilla ladders are tough, man. So case closed on that.
What? Who makes?
Why don't we go around the horn and see what everybody's picked up recently? Let's talk about some records, man. It'll be fun. Why don't we, Scotty? You got some stuff you want to show? I'll make them big here.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Yeah, no problem.
So my record store day pickups. I hadn't heard this 3rd and 4th album.
Oh man, that's a great intro.
I just got that last month.
And Boys Only.
Oh, you got both of them. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that one fades out. It fades off a little.
Yeah.
The first track on Boys Only is
great.
awesome.
This one's pretty good, but I was only familiar with their first 2, so that was cool. Then with that, I was pulling some couple of 45s I have the first time, and
that's awesome.
Wow.
Brickfield Nights.
Cool. Yeah.
Good stuff.
Here's one I kind of mentioned to John on Mr. Bizarro, the Hydra stream. The Reaction, they're kind of power pop, but it has Mark Hollis, who went on to form Talk, and Ed Hollis, Mark Hollis's older brother, was the manager for Eddie and the Hot Rods. So,
info, man. Spitting knowledge. Thank you, Scott. Stop it. Behave yourself. Behave yourself.
Normally I escape that. So here's one.
It's your turn, man. Yeah.
Yeah. I've had this for a while. I don't know, 10 years or so. They have a horrible name, Pink Slip Daddy, LSD, and it has Ben Vaughn in it. 1988. It's a 10-inch. They do a cover of Stone by the Rolling Stones, and LSD.
That looks a take off of Beggar's Banquet, the other cover.
Yeah. Right, and then they do Nervous Breakdown, which was done by Eddie Cochran and Bobby Fuller. Anyway, it's a weird one where one side plays from the inside out, and the other side has 2 tracks, and you don't know like where to drop the needle. Like you drop it in one place, it'll play one track, and like they're concurrent tracks.
The parallel groove.
Parallel groove. That's the proper term.
Like the moped, like the Johnny moped. That's cool.
So it's pretty good. I hadn't played in a while, so hold that, and then I hold this because I hadn't played this in a while either. The also Ben Vaughn with Alan Vega and Alex Jones. This is really good. Kind of rock and roll, like experimentally rock and roll, art rock kind of.
So what that band had, Alan Vega, Alex Chilton,
and Ben Vaughn, who was in that previous group, Pink Slip Daddy.
I'm interested in that.
Yeah, this was put out on White in the Attic Records.
Okay.
2014 Munster also. I guess.
Man, those Light in the Attic ones are expensive over here. That's a US based, no?
I wonder if because this is also on Munster, it might be cheaper.
That's Spanish.
Yeah. So you might be able to get it.
I'll have to find that up. Look that up.
I think it was like 2016, 2014 that this came. It originally came out in the early like it was recorded in the 90s.
Huh.
What else?
Love me some Alex Chilton, man.
Yeah.
Alan Vega. Clean this one today.
Yeah, I got that one. 20 Flight Rock. They do.
Yeah. Dogmatics.
Yep, I have that. Yeah.
Boston.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna see. I think I'm seeing them next week. The Dogmatics.
Really? I didn't know they're still playing. That's cool.
Oh yeah, they still play, just locally. They're friends of mine. You know.
Oh, cool.
They've been around. Been around forever.
Yeah, I bought that single because of 20 Flight Rock. I just wanted to hear a revved up version.
Yeah, it's good.
It's good.
What else? Then I was going to play. I couldn't find an Anti Nowhere. So Bobby Gass had a horrible Metallica live version. I had to clean my ears with the real thing. And then while I was doing that, I was going through the A's, and I was like, I haven't listened to Addicts in a while, so I pulled,
great band,
Viva La Revolution and Chinese Takeaway.
Nice. Oh yeah, Chinese Takeaway
on Razor. Woo, woo, woo. This was on Fallout, which I don't know what else they did, but
yeah, the Addicts are great, man.
Yeah. I don't have any albums. I got a lot of
the first album's great. I don't think the second one's very good.
What's I have the sound of music.
Is that Smart Alex?
I don't remember which is which. I'd have to pull them, but
hang on.
Yeah,
what's the Carousel?
What's the first one, and what's this? Is the second one Sound of Music? I have that one. I like that one.
Actually, this might. I don't know if this is the second one. This one's great. Sound of Music.
That's what I got.
Yeah. I always thought this was the first album, but maybe it's not.
First,
It might be. I don't know.
And then this one this one's an original, but this one's a reissue. But this is not very good.
Yeah.
Smart Alex. I think this is the second album. Tang put it out, reissued it. Maybe this is the third.
Songs of Praise is the first.
Songs of Praise is thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so then this is the second, maybe third or fourth, but this one's great. This one sucks. Well, it doesn't suck, but it's.
I held off on Smart Alec. I didn't get it, but I have Sound of Music. I would love to get the first Songs of Praise, but I like this one a lot, man. This is a good one.
Yeah, I always thought that was the first. I don't know. I never really looked into it too much. I'm not like the biggest Addicts guy,
but hey, I mean, at least now we know that their first two records are good. So, I'm glad you got a lot of those boys records, man. I like. What was that? Alternative Chartbusters? Is that the,
that's great. Yeah.
Yeah, and then Boys Only. I love the first song, Weekend. Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Yeah, where it starts with the phone ringing.
Yeah, and it's kind of like
Monday morning. Yeah, that's a great tune, man. But there's a lot of misses on that album, I think.
Yeah. I've only played this one once so far. I thought it was okay, but
that's it.
It's the weakest album.
It was a good purchase, I think. So
there's a.
I'm looking at those two reissues too.
There's an alternative version of. I think it's called "To Hell with the Boys." Is that it? That album?
Oh yeah.
And it takes all the synthesizer out of it.
Oh really?
And it's just like a straightforward rock and roll, like kind of sounds like their first record. And it's because there's some weird synthy kind of weird stuff going on. I don't mind it, but somebody needs to put that to wax. I would buy that immediately.
I don't know if I like it on principle though, but it probably sounds great.
It's good.
You know what I mean? Like
I get
take that stuff off. Yeah. I'm not, it's the way it came out.
I mean, even like, is Terminal Love on that record?
Yeah, that's on that one.
That song is so good until they go into Knocking on Heaven's Door out of nowhere. Right. Like, what are you doing? Like this, it's terrible. Yeah. You ruined the song.
Yeah, they shouldn't have touched that one. But
no, at all.
That was kind of ruined by, having grown up with hearing Guns N' Roses and stuff too.
Well, going back to you were talking about.
Look at Richie. Richie really should get those first two. The first Boys record, anyway. The first two.
Yeah, the first two.
Anybody watching?
They're better than the Zero Boys and the Big Boys.
Yeah, combined. I mean, that first Boys record is essential, man. Essential.
I also got the Yobs 45.
Yeah.
Those only come out during the holidays.
Yeah. The Christmas song. Yeah. Scott, I was thinking when you were talking about somebody playing the Metallica version of So What?
Yeah.
And it makes me wonder how many Metallica fans out there think that that's just like a Metallica song.
A lost gem of theirs, yeah.
Some lost gem.
This is the So
What?
Bad.
It was a live version. It was bad.
This is So What? Yeah, I mean.
Yeah. Because I remember they did some album or something where they were doing like 53rd and 3rd and like all these punk songs and stuff. It was
that was a Ramones tribute, I think. There was a lot of bands on that one.
I mean, it's cool that they like those bands, but
But they in the 80s, I mean, they broke the Misfits without a doubt, and probably Killing Joke too. You know, that was for a swath of the youth. That was the first time they heard of them, and then dug the Misfits.
You know, John, I was going to ask you a question because when we started the stream, Mika has the Misfits shirt on, and I was thinking about your statement that, and it's a bold statement, and I like it, that the Misfits are.
I probably don't remember it though.
At one point, you said the Misfits are probably the greatest American band of all time.
Yeah, the older I get, the more I agree. The more I think I convince myself that that's the right answer.
So, do you think that Danzig would be the greatest punk singer of all time?
Not necessarily. I don't think that has anything to do with it. You know, let's just say the Beach Boys were. We all agreed they're the greatest American band. Doesn't mean Mike Love is the greatest singer.
Yeah, right.
You know, so
the only reason I asked was because when I think of the Misfits, the thing that sticks out to me the most are the vocals. Like that's what made that band for me.
Yeah. The hooks this young man did, like he just created these hooks and then these genius lyrics that, you know, are obscene and then combine horror, yet they're so like traditional American almost in a way, like pop song. And then with the noise going on, and they could just write song after song after song. And, you know, think of, you know, Led Zeppelin. I don't know. The Misfits have almost as many great songs as Led Zeppelin or the Beatles or something. You know, you're talking 40 great songs by the Misfits.
Right.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah. And I agree with Vinyl Richie here. Glenn Danzig is top 5 punk singers.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, right?
Yeah. Even to me, he transcends punk. I mean, if you want to say he's the greatest punk singer, I'm all for it. But he's so much more than punk. He's got an Americana. He's got horror. There's so much happening. His voice is always on, and it's strong. And you'll have the bass be like out a 2.5 step this way, the guitar sharp like a 1/4 step up, and he'll be pitch perfect the whole time. If you hear the live stuff, you know.
What do you guys think of?
Oh, go ahead.
Sam Hain and Danzig. Sorry, what do you think about Sam Hain and Danzig? Then, I mean,
they don't have the magic. They're great.
Some I love them too. I mean, almost as much. I have to say. I mean, not all Danzig output, but
when I was getting into a lot of the earlier punk stuff, I'm listening to stuff. The first time I heard the Misfits, it's the vocals that I was like, "Holy shit!" Like this, they really set themselves apart from everybody else. I mean, it was special. It was a pretty special thing they did, you know, and. I don't know, when you said that, it stuck in my head, and it was something I thought about because it's a bold statement, but it's a good statement. It's something to think about.
You could take any one of the songs off of like Hate Breeders, and each song has about 2 or 3 different hooks in it, whether it's the verse or like the bridge or the actual chorus, and to come up, like I couldn't come up with one of those hooks that good, you know. And they're doing this 2 or 3 to every song. It's pretty amazing. And clever lyrics in there, couplets and stuff.
And I don't think I when I was younger, I heard the lyrics. I heard what they were. But when you really read them, it's a different thing. You're like, whoa, I mean, they're pretty wild. You know? Yeah, pretty brilliant.
This ain't no loving. This ain't no happening. This ain't no feeling in my arm. Like, it's just
awesome.
Crazy.
Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah.
Michael, I know you are not a biggest Misfits fan, but didn't you just get some Misfit cassettes not too long ago?
I got one. It was the Static Age cassette.
Oh yes, that's
great.
The one.
That's my favorite.
Did you listen to it?
I listened
to it.
That's my
favorite too.
I listened to it, but I sold it.
Oh man!
I hope you dubbed it
first. I had to sell it for what I thought I could get for it. I had to sell it, and it sold within a day. So
okay. Yeah.
Well, good for you.
Static Age cassette. You don't find that every day, I think.
You recorded it, right? Before you sold it?
That, man. Before
you know, actually, it's not going to be a very popular opinion, but I don't like I tried to like them. There's probably like 3 songs that I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that from when I was a kid. I love that song, but I'm not a big fan of it.
Hey, Doc, can you boot them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love this. I actually, because you have one person on the panel saying that they think the Misfits could be the greatest American band ever. But then you have somebody it just doesn't resonate with.
They're very I just never I never got into those kind of vocals that were, I always call them kind of like earnest sounding, like I really mean what I'm singing. I always liked the guys that sounded like out of their mind or insane or evil. I never liked the guys that sounded like I'm telling you something and I want you to listen.
I think what's truly evil about the lyrics is when you read them.
Oh yeah,
and then the way they're portrayed, on the songs. But you read them and you're like, "Whoa, this is pretty wild."
I love their whole image and their whole thing and their merch, and I think it's brilliant. But I just never liked the music. I don't know why.
And the place I was coming from, the Misfits. Sorry, I was just saying, like in the '80s, I loved them as a kid because they just hit you immediately. And then through the '90s, 2000s, I didn't care about them. I saw the shirts; they had the reunion with the fake singer, and they were never my favorite band. But now, as I'm older, looking back and just studying it like kind of objectively, I just think they're so fantastic.
Yeah.
So I wasn't like a fan. I wasn't a fanboy for 30 years,
Right. Yeah. I often wonder too, like as I get older, what I'll think of the bands that I've been listening to in my youth. Maybe some I'll say, maybe this isn't so good. Maybe I'll realize that some are more brilliant than I thought they were. And another interesting topic I was thinking about. I was talking to Stevie and Mika about it, where the way we talk about these older records, like just for instance, like a Johnny Moped, right? So like, Johnny Moped now, back then, I'm sure that record was a couple of pounds or whatever, it wasn't a big deal.
Yeah.
Now people are paying mega bucks for it. I'm thinking about the bands that are coming out now. In 30 years, are we going to be saying like, oh man, I should have got that GT single when I saw it, or like what's going to
be alive in 30 years?
Hey man, I'm trucking, man. I'm feeling good.
I think there'll be a smaller demand for those records.
I think you're right. Yeah, I don't feel
it'll probably be like the way I could compare it to is the '90s rockabilly scene, where there was like this smaller scene and there's some great stuff, and some of it's collectible. Like some of those records, a couple hundred, but there's not a lot of people looking for it. So you're paying $20 a record, and they're rare. They're all pressed in minimal pressings, But the newer punk will be like that. It's not like. No one looks back fondly of the 2018, I don't see it going that big, but of course I don't know anything.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, the way these things go, I mean, the way these trends cycle, you never know, man. I don't know.
Yeah, like will 90s hardcore CDs be collectible like 80s hardcore records? I just don't see it. But
But you wonder, like, it's wild to think about. Like, will people even be into this in 30 years? Are they gonna?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. 10 years from now, we'll probably all be on a baseball card for them,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we'll be around.
For them going, hey, what spark plugs you guys using?
We'll talk.
I mean, I'm sure there's always going to be a small pocket, and that's what makes this show really cool, because we are the pocket right now, at least, in our little universe.
But it's bigger outside of the VC. Like this, the music we listen to is way bigger.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Now, when I was a kid, the punk vocalists that really stood out to me and made me think about their style was Jello Biafra and Leonard Graves Phillips of the Dickies. Oh, yeah. Those guys, they had this crazy tremolo thing and this weird. Their voices didn't sound like regular dude voices; they sounded like something else, right? So that's what really intrigued me about singers, was something that sounded like I'd never heard before.
Leonard Graves is a phenomenal vocalist.
Bubbly water.
Bubbly water, and
it's like Joey Ramone, same thing. That voice just
can't be replicated, man.
Yeah.
The dude from Sloppy Seconds.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
It's funny too. Like what drives me nuts is like, okay, I love the Misfits, I love the Ramones, but I really don't like bands who try to be like the Misfits or the Ramones.
I got that one.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's like, stop it. I thought Pilmer was going to say Clayton from Anti-Scene. Because I knew you grew up with him.
I never. That band never made me think of the vocalist per se, or their style of the vocalist. But the bands that did, they had that weird flavor to the.
I want that one. I never see that.
Yeah, that's a great one.
Good. Yeah.
We make Mika big here. He's showing his Sloppy Seconds records here. Come on.
First 7. Yeah. That's a good count.
Yeah, I like the Kiss.
Destroyed. That's been on my wild list forever.
That's cool.
Wait.
Isn't the story that they got the guy that did the Kiss album to do that artwork?
Really? That sounds like a Hollywood story.
There's
Bobby Steele.
Ryan.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, Bobby Steele down there.
Yeah. Germany.
I know that song.
You're a big fan.
Yeah, I like stuff.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
Uh-oh, we're going to get canceled. Thanks a lot.
That's the song, Ryan, you like.
I love that song, man. I play that song all the time.
And this one, I don't have the sleeve, original sleeve. I mean, it's somewhere in Finland. I haven't found it. Come back to it.
Oh, come back to it. Yeah, Tracy Lord.
That's cool.
The cover is a bit but Comeback Tracy rules.
Very cool.
That was my sloppy seconds.
Thank you. Oh, I almost clicked remove from stream. Hold on. Exit solo layout. I'm still getting used to being a co-host here. So let's go to Mr. Pilmer. I know he had some records in his hand.
Oh, I'm next. Oh, fuck.
I saw. Yeah, come on, baby.
All right. Well, first,
show us the goods.
2 bands I saw last night. I don't know if you're familiar with them, but Horror was the headline.
I watched that clip.
Fucking fantastic.
Oh, I watched your video.
Pretty interesting stuff.
They were great. I tried to shoot the whole show, but my camera overheated twice, so I couldn't. It kept shutting off. But then this is the opening band. I really love them too. They were kind of like if Ammo and the Sniffers was more metal sounding, but they were fantastic.
The footage you got was killer, though.
What's that?
The footage you got was killer. It was great. It was.
Oh yeah, I was fairly drunk when I shot that, so it's amazing that it even turned out. Now, record-wise, okay, RSD. I got the blue vinyl.
I'm trucking.
Nice.
And it sold out.
Uh-huh.
In that one day. So, but a Devo fan found this for me.
How many did they press?
1,000.
Yeah, how many?
Yeah. And then I got this. This is a band that opened for Surfboard when they played here in town. And my friend Tim bought it for me at the show previous because they sold out. So he bought it.
Is that like a female razor?
Yeah.
That was a joke.
Well,
you guys ever heard of Gillette razors?
Yeah. I think that's the reference. Yeah, I think they're making a reference to shaving something. Yeah, so there you go. They're great there. They're and this guy here, he just was on tour with Surfboard as their guitar player because they had to have a fill-in for some reason. So
still talking about
great record. And then I was at Sorry State the other day because I've been taking a walk downtown every day just to get some exercise. And so I just go in the record stores to look around, and I got this. I didn't even have this. This came out, I think, back in the 90s, and I never bought it for some reason. So got it used. Anti-Scene Screaming Bloody Live.
Sweet. Cool. How many Anti-Scene records are there? Like 600?
Man, there's a lot. They've been putting out records for 35 years, and they're good at putting out a lot of records. So
how many you have approximately?
Oh man, I don't know.
He's got all of them.
Most of them.
Almost.
Yeah. Oh, and then
all of them,
my friend Tim Nolan. This is the last thing. My friend Tim Nolan sent me this.
Dwarfs and Surfboard.
Yeah, that's it's really hard. It's really hard to find this one. So I'm trying to be a Surfboard completist, just like I am with Schizo. Cool. So, but yeah, that's
I like dwarf.
And look at this vinyl. Wow. It's like it's got one little blob of pink.
That vinyl's a wang danger right there, baby.
Man, is that this thing? Damn, wang dang. Yeah.
Fuck, this is going bad.
You talk about going bad. Look, I got 2 sealed cassettes.
Gibson, because
my sister has that cassette.
Dude, let me tell you about this. Not this, but this. Okay, this is a promo. Look at it says on the spine. It says,
"What the fuck? This is going bad."
And then this, I got a story about this. There's a girl that works at my favorite punk rock bar in town as the door person, and her family member is in Village People. It's like her great uncle or something. So she's going to hook me up with some Village People shit.
She can't be that punk rock.
Oh, she is.
Hey, have you ever heard Food Fight? That's the punk.
This is punk rock shit, dude.
Oh yeah,
Food Fight. Yeah,
Food Fight sounds like the Dickies.
Have you heard that, Pilmer? The Village People do that?
Oh hell yeah!
He's got it on
I got it on every
colored vinyl.
I got it on every format. I got it autographed right here.
Food colored vinyl.
Yeah.
What does that even mean?
That's my shit.
Good stuff, Pilmer.
Yeah.
Good stuff. I said I wasn't going to buy the new Surfboard on vinyl. I got the cassette. but I found the blue copy for like $9.99 on Discog.
Did you?
Yeah,
Awesome.
so I bought it. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
You were dogging them out 2 weeks ago, and you bought it.
Yeah, I bought it.
Yeah,
it was $10.
That's what we do. That's what we do.
Now, you know, the thing is, like, there's like 3 or 4 songs on the record that I think are fantastic, but I'm going to be honest with you, Michael, there's some songs on the record, they're kind of like try hard. Like, it's too try hardy, you know, like they need to reel it back a little bit.
I just love it. I don't know. I dig it.
I don't know. It seems like some of the songs are like made for like angsty teenagers, you know, and I guess I'm just past that point.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? I don't know, but
it's made for me.
No, hey man, I like some of the record. I think it's a good, and I like their older stuff too. I think it's great.
I'm totally sick with Ammo and the Sniffers' first album. I just can't stop listening to it. Every time, right before I go out of the house, when I'm going out with friends, I listen to that fucking.
So who do you think? Who came out first, Surfboard or Emil?
I think right on the same time, 2016. I think they toured with each other or something.
Because I remember in New Jersey, like when I was living back then, and that was like 5-6 years ago, that Surfboard was based in Brooklyn.
Mm-hmm, yep, that's where I first saw them. Yeah,
and then they moved out to LA.
And as soon as I started telling people about this,
which tells you something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what turns me on. You know?
Well, they got trapped in LA. They were out in LA working on something or visiting somebody, and then the lockdown happened. So they just ended up they lived out there. They lost their place.
Yeah, that's it. That's a ticket.
Yeah, that's what
we'll say. Yeah.
That's what we'll tell everybody.
I was in Charleston, South Carolina, and I made it home.
We didn't move out there for the music industry.
But I think what happened is they lost the lease on wherever they were staying in Brooklyn, so they had to like scramble.
Listen, they seem like good people. I just the some of the songs they just like. I'm like, like the first track on the record drives me nuts. I hate it. I didn't get what I wanted. I want to kill myself. Well, fucking stop talking about it. And, you know,
I think that's part of the lyrical. That's what she's saying is like, most people when they're thinking
party time.
Perfect, Mika. That's perfect. I don't know. I like them as a band, but yeah,
fucking love them.
Yeah, I guess I'll never be able to interview Surfboard now, but whatever. That's okay.
I'm sure stay at your house.
I could live with that.
Who are you going to interview next?
Whoever answers my friggin' emails.
Damn.
You know. But I mean, I got a channel. I got 700 subs. Nobody really cares. It's not. It's not a
800. You get to 800.
We do care. There's just not a lot of people who do.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. No, you know what I mean? We have more dedicated followers, or we follow more dedicatedly than people with big channels and get a lot of views, but they just watch it like any other video.
Yeah. I mean, I love doing those interviews. It didn't matter to me how many people, watch it. I love to talk to people whose music I love, And
when is the next Show Me Your Record coming?
Oh, I got one planned. I can't tell you with who.
Okay.
It's gonna be.
Not shot yet. No.
Probably in a week or two.
Okay.
Cool. Let's put out the video. I'm trying to do like videos every 2 weeks. I'd space it out. Every week's
that's
too much.
Perfect. That's perfect.
Or just do when I feel like I'm pumped to do it.
Yeah.
Whatever. No big deal. John, you want to show us what you're listening to? What John just put out a great video about his Punk 45s.
I don't mind watching the Punk 45s.
Yeah, I showed all those on your stream. That's why I kind of did clean up and showed them again. I got this. This is now a few weeks ago. I did a video on it, but this Birds box set, like Freak Beat Band with Ron Wood, is just absolutely killer. I know Randy has the LP of all this, but to have like the repros of all the 45s.
That's cool.
And this is the Leaving Here, Ryan, that Motorhead covers.
Yeah.
They were his favorite band. He used to hang out with Ron Wood and stuff when he was in the Rockin' Vickers.
That's cool.
And it came with this killer book. It's almost insane.
Who put that out?
This is put out by Flood Gallery. It's like an art gallery. So it's all the photos, everything's they got all these them playing with Lord Such, the Downliner Sect, all the every show they ever played and who they opened for, who opened for them.
That's cool.
It's really cool. But that's that. And then my wife bought this for me. It's just some rare ska on Studio One. It's pretty cool.
That is.
And in this one, this is the Slade single, although I have most of them, but There's a couple I'm missing, but it's the picture sleeve. I didn't open it yet, but it's all the classic Slade.
That's cool for somebody who wants to start their Slade.
Yeah,
it's
missing a couple of good ones, but there's a couple of there's one rare one on here I don't have. And then I bought, if I could find it.
Hey John, you know you got a cigarette hanging out your.
Yeah, it's those. This is.
That's a tampon.
I love those things.
That's a feminine hygiene product there.
Everything's in disarray from DJing, but I did get a killer single from England, and I'm probably not going to be able to find it now, but that's the one I spent all the money on. I can't find it now.
Spent all the money on that one.
That's cool, man.
That's awesome, man. Cool, yeah, I saw your video of that Bird's box set. It's really
cool. Sorry, I show the same thing too many times.
No, I think
can't remember where I show it. Where
John, how many of those flip shelves do you have behind you? How far down does it go?
1, 2. With that 2, 1. What I got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and I got 8 on the other side, and there's 8 underneath both of them. So that would be cool. I don't know. What's that? 32. 32, and I think they fit 100 and.
Don't ask us, man.
40 records each, or at least, you know. So
it's awesome, man.
It's about 5,000 records everywhere, you know. In my other spots.
Very cool.
I think John's the only person in the vinyl community that actually says records like that, you know, honestly and purely.
Record.
Use record as a hip thing, but he says it like.
Yeah, record. Hey, I never even thought about it.
Hey, the way he talks is just the way he talks, baby.
Record.
And the way he walks is just the way he walks. Random.
Yeah, you should do like a 20-minute segment and just like have John pronounce things we want him to pronounce. Like, John, say car.
Yeah. If you put me on the spot, it's going to sound different, you know.
Randy doesn't have his glasses on.
That's right.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
I grew up, man. I came
Ryan,
on with them.
You should ask Randy to do that salt shaker thing.
Oh, Randy,
did you? Good.
All right, make Randy big here. This is a crazy trick, Randy.
I was floored by this.
Mika did it before, and he couldn't believe it. All right, so if you like pretend like you have a salt shaker in your hand.
I'm not falling for this shit, man.
No,
Randy, I couldn't believe Mika fell for that. I'm looking at it like this is kindergarten stuff.
I know. Damn, he's not falling.
I'm watching the whole thing go down.
That's like,
we blew it. Randy wasn't going to fall for that.
Back in grade school, that's when you go, hey, do this. And then you do this, you know, on the other end.
The coin, where you put the coin in your hand and you shake it, but shake it in front of your mouth. Like, I'll make it disappear.
Hey, did you ever have a Hertz donut? No. You want one?
Oh, yeah.
Boom, Hertz donut.
You see, we didn't have these kind of things, you know, in our school. You know,
you lost.
Yeah.
These are around all the Randy. These are the guys we could play 52 pickup with.
Yep. Life lessons, people. Life lessons. Randall, would you like to show us the record you are listening to?
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't feel like it.
Well, over at Bizarro's channel, I showed it. I got a big stack of rockabilly records.
Cool.
But I'll show you a few of them, though. All right.
A few. There's like 20 of them.
Rockabilly Rebs. Rebels Till the End. Oh. These are all imports, you know. Well, this isn't, but this is a Peel session. That's not a. That got in there somehow. What we got here? Sick Kids. That's punk. Oh yeah, this is a cool little comp. It came from Canada. It's kind of like, you know, the 80. It's from 85. It's Montreal, Canada. They put it out, but it's got some cool stuff on it. What we got here? Oh yeah, this isn't.
Dogmatics.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good one.
Yeah, I got a few Dogmatics. Okay, where are we at here? All right, the Blue Cats.
That's great. That's great record. Yeah.
What we got here? Matt Curtis, Ruffabilly. We got. I don't want to take too long on this, but the Deltas.
Yeah, that's the one I want. Yeah, that's a good record. It's an important record.
The drive-ins.
Nice.
And what do we got? Rocky Burnett and the Rock and Roll Trio. Stuff like that. But yeah, there was a whole collection of this stuff somebody brought in, and they were cheap, you know. So I got a bunch. Shakin' Stevens. But then anyway, you get the picture on that. Billy Hancock, Shaking Pyramids, Johnny Burnett, Sonny Fisher, 10-inch.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a great one. A 10-inch.
Yeah,
that's all 50s rock and roll on that. That's original stuff.
Yeah. Texas Rockabilly, Ace. Johnny Carroll. More Shakin' Stevens. I still got another pile over there, but you get the gist of it. I don't want to take up too much time here.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Take up too much time, Randy. We go for 5 hours. 6 hours. It's only hour 2. What am I going to do for 3 more hours?
Now listen. Little Randy has grown up enough to take his glasses off, but he's not comfortable in front of people yet. So you got to let him.
That's right.
That blue. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, John. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that Blue Cats band. Now, if you look at it, they look like Gene Vincent. That's the crossover band. That is the band that started where it was Teddy Boy rock and roll to becoming rockabilly. Like where the scene was changing, there was a break. The new rockabillys were coming in, and the Teddy Boys, and some of the Teddy Boys turned rockabilly. But that's the band before all like the Rock Cats, the Pole Cats, and all the British rockabilly guys came out. They were the crossover from. They almost look like Teddy Boys if you look at them, but they're a really good band.
John, do you think that the Teds versus the Punks was a real?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Wow. What a rivalry, man.
Because
think about it. We all like kind of the same stuff.
Yeah.
No, different youth movements and
that one there.
You could see the sideburns, and then them being based a little more on Gene Vincent was a Teddy Boy thing,
right?
Yeah, and the couple singles they put out are fantastic.
John, what did the Teddy Boys wear? What was their gear?
Drapes. They wore like long jackets, they were called drapes, and they had sometimes velvet collars, but nice. They wore tailored creepers, cuffed pants that went to drain pipe pants.
Wow.
There's the one photo of Johnny Rotten with like the blue suit on with like, I think
because they used to go to Malcolm McLaren's shop was called Let It Rock or something.
Yeah,
and he sold Teddy Boys stuff. Yeah, but the Teds kind of didn't do very good business. Because they would go to real tailors, but I'm a big Teddy Boy not historian, but I used to hang out with a lot of the old guys. I met a lot of them, and I have books and the music.
That's cool. I'm always interested in the rivalry between.
Oh yeah, there's I maybe here it's sticking out.
Yeah, show me a book I should read or something.
This book. I want to know more about this is a book written by what's his name, Noel Razor Smith. It's just a book. There's no pictures, or maybe I don't think there's any pictures, but. He was a Ted probably in the late 70s. It was really big in 77, but he went over to the rockabilly scene. They crossed over and they were called Rebel Teds. They started wearing just black leather jackets, not quite rockabilly clothes, but like a T-shirt, black leather jackets and jeans. And you could kind of mix with both scenes. But there was fights within the rockabilly scene and the Teddy Boy scenes from different neighborhoods or council houses or different areas of London would fight. And that would be at the gigs, but on the way to the gigs, you had to watch out for the skinheads. And so there's all the stories about the skinheads and the rockabillys, and the rockabillys and Teds. And the punks, they would just all beat up the punks because they were skinny kids and they really were like sniffing glue and on drugs and like art school kids. And these were all working class, like Teddy Boy was just so uncool. They were what we would have called like heavy metal kids in the suburbs or something.
Right.
So they were the working class.
Okay, cool.
Hey, as far as the fashion goes with that stuff, I don't know why I think this, but is there any connection at all to like the Cab Callaways of like the 1930s where they were doing the zoot suits and the pants that were like...
It kind of looks that way, but I don't think it really was, but it's possible. It was more the Edwardian era. They're called Teds because of Edwardian, the old English, but it was after the war. The Teds actually started in the early 50s before rock and roll, but everything in England was rationed.
Right.
So for me to come out and spend all my money on this material the jackets would come down to your knees, like extra long, a giant cuff with extra material. It was like obnoxious, like kind of the way in the 70s pimps were, where you'd be in a poor neighborhood and you come out with a crazy hat, jewelry, and these shoes and a Cadillac. And it was like throwing the money in everyone's faces. And that's the Teds, except they're working class. And like mothers are scrimping on material, remaking hemming jeans for kids. And these guys came out with these expensive clothes. And it was just a big FU.
Yeah. The first time that music for me, when somebody popped out, in early music as somebody who kind of dressed rebellious, I guess, or whatever, but that was Cab Calloway. He did that kind of he created it all himself, really created the zoot suit and all that shit. So I thought that was really kind of cool and rebellious.
The best thing about the Teddy Boy scene is it's really been one continuous thing. You had the guys from the early 50s, and like the next generation came out in like I have all books, but like they were still around in the 60s, and some split up and became like bikers or the rockers, the motorcycle guys, but it kept going. And the guys who the mainstream was in the late set, like let's say 77 was the peak, and it was more Teddy Boys than there were like punks, and name any sub genre. It's just they were out all scattered through England, and the press didn't want to talk about them because it was old hat and they were losers. But the guys in the 70s who were in their 20s were hanging out with the guys who were in their 40s. So they had like, it was still connected from the 50s. It's very interesting. Like when I went to punk, I knew a couple of the older kids, but I wasn't hanging out with like 60s garage punks. There was no connection. Each generation only saw the generation before or after. But with the Teds, it's been connected. And a lot of the kids became Teds. Like, I talked to guys like my first concert was Billy Lee Riley. My dad took me in 71, and it's like you didn't see like Led Zeppelin, you didn't see this, and like it's almost a closed community. It's interesting.
John, when would you say the Teddy Boys fizzled out? What year around?
Probably around 80.
80. Okay.
Yeah, Rockabilly was huge, even though they don't talk about it much in rock and roll history because they didn't have the bands. But as far as the clubs and the DJs, it was massive. Like if you looked up an old London gig thing, you'd see all these record hops, not necessarily the big shows, but they were happening all over. And the 90s was huge too. In
I was going to say there was like a huge rockabilly revival in Europe,
huge right? in the early 90s. I caught the tail end of that, but then it became global by the time we were in it in the mid 90s. But before that, most of the guys were a little older than me, the rockabilly guys. But I mean, it was mad. You'd go to clubs and they'd be packed, and they were happening. You couldn't go to all of them because it'd be like 3 or 4 a night.
Yeah. And it was funny because, before your explanation, I was, and it makes sense to me that before I was saying, we all like the same thing, but that's me looking at it in 2022. I have all that stuff laid before me and I can listen to it and it's great, but they were two separate youth movements at kind of around the same time.
Oh, there had to be about 6 or 7 separate youth movements. Yeah. There was a lot. There was the hippies. You had the hippies too.
Yeah.
Who were who were the college kids.
Right.
That was mostly the Prague hippie kids. And you had the working class kids who were going to be the skinheads and the rock and the Teddy Boys. Now punks, some of them were poor, some of them were art school kids, some of them were in it for a minute and then went and got real jobs. Like it was kind of a fad, the punk thing.
Yeah.
77 to 79.
It's easy to see how they could clash for sure.
Yeah, and you also had the metalheads, that's something going on. There was the festival people who were like into Hawkwind and a lot of they were almost like hippies, but they were the druggy hippies and they'd follow around all these festivals in England. There's a lot of scenes.
What's funny about it, John, is like you look back at those eras, right? And it's a known thing that there was rivalries between the Teds and the punks and all stuff. But now you look at it and it's almost like everybody's in this one happy big clique. Like I'm not going to a show and seeing a teddy boy and I'm gonna like hate him. I'm gonna fight him. Everybody just gets along. I don't know.
Yeah, I see that now. I see the meteors are on like Oi festivals, a psychobilly band, and I see them grouped in, and the younger kids, people my age and younger, like both. But it's not like that if you go to a rockabilly thing and they're still there. I will go to one infrequently now, but it's like the same people, newer people come in, but older people, and they don't know, like guys who would like I had an old friend who was a teddy boy. He became a rockabilly. He's older than me. He's probably 60 something by now, but I knew him when he was 40 or 39. But he was a DJ. He lived in London. He was DJ, big record collector, was out every night, spent his whole youth on the London scene and everything. He never heard of the Clash. Just never heard of them. I'm like, but that's just how it was. Wow. You didn't care. He didn't talk to punks.
It didn't bother. Wow, that's.
I mean, a record collection, and he was a DJ. He would go DJ nights and
talk to Don West.
Didn't know who the Clash were, and he wasn't bullshit.
That's crazy, man.
That's how it is.
But there's almost like a sick part of me that respects that guy so much. He's so into what he loves that nothing else matters. I get.
And he wasn't sitting in his room just listening to the same 12 records. I mean, he was a guy who was out, had friends, gangs, whatever, and that's just how a lot of them are.
All right. What do you think about this theory? Okay. So back then when all that rivalry was going around between these gangs of kids who all dressed the part, they all had their look and their belief systems, and that was their social drama, really. That was like how they acted out social drama. Now we have the internet, which not only lets you act out social drama in packs against people, but the internet also introduces you to all this fucking music. And so like Kid was saying, you have your pick, you have it laid out in front of you now. But back then, not only did you have to kind of spice up your life with a little social drama somehow, but the music, you had to really dig and find it. And then when you found it, you like held it. Like,
well,
it's a great point.
Yeah. In America, it's different. In England, where you grew up, you had to worry about the neighborhood kids. So basically, if you grew up in a neighborhood where a lot of skinheads were, you're going to be a skinhead, and that's or a soccer hooligan. Right. You kind of picked where your neighborhood was to be safe. And England is different than America. We don't get in the fights in America unless we're assaulting someone. Like we a bar fight is a fight between two guys who got an argument. But in England, they'll go out there. Maybe not so much anymore, but they would go out and fight, like drink and fight as a hobby. The fights were a lot more common.
Well, it's like people aren't maybe that bored anymore, so they don't really have to go get in fights to escape boredom.
That's a really good point you brought up about the internet and everybody being able to.
I mean, that's how you get some kind
drama. But the problem is you can also do it with you can do it with anonymity.
Oh yeah,
you almost have no self. It's
a different beast.
Like John was saying, you grew up in a neighborhood, you had some kind of self, you belonged to something, and you stood up for it, and you just delved into it. It was life.
That's why I really like those movements like that, because back then it was based on a passion for wanting to belong and needing to belong, and then having this passion for this music and this fashion, and that was your people, that was your family, right? Because most of those people probably didn't really enjoy their real families, right? So I think it's beautiful when those things happen in music and culture, but now it's kind of watered down with the internet. It's kind of like,
Another thing that I think gets lost with rock and roll, like rock and roll isn't just a choice of music. Rock and roll was always the music for the poor, the working class, the people who were in the suburbs who felt like rebels or rejects and they didn't fit in. It was not a mainstream thing where I go see a Pink Floyd concert next to dentists. Like all the guys in this book and the Teddy Boys and even the heavy metal guys and the punks, they were criminals. They were drug addicts. They would fight. They would curse. They weren't politically correct. And they were the losers. Like even growing up, if you were into like Judas Priest and stuff, you're the guy with the denim jacket, smoking cigarettes, thinking about breaking windows, or even if you weren't, you just didn't fit in. And punk rock was the same way. And we lost that with rock and roll. It's not for the weak of heart. And,
it's packaged now.
That's a great point. But when do you think we lost that? When did it?
Internet.
Well, we didn't lose it. It ebbed and flowed. In the late 50s, they took back control and they started marketing it all the pop guys. But it went underground, and you had surf bands, and then all the garage rock and frat rock came up. It never made it too mainstream. And then the hippie movement came, and you had like the Stones were still dangerous. The Stones were dangerous right up until like 1980. If you saw the Stones in the 70s and you looked around a giant arena concert, There's drug dealers, bikers, hippies, you know, people from prison and people doing coke. It was wild people, like long hairs and all freaks. It wasn't until like the 90s, late 80s with you know, it changed somewhere there for that sort of stuff. But
I totally understand what you're saying, because when you go to a show and there's an atmosphere at a show, you know, when you're at a show that you're like, this is like legit. This, you can feel it in the air, man.
Yeah.
And then
it's still there. That's why you're like, people like you were digging and finding the real stuff. And you got to go to Australia to get this here. Right. You got to go here. And, you know, the schizos, you know, it's around. You know, sometimes bands get big again, but, you know, rock and roll is always around. It ebbs and flows, and you got to search for it. But it's not going to the Rolling. And I love the Stones. I don't want to knock them, but a Rolling Stones concert now, when it's $300 a ticket and all these straight people there, is not the same as seeing them in the 80s when you were there with all these derelicts, you know, or rockers or rebels. You know, you could be smart and successful, still like rock and roll, but you're on the fringe. Yeah, you're always on the fringe.
Do you think there's any possibility that anything in the culture could eventually replace rock and roll, but do the same thing? Like you know, fill that spot.
I imagine in the hip hop scene and the gangster scene, you know, and other things. I'm sure that exists. It's just I'm not familiar with it.
Even beyond the idea of music genre, like something else that would be like rock and roll, but maybe not music. But
I imagine the art world had their rebels and stuff doing things. The film industry had their rebels. You know, books, obviously, authors came up with controversial books, and there's underground comic books. There's things everywhere, but I'm not familiar with all that.
You think maybe some of that stuff would come back and fill a hole if rock and roll did actually, like you say, just, you know, kind of melt away and become nothing. There's got to be something else to fill that gap.
There's not as many rebels as there used to be. People all go to the same mall, wear the same clothes. Even in the VC, if something gets released, everyone's got to buy that record. There's not too many people who are real rebels or individuals. I mean, there are. I'm painting with a broad brush. But when you were a kid, there was so many different types of people and weirdos, guys with feathers in their hair, guys talking to themselves.
But how did you meet those people? You met those people head on, face to face. You didn't meet them online. And so it kind of waters down human relationships when you have that online thing going. You know, it's like things become less passionate and less involved and less cohesive. And
if we're all seeing the same media, we're all going to end up with the same stuff. If we see the same TV shows, the same computer, whereas in the real world, everyone's out in their neighborhoods doing their own thing.
Richie's comment, the first time Pill played LA, there was a tense vibe in the air. And that's what I was thinking, you know, when I was saying that last comment was, I've gone to see plenty of bands. Anytime we all go to a lot of shows, right? We go see bands. There's some times where I just go see a band and I feel like, oh, I saw a band. There's other times where I'm like, I'm at a place where like, there's a moment in time where you're like, there's no other place in the world.
That's called a religious experience.
Nah, there's no such thing. But you go, there's no other place in the world that I'd rather be right now. This is like something really cool, like special. And like, I'd imagine that's what Richie felt like when he saw Pill play in LA. Like there's tension, there's excitement, there's, you know, and that's even
the full moon helps. If it's a gig on a full moon night, absolutely helps. Believe it or not.
Yeah.
Because it affects our chemistry and things are a little wild. It doesn't work every time, but some of the best gigs were on the full moon nights. But a concert is a triangle. You have 3 points of energy. You have the performer putting out a show to the audience. You have the audience giving back to the performer, and you have the audience giving to each other. And you could go to a show and have a great time where everyone's having a great time and the band sucks. You could have a band be totally great and it just pathetic out in the crowd. Like there's 4 people get it, no one cares. But when you have everyone feeding off each other, you can actually, it raises like exponentially. And sometimes when you have the band that actually is controlling it and the crowd's feeding, you could actually like raise the roof off a place almost literally. Yeah. And you could see it happening. And it could even be just a local band. Right. But if everything's right, all 3 points, it's you know, I've done this. I've been to 2,000 shows. You know, you see it happen, but very rarely. But when all 3 work. But
what you were talking about too was like when you get into a club and you see the crowd. It's all different characters.
Yeah.
The best shows I've ever been to have been when the crowd is wild. And I don't mean wild and just going crazy, but they're all
everyone's just a little jumpy. Everyone's like
and they're excited about themselves, and they're excited about the band that's playing, and the energy is unbelievable. It's unmatched.
And everyone's confident who's in there. Like you walk in and you're not like this. Like everyone's like, hey, like you come in and everyone's like that, and you start feeding. And even if the band sucks, it's still a good night because you still have those 2 points going. But when a band's in there, and if it's an amazing band, I'm telling you, like it just gets crazy.
100%, man. 100%.
I mean, but that feeling, I know that feeling you're talking about, because like I said, I consider them to be religious experiences. I really do. When I'm in a concert sometimes, everything just gels. It's like one of my favorite bands. I get to go backstage. I got to, everything's just like happening.
Yes.
It's like,
it could work if it's happening 2 ways. Like when I saw, let's say, Sylvain, he was great. No one was there. There was about like maybe 15, 20 of us, maybe 30 of us who were really into the show, but it was a great show, but it wasn't a magic show.
But that feeling, what I'm trying to think of is like, okay, that feeling and you're getting it from this basically rock and roll, right? So what if, like you were saying, rock and roll is dying? Is there something else that we could get that feeling from? I don't think I could.
Not me. I'm rock and roll.
No, absolutely.
I'm sure it's out there. Maybe sports or something. Maybe people who are into sports. I'm just guessing, but I'm rock and roll. I don't know.
That would be it for you. But for me, I can't imagine like, how would I get that feeling if rock and roll's not involved? That just doesn't make sense to me.
I'll say this: like the last show I went to is that band Total Hell. Drew Owen from Sick Thoughts has like this cool like new wave British heavy metal kind of sounding band called Total Hell. And I went and I didn't expect anyone to be there. And the room is maybe twice the size of this record room, which is nothing. But there's like 120 kids packed into it. And I'm like, holy shit. And you could feel the heat, man. You could feel the energy of the people. And I'm talking to people in the crowd. I've never talked to people in my life about bands like Kool and the Gangbangers and all these cool new bands coming out like GT. And I'm thinking to myself, like, whoa, like I'm not alone. Like this is real, man. But you got to have something real come to your city for you to realize it, man. And it just rejuvenated me, man. It gave me the energy to like, just keep rolling, man. Like, I know I'm a weirdo, but there's other weirdos just like me,
Oh yeah, there's lots of us.
That vibe you were describing right there, and I use vibe because I know there's some teenagers watching and they love that word. But that vibe you were describing, where you're in a little tiny place and everybody's passionate for years, and this is years ago. There was a sweet spot in Raleigh's history where we had all these cool punk rock house parties going on, underground house parties where you would just figure out where the house is. The basement would be where the band plays. Everybody's crammed in there, doing lots of things illegally, breaking things. But it was I'm glad I'm here. I'm so glad I'm here.
Yeah, that's scenes that happens throughout history. And that would be like the summer of 67 for the hippies, definitely like UK, 77, 78 with the punk scene. The mod scene, 65, 66, where that was happening, those scenes it's the rockabilly scene, very small, but it was like that for me for a couple of years when we were all together, the same shows. And
this might seem ridiculous, but it's very similar also to that underground rave scene that started in the 90s. Yes, they were having those illegal warehouse parties, and you would like see notes on telephone poles with cryptic directions on how to get there. It was just crazy.
Yeah, the thrash metal scene was like that when it first, like the heavy metal scene, when it was starting to turn thrash. It was because most people didn't like that. All those metalheads that were listening to Quiet Riot. So it was an interesting scene. It was magical. Everyone was 15 to 20, and it was all new music.
Michael, when one time I was going to see the Spits in New York, and I got on a train. I was in New Jersey, and I got on the NJ Transit, and there was this like raver guy or whatever, and he was sitting a couple seats up from me. We looked at each other, and we both realized we were both pretty weird,
Both
and
nerds.
We started talking, and he's like, "What are you going to do?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm going to see this punk band called the Spits in New York, man. It's going to be fucking wild. The show is crazy." He's like, "Oh, I'm going to this rave in Brooklyn." And he started talking about, he was so passionate about these raves. And for a minute, I was like, dude, I might ditch this fucking Spits show and go to this rave and hang out,
I remember in the 90s, there was kind of a punks versus ravers thing going on. I was trying to think about that. I was like, who were the punks against in the 90s?
I loved them both. A friend of mine had to convince me for about a year and a half to go to a rave. I didn't want to go. I didn't think I would like the music. I didn't think I would. I I thought it was going to be like a bunch of acid heads tripping out and drooling on themselves. And I thought the music was going to be like house music or something is what I was imagining. But when I got there and I did the ecstasy and I like heard the drum and bass and all that, I was like, wow, oh my goodness, I love this. It was so cool.
The way he was talking about it, I was like, dude, this sounds fucking amazing.
Yeah. I love anyone who's passionate about something. I might not like it, but I'll that's why the VC, I'll watch people showing music I don't like, but if they're passionate about it and, you know, it holds my interest, I can respect it.
Yeah,
you know?
that's what I was going to say, John. It's like, you know, people who show records maybe I wouldn't like, but they're passionate, but they have stories about how the first time they saw this band or how it affected them and all this stuff. Like that stuff I could buy into because it's real.
Yeah.
You know, they're just telling their,
I could respect comic book collectors or if they're passionate or model trains, whatever you're into, I could imagine your little world and I could understand it.
I get it, you know.
I think right now we are part of kind of what is going to fill the gap of not having that social connection that you used to have because now there's so much social connection like this. But I think YouTube communities and Zooms and these live videos, I think this is kind of the new underground kind of like the birth of this little idea that people live stream from home all the time. You know?
Yeah, it's fun because you put out these videos and all you want to do is connect with people who like the stuff that you like. And I'll tell you what, man, like I get emails from people and about the videos, and man, they shoot me bands that I'm like, it blows my mind, some of these bands, and I'm like, wow, because it's happening in their part of the world or their part of the country. I would never know unless I was in that scene.
Yeah,
it's really cool. I like it a lot.
Like YouTube is like my fanzine these days. That's where I go to find out about shows.
That's exactly what it is.
What records are coming out. Yeah. It's like, the new fanzine.
100%, man. 100%.
When are we getting a video from Scotty?
Yeah, that's what I want. I'm going to grab a beer and take a piss.
One of these days I'll do it. I did like 10 years ago.
Yeah, I remember you said that.
I made like 4 or 5 videos. They're all hidden. I still have them.
Just do a sleep stream. Do a sleep stream.
Yeah,
room tour.
Room tour.
I'm going to get another beer. I'll be right back.
No, I'll do something someday, maybe.
Oh, that would be sweet. That's cool. So 3 people pay enough.
So what's only 6 people can come up now? Is that what I heard?
Yeah, man. I mean, I haven't fixed the issue. My bank has a problem with StreamYard. I don't know why, but they're not letting the direct, charge go.
You're not using a Swiss bank.
No, lousy Hungarian bank. I don't know. It was fine for a year, but now they started to block it. I don't know why.
Did you say you only have 6 up here?
Yeah.
Okay, because I'll gladly get off if someone wants to come up. Like if Richie wants to come up or someone.
If somebody new wants to come up, I can totally step out.
Let's wait until someone says that on the Peanut Gallery who wants to join. Just say, or whatever, man.
Because technically, I was the first, so I should probably be the first to drop.
You could stay on. I go on every week, so you could. I'll gladly get off.
You're going to get off.
I'm not going to be part of this
when I get off. DNC.
Yeah, but someday we have to turn this little meeting into a physical thing somewhere. Like we'll have to plan it in advance or something. But we have.
What happened with that trip to the UK?
Well, the Dickies tour got canceled, of course, and it's a pain in the ass to get a flight, especially overseas. Everything's getting all the flights are getting canceled, even for bands that are touring. You can't get a flight that doesn't get canceled anymore.
What's happening, man?
Yeah, the cost of living also changed too. Like prices, of tickets, everything.
I could never afford to go to England right now. I could barely afford to take a road trip somewhere.
Somewhere I'll see you in DC. You're coming up to DC, right?
I'm going to come to see DC to see Ammo and the Sniffers September 24th, I think.
Yeah, I'll see you there.
So you want to meet up? You want to go to the show?
Got to take a piss.
I think I'm going to go to Nashville, dude.
Nashville's just far.
Yeah.
They're coming to Boston, but they're playing this like real high-end place that's just off the map.
Really?
Kind
They're
of
real popular now.
Where is it? 930 Club, I think, DC.
I've been at 930. Yeah. That place is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's totally cool. And there's a club right across the street called the DC 9, which is I saw Surfboard and Pussy Gillette there, and that was awesome.
DC 9's where I saw the Vibrators a few years ago. It's a cool place. That's where I go to pre-drink before I go to 930 Club.
Oh.
It's a bummer about that Ammo band because like they'd be so good in these small, sweaty clubs. but they're playing these like giant places now. I'm sure they're great live. I'm sure they have major energy, but it's just like they're a band made for those small clubs.
Yeah, I know. Well, hopefully they own it and they still do great stuff because
listen. I hope
they seem like cool people too.
I hope they keep putting records out. I hope they get their bag, man. I hope they get their money and they're smart with it when they get it.
Yeah, they all seem like pretty smart people. I've watched a couple of interviews with them. They seem like pretty cool. Yeah, just like nerds, smart nerds.
The first 2 EPs, that Giddy Up and Big Attraction, I fucking love those.
I don't have that yet. That's the red cover, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I don't have that one yet. I'm looking for that one. I've been walking to record stores here in town, different ones every few days, and nobody has them anymore. So I'll keep digging them.
They're great, man.
I like the hunt.
Even the first record was great. I mean, the newest one was awesome too.
I can't wait. Yeah, I hate the cover. I'm with you on the cover.
The cover is terrible. It is so bad.
I'm always in favor of, when in doubt, just put the band on the cover.
Exactly. They look so cool. Why not just put them on there, man? Mullets and all, just fucking rock.
I think that cover looks good in Walmart. You know.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
No, I mean, I think that was what the thinking was. It looks good on the shelves in the chain stores.
It looks like candy.
Super smart.
There was an alternative cover of it that it was like a clay version. It looked like clay.
What?
That looks a little bit cooler than the regular, but it's still not cool. It sucks.
I think that would have been a great gatefold design or an inner sleeve, but not the damn cover.
Yeah, the cover is a bad choice for the cover.
Let us bitch about more stuff like that.
Hey, but the songs on the record are great, man. I think they're really cool.
I can't wait to get it. I like their first album so much. I know I'm gonna like everything else.
I called it last year. I said Amel's gonna go solo soon. Watch. I guarantee it. Guaranteed.
She's gonna go country.
No, she's gonna go solo, but it's gonna be some kind of like dancey punk stuff. She's gonna be kind of like
it's gonna start with her and a big artist doing some sort of project together. She'll be on their album or maybe like on a award performance, like
Ted
an award
Nugent?
program. No, not Ted Nugent. Someone more contemporary.
I like how John says big artist and Ted Nugent comes to mind for Michael. Like he's a big artist now still.
Yeah. Oh, you mean heavy set? Do you mean heavy set?
I thought you meant that. Yeah. Oh man. John switching to Budweiser, man. Good for you.
Randy, are you muted? I can't hear anything.
Oh.
Yeah, Randy's laid back tonight, man.
Hey, Ryan.
What?
Oh, we can't hear you.
Something's with Randy's audio.
We can't
hear
you.
He's messing around. It's not true.
No, I think he doesn't know.
Ryan, what did you get this week?
Look.
I'm muted.
Okay.
Sorry.
Please.
Haven't heard you,
trick.
Yeah, we weren't being. I was wondering why you're being so quiet. Damn.
That's an old hat. Have you noticed
all that? So you didn't hear anything I said? I mean, man,
the stream was better when he was.
I went the cure for cancer. You guys missed it.
I went around for each of you and said some really nice things. What I think about each of you.
Please, whatever. Yeah, whatever.
He promised us
all. Just what I need.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh my god.
I really did wonder why is he being so quiet.
No.
I guess you need to be more animated when you talk so that we know that you're talking and we're not hearing you.
Yeah.
Wave your arms around when you say something.
Kind of like Kermit the Frog.
Yeah.
Machine Gun Kelly. Man, they're firing them out. Yeah.
Machine Gun Kelly.
We are grown men.
We are. Are we not men? We are the VC.
My goodness. You got it right. Some people, they just don't get it and they say we are not men. I'm like, no, it's not it. That's not it at all.
It's not it. Yeah.
It's not the idea.
We're not.
Dude, I still have yet to see Devo live.
Yeah.
I didn't either.
Not that. Yeah.
It's a tough one getting them to do it these days.
Yeah.
I was looking up their past tour dates. They've been to DC a few times since I've lived here. I somehow missed it.
Yeah, they played maybe a big Boston show like 12 years ago or something, and they couldn't give the tickets away. And I didn't want to go. And I'm like, it's not gonna be good. And the tickets were down to like $5 the day of the show. And I think they added opening bands to try to get more people because they're playing a big outdoor venue. And everyone,
a festival?
No, it wasn't a festival. It was the Pavilion in Boston.
I can't remember when we played.
I say about 12 years ago. But everyone who went, everyone of my friends said it was like the best show ever. And I'm like, damn, I should have went for $5.
I would love to see them, man.
I just wasn't in the mood. Like Devo, sometimes it I don't know. I just wasn't in the mood for it.
Yeah, you got to be in the mood for that kind of thing.
Yeah,
you got to be in the mood. Well, even Devo has to be in the mood. That's why we can't get him to fucking tour.
I regret that one.
Yeah, I would love to see him, man.
Man, I'm seeing them. There's a lot of stuff from 82 and 78 and 80 in Boston, but I don't remember playing Boston recently.
Yeah, absolutely.
You sure it wasn't Il Devo? It was probably Il Devo you were going.
No. It was big. It was at the Pavilion. I remember the show. I know at least 15 people who went. You know, it was, and everyone said it was fantastic. Like people who've seen enough shows, they would say it was crap if it was. You know,
I totally wish I could have seen them in their heyday. I totally missed out on all that. I was too young and in the wrong place at the wrong time. But man. Even seeing them over the last 20 years has been good, but I wish I couldn't see them when they were in their 20s and 30s, you know?
I read that Cheetah Chrome book, and he was talking about opening for Devo.
Oh, yeah, they got in fights, those guys.
Yeah, they didn't like each other. They got in fights because I don't know if it was Cheetah or somebody in the Dead Boys went up and pantsed one of the.
Oh, there's a photo of it, and it's in the Devo book that came out. It's actually Cheetah. It has his hands on Mark's pants. Mark's ass is out, and there's people reaching for Cheetah, and there's roadies fighting with. It's awesome, and there's a recording.
I love that.
There's a recording when Devo opened for Sun Ra at a WMMS Halloween party in like 74 or 76 or whenever it was, 77. Dead Boys were opening, or they were in the crowd, and you can hear on the recording that was released, it's called Devo the Mongoloid Years, and you can hear Cheetah going, "Are you guys going to let these people prostitute themselves?" Or he was calling them prostitutes or something because he thought they were selling out or whatever. Oh, it was crazy. So then Devo was, fighting them off as they were playing and calling him Devo. He is Devo, and pointing at him.
He is Devo. He looks like a Cro-Magnon man.
They were drunk punk rockers there, and but they had a love-hate relationship. Those guys, they were always
Ohio boys.
They were always at each other's shows. So,
dude, I'm seriously thinking about driving to Illinois because the Dead Boys are playing. It's just Cheetah and some other guys, but the Briefs are opening.
Yep.
Oh, right.
Dude,
Briefs and the Dead Boys. That's really cool.
I saw that. Yeah, they're not coming over.
You won't believe this, Ryan. Okay, check this out. So we have a devotional event that we have every year in Ohio, and we have it over a 2-day period, Friday and Saturday. So this year it's September 16th and 17th. So the 18th, I was going to be in Ohio to hang out with family, and then I was going to go home on the 19th. The Dead Boys are playing at the same place that the devotional is happening the day after. So Briefs are opening, and I'm like, oh man, I've heard so much about the Briefs from Ryan, so I'm going definitely.
Dude, I might go. Which city is that in?
It's
you
Ohio.
guys do know that
Cleveland.
Stiv Bader's died, right?
Yeah, he's dead.
Long time ago, yeah.
No, you guys realize that.
Why don't you take that call and go outside?
Yeah, I'd go just to see Cheetah. That's for sure.
Should go back in time and stay there.
What are tickets, like $5?
I don't know. I'm gonna get in free.
I'm more excited. I'm more excited to see the Briefs, man.
I would too.
Icing on the cake, man. Yeah,
I read the little review of the Briefs, and they described them. I was like, it totally sounds
the
like
Briefs are fantastic, man.
That's I've seen Cheetah Chrome a few times.
Yeah,
Briefs blow him away.
Yeah, I can't wait.
He's good. Out of respect, he's a good show, but the Briefs blew him away.
Yeah, they're gonna blow him away 100%, dude. The Briefs
of that,
are the band that I grew up on.
I know you've talked a lot about them.
All these 70s punk bands, and I love the Briefs, man.
You sold me on them, dude. I'm gonna go.
Yeah, they're great, man.
First time I saw the Briefs, it was the Briefs, the Toilet Boys, and the Damned.
Yeah,
awesome
they did.
Yesterday, I bought the Toilet Boys album. I saw there was a reissue. I was like, oh, they were pretty cool live too. Yeah. Kind of like Wayne County.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Toilet Boys, the Briefs blew me away the first time I saw them in Vegas because I wasn't expecting they had the right look, the right sound at the right time. No one was doing that. They were fantastic. But the Toilet Boys blew me away too. They played our local bar. And I saw the guitar player walking around like Nikki Sixx, and we were making fun of the guy and giving him shit and he had look at these guys because they look like Motley Crue basically, right. But it's like I don't know 1997 or 2001, whatever it was.
I saw him
whatever. Yeah, it was right around, and I never heard of them. So we're kind of all joking with them. They got up on stage and they were fantastic. They just I was into it like right away, and I was so anti them, ready to make fun of them. Yep. And then talking to the singer she, whatever it is, like she was funny as hell. Yeah. And we've seen them a few other times, but they were great.
You know, speaking of music movements, like you were talking about the TEDs and those music scenes where everybody dresses like that Sunset Boulevard hair metal scene that back then I hated it. I was, punk rock industrial weirdo, but I've learned to love it. And I saw a documentary, which was not really a documentary. It was just a bunch of original footage that one of these no-name bands on the Strip shot. And it was like this scene that was incredible. Like everybody was dressed in the heels and the fucking hair, and they were all passing out flyers to each other for their shows. And it was like, they're all doing drugs, and they had girls doing their laundry for them at the apartment that they were staying at. It was like nuts. Wow. It was crazy.
They could make a movie of it and call it Decline of the Western Civilization.
Almost. If you Google it, there's a band from LA that was called Circus, and they had this crazy history of being this band on the street, and they documented everything, and that's what I saw. So if you Google that, it's a trip.
There's a really cool documentary about the Briefs called "The Greatest Story Ever Told," and
I got that.
DVD. Yeah, I loved it, man, because they were in Seattle, and a band in Seattle, and all this grungy stuff was happening, and it's everybody ominous and dark hair and they've all bleached their hair blonde and were wearing suit jackets and playing this 70s punk stuff. And it's wild. And there's one thing in that movie that sticks out in my head, till this day, was they're playing some club in Seattle, and they were just about to get signed to, was it Reprise? Is that their label?
Reprise,
whatever. Yeah. Reprise. Yeah. And they're playing in
that was
Seattle.
Frank Sinatra's label.
Yeah. And there were 10 people in the crowd in Seattle. And all of a sudden they got signed, and they were playing with that band Die Totenhosen overseas.
Oh yeah.
To thousands of people. And it was insane. It was insane. And when they came back to the States, I got into them, and they were always the opening band. They were always the openers, and they never really got their due. And what I love now is they're coming around again, and they're the headliners now. They're like a band to see, it makes me happy because they're getting their due.
I can't wait to see them. You should see if you look at their tour dates, see if they're around.
Yeah.
So this one I saw him in 2002.
Can I show that? See that head again? The head on that guy?
Kalamazoo, Michigan.
That's Lance Romance.
Kalamazoo.
Yeah.
And I'd seen him in Florida multiple times before this, and so Chris Brief, he did that's his map of Florida, saying it sucks.
You guys
and
know
I remembered my girlfriend then in Florida, and so I think it was Lance Romance wrote "Don't Worry About the Ladies" because she wasn't there with me in Kalamazoo. We split up, but yeah.
That's where Martin Guitars started, Kalamazoo.
Yeah, really? Gibson.
That's where the Spits
Gibson.
Gibson, Kalamazoo, Michigan.
Yeah, Gibson.
Yeah. And
Martin's in Nazareth, PA, right?
Martin sounds right. I think it is.
There used to be a Gibson factory in Memphis, but they closed it.
Yeah, they moved it from Michigan to Tennessee, Nashville, I think. A big one now. But then China or something.
I remember there was this really small club called Hamilton Street Cafe in Bound Brook, New Jersey, and the Briefs were coming to play, and me and my friends were such big fans. We started a band, so we pushed to get the opening spot so we could open for them, and we did it, and it was hilarious because we played and we were terrible. We practiced for 3 weeks, and I remember I was talking to Chris Brief, the drummer. I was like, "Hey man, I'm a big fan of your band." I'm like, "We just played." And he goes, "Yeah, you guys were good." I'm just like, oh fuck, man. I just didn't have the money to get into the show. It's easier to start a band. And
what was the band's name? Your band's name?
I'm not giving that out because people are going to be looking it up.
That'd be like Chevy Chase and Caddyshack. You're not good. You're still good.
Yeah. But I appreciated his honesty. They were fantastic that night, man. That was awesome. Yeah, I love it. I'm really thinking about going up to Illinois to see him. Cheers, man.
Cheers.
Cheers. Mr. Pilmer.
Yeah, I was thinking about doing a shot. I bought this.
Come on, get it, baby. It's Saturday night. Come on.
I'm working with this Mexican guy, or a few of them, and
here we go.
I was telling him, he brought me back this big ass burrito. It was like 5 pounds. I shit you not. I ate that whole thing for lunch, and then he brought this hot sauce. But he was telling me to buy this Cazadoros.
That's the stuff I buy. Yeah.
Wait, is that tequila?
Smooth. That is smooth, man.
I can't do tequila. No,
and it's only $28 a bottle, man. Cheap.
Yeah, when I get tequila, I try to find that.
Yeah,
that's blackout potion for me.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
You realize if we ended the stream now, it would be like a beautiful, perfect stream. Everybody would be happy.
Let's ruin it right now.
Here we go.
You should just end it and restart a new stream.
Now everybody's doing shots and it's going to go downhill,
This is the nice stream, and then the next one will be the shit show. It's coming up. Yeah.
Shit shows are quite popular on YouTube.
Ah, God. I saw this video the other day. It was like someone talking about live streams in the vinyl community. It's like, oh, we got the clicks. There's the punk.
Yeah.
But you know what? No, I would welcome anybody who wants to come up here and talk about music. It's not just punk or it's rock and roll, whatever you want to talk about.
You get your clicks, and the clicks are based on.
I think that was Mazzy's video, wasn't it? Wasn't Mazzy talking about the click? Yeah, Rachel's. Yeah.
But it's like I go to some other streams and hang out. I try to talk, but I just get ignored. It's like nobody really cares. So
they don't know.
I have fun here, and I have fun everywhere. And like in the day when I'm doing chores, or if I'm at work, I'm working. I have the phone on, the headphones in, and I follow the vinyl community. But if I dropped off of this or it disappeared, I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna lose one minute of sleep over this.
Yeah, it's what it is. Yeah.
I mean, there's some people I really like. I met through here. I'm not knocking them, but like, this is make believe to me.
Yeah. I mean, there's people who live for this stuff, and that's what freaks me out, man.
Yeah.
Well, you say make believe, but really, you do really make whatever you believe could potentially become real. And
I mean, there's people I honestly like and respect. There's a whole bunch. I see Aaron down there. We kind of got a good thing going. Randy. There's a lot of people I like. Madam Sin, I like. Paul Zoo Animal. Yeah. And I got records sent to me, and I sent real records to people. So it is real, but
it's nice.
I still don't feel like this is my social life. I mean, I guess it is, but like,
see, we're at the start of
like, I like the real life.
Hey, wait till you're my age, man. It's fucking reality. Just,
I mean, it is my reality. I mean, I'm on it,
But I don't think anybody is quite comfortable with it because it is really a new thing in society, basically. Like this whole.
That's what my wife. That's what my wife always says. Well, just go in there with your fake friends.
That's a good Joan Jett song.
But like, if any of you guys needed help moving. Like, I don't know if I'm really going to be like offering to help move for too many of you. There might be a couple. If my real friends
want to help, I'm busy tomorrow, man. I can't help you.
Oh, hey, Tim Allen's here, the tool man. Tim Allen.
Ryan, read that out. Read that out.
Tim Allen says most streams just talk about other people and streams, but almost no one in the VC actually talks about music except you guys.
Well, and he comes in while we're talking about streams.
But
it's true. Ryan Kidd provides us with great script, so you got to.
Hey, man, listen.
Tim Allen used to do cool videos, kind of like
I like
how I used to do videos, but Tim used to really show some cool stuff, man. His vinyl finds were great.
Yeah,
and
he likes the 45.
I get it, man. I mean, doing videos for me, it's a pain in the ass, man. Trying to get all set up, and I'd rather do it like a live thing, but I can't even get on live and have a screen.
Yeah, we got like one video from you in the last.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know how like your mic works during this, but you can't do it solo.
It's just weird. My camera, when I go through that, what is that software? OBS. Yeah, it's probably something I'm not putting my camera into it for.
I'm just learning how to use that. I'm learning how to use that stuff too, so maybe we should talk because
Randy, I would delete OBS from your computer and re-download it so all the settings are right.
Right, refresh default.
Like pretend you never had it and then start over. and then all the settings should be right. You
I
just
think you told me that
tweak it.
last time, and
I'm just that's what I would do because I
Yeah.
don't know
Yeah.
how to do any of the settings. But if it worked before,
yeah, it's pretty simple. All you got to do is, I mean, when you first set it up, you got to go into like YouTube,
yeah,
you know,
I
cut and
I have
copy,
OBS going,
paste it, and just 2 things, you know, and it worked before, but I'm not touching anything, and it changes every time.
It changes
I
by
do
itself.
It's
happened to me.
man.
You know, this conversation is more proof that we are part of something that's in its fledgling years. Like kids in the future are going to grow up and have the skills to do this by the time they're 5, right? They're going to know.
I'm only here because Mika sends me a link in my email. It says, click this.
That's right.
But once everyone does it, then it doesn't matter.
That's why I'm glad we're part of the underground.
You know, once everyone's spinning records live or having their little talk shows about music live,
I like
then,
Troy.
you know, you'd have a million options. It doesn't matter.
Well said, Troy.
We're here.
I grew up in a small city.
Troy Borman is a real deal rock and roller. This guy rules, man.
Yeah.
And Troy's turned me on to a lot of cool bands too. And he says the cool thing about the VC, and he's coming from a small city, are that all the great recommendations to bands I would never heard of. And that's what it's all about, dude.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm hoping to do tomorrow.
Everybody's coming from some other part of the world or the country, and they're going to know bands that you'll never know unless they told you about. You know, and that's what's really cool, man. And Michael's doing a stream tomorrow. He's playing all these records. He was showing records I'd never seen before, and he's going to play them. That's really cool, man.
The challenge is trying to avoid copyright, just as a sport, kind of a challenge to myself to avoid any copyright thing. But we'll see what happens. It's really pretty underground stuff. But
I'd be surprised. Are you playing that flipper?
No, not anything. Not anything that well known.
Okay, because I was going to say that probably will not get you a strike, but they'll know that song.
Well, yeah, it won't be a strike. I'm not worried about strikes.
Yeah, no strike, but
try to do it without any claims of any sort. Like, I just want to try to do a whole stream where I play music from my collection where nothing hits.
Well, just play everything G.G. Allen's entire catalog. You'll be fine.
Merle's probably got something on that.
Oh yeah,
Merle definitely got some money on that, dude.
I think but it's a good feeling when you do bring something out to somebody, whether it's in your house or on a stream, and you take this thing out of your collection that you've had for years, and you're like, oh, have you ever heard this? And you play it, and they're like, oh my God, this is the best thing ever. And like changes their whole perspective on whatever they wanted to hear. And it was just because you had this thing and you shared it with them. That's kind of a cool.
Yeah,
that's going to be awesome.
I think that's why I try to show shit. I mean, on here, everyone knows a lot of what I show, but like in general, like I used to be active more on the Facebook group or the VC.
Right.
And I try to show stuff that people didn't know because like there's so many people that showing the Led Zeppelins and Beatles and like we don't need to see that. Like show stuff we haven't heard before.
Hey, I picked up the new Fleetwood Mac Tusk album. You know,
right,
I mean,
who's it mastered by? Who's it mastered by?
Right.
Juice.
Did you say masturbate?
Rankinson. What's his name?
I think John was talking about masturbating for a second ago. Hold on a second.
It's either Bernie Grundman or Juice Lankinson. Yeah. Damn, man. Yeah. You know, I never showed a record and said this was mastered by. I don't think I've ever showed a record and told.
I don't even know what that means.
By.
Well, you know, I get it. Like the audiophiles, I get it because
I get it.
They're chasing that best sound down. But
that's what
I never. When I came up, you know, whatever album I bought, if it sounded good, that was mine, man. That was
best sound to me is a 4-track in someone's bedroom that they're recording on.
Yeah, I mean, half the stuff we grew up on was on 90-minute cassettes, like an album on each side. Anyway,
boombox,
those were the mixtapes someone made me was some of the most influential music I ever heard.
You know, I don't knock those guys who are audiophiles though because they got a hobby just like me. As much as I love lo-fi punk and all this other stuff, they want to chase the best sounding pressing of what, and when they find it, it's probably a huge rush. I don't know, you know. I get.
I just assume they have better ears and bigger brains.
Tim Allen's
that's the thing.
Sometimes it's really obvious.
And I definitely
100% on this comment right here. Audiophiles are chasing.
But there is I'm not. Patrick, who does his thing, he really likes the music and he likes the songs and he knows the bands and the albums. He's not just but he is chasing a sound like a perfect thing. But he's actually a guy who knows the albums. We'll sit. But a lot of audiophiles will go, this is a good sounding record. It was produced by this. This one sounds really good. And he doesn't mention any, they don't mention about the music. Like, well, the fifth track sucks, but the first one's really good. There's a drum solo on it. Like, they just go, this is a good sounding record. This is great. And that's it. Like, it didn't matter.
Spiders.
Was the
good
song
good?
good?
That was a good record.
Australian
was the song,
too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got that.
But I mean, people like music for different reasons. Some people are lyrics people, some people are sound people, some people are like, what does the person believe in? What's their message?
I'm a sound person. I can't do lyrics.
I just don't have the ear. You know what I mean? I never had the ear to pick things up that other people pick up. I just don't have it.
You listen to songs multiple times and it comes naturally. The more you listen, the more you hear.
Right.
Usually you're hearing the song first, or you just listen to the song, and then you hear a guitar part. Then you might catch some lyrics, depending. I heard this something.
Yeah, or somebody's playing some kind of like remix. I'm like, man, this ain't the same.
Yeah,
this isn't the original. I get that, but as far as like the sound and stuff, I just don't. I don't know. I love a good sounding. I want to hear the best possible way I can hear it, but But I just
no. Go ahead, Randy. What are you saying?
No, I was just saying. That's it. Basically, I mean, most of the records I buy, they're fine for me. You know what I mean? I don't.
Everything's fine by me.
Copy,
if you're a guitar player, or if you're a bass player, or a drummer, that's what you're zeroing into, right? That's what that's where your mind goes first, at least, right?
Right.
Sometimes, I try to get the groove of the song. Like, right. You ever see like. I'm kind of like one of those guys. If you ever see Max Stevens, where he could put the needle on a 45 for, he's buying. He brings his portable 45 player and he puts it on, and within 3 seconds he knows if it's good or bad. And I kind of think I could. No, I'm not 100%, but I could do that.
I'm the same way. I'll pick out 10 singles at Goner, and I'll put them on. And I'll put them on for 5 or 10 seconds and go, nope.
Yeah.
Nope. Yes.
Yeah.
Nope.
Right.
Yep. Yeah. Put this aside. I'll check this. This one might like a maybe. And you can do that.
Ryan was making a comment earlier about when he listens to music at home, he likes to have room so he could dance around like a fool, which is exactly how I'm. Even if you're not a real musician, you can still go through the motions and do air guitar and air drums and feel that. And I'm not really concerned with. Am I hearing the treble or the mid range or the what? I'm just worried about. Can I feel it? Can I feel the bass on the floor and my feet?
Does it move me?
I'm dancing around doing air guitar.
Well, I'm with you guys. I'm dancing and I try to stand up, especially when I'm doing 45, because you're not going to sit down for a minute and 10 seconds. By the time so I want to stand and move and.
Yeah, so when I'm moving like that, I can't focus on. If I was laying in a chair in the perfect like stereo environment, maybe I would get off on hearing music like that. But usually, I just want to fucking jump around.
Yeah, exactly. Like I want to put a record on and be able to move to it.
Yeah,
like, If it moves, if I'm moving, then it's good. And
tell your friend like, oh, the next lyric. You got to hear the next lyric.
Listen to this line.
And then you're trying to find the next record that's going to keep the energy going. After that one ends, so it's kind of fun. It gets you thinking ahead, and
100%.
I love it.
Because when I listen to records, I'll start with one, and I have nothing in mind for the rest of it.
Yeah.
Once I play the one,
it
starts this chain of everything.
That's how I always was, man.
Yeah, that's how. Yeah.
I got a ton of records in here, but I could tell you, I know what I got, and I know what I want to hear when I hear something else.
Right. Yeah. And sometimes it's like, I want to hear this full album all the way through. And what does that lead to? Oh, maybe it leads to this next full album. Or sometimes it's like, I want to hear that song, and then I want to hear this full album, and then I want to hear this other song that's totally different from what I just heard. And then I want to go back to the, it's like you hop around and whatever the vibe.
Really good at connecting.
Yeah. That's kind of how I set up when we do the Hydra sessions, I pick out everything and then I put it in the order, and then like I want to start it off good, and then I can put the the mediocre stuff in the middle, but I want to end it well, and that's how it goes.
I'm trying to figure that out for the first time doing the first live stream with music tomorrow. I'm like making a list and going, do I really think I'm going to pay attention to a list, or am I just going to jump around? But I'm going to mark stuff off so I know at least I played it. Because I think I might even lose track of that. I don't know. First time. I don't know.
It's weird. It's it's different though when you're on live and you're playing records. It's kind of nice to go to other streams and let them do the work after you do some of that stuff. You know,
I finally want to do it for the first time. I can't.
Yeah,
wait.
no, but that's good. Good.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun spinning records, you know, for people.
Especially when you have an audience of however many people, 5 or 10.
If you do this, you should do it on like a Monday or Tuesday night.
Well, I'm going to do it Sunday. I didn't want to do it on a really popular night the first time.
Start it out. Yeah. And see where it goes.
I just want to do it on I figured the holiday weekend, I'll just have a few people and I'll be able to test it out. But I'll probably play a lot of the same music each time I do it, because each time I want to try to stay as underground and as not out of the radar as possible. But I think I'm going to hit people to a lot of cool stuff. And, there's some vinyl community stuff in here, like the punk, God damn it, the game, the punk show. What was it called?
Punk, right on.
Punk Points.
Punk Points, yeah.
Yeah, his band, Colonial Vipers, he sent me a CD. It's fucking excellent. I'm going to play some of that.
Wow, cool.
Yeah, so it'll be cool to hit people to stuff and see what their reaction is.
Yeah, I mean, if you're near your Tim, if you're near your turntable, it's great to play a bunch of 45s. You pull up your chair next to the turntable, kind of like what's his name? Who's that guy that does all that doo-wop stuff? And
I've seen this guy.
Johnny D. Yeah.
What was his name?
Johnny.
Johnny
G. Johnny G.
Yeah, he's got a ton of stuff, and he knows like a story about every record. That's incredible,
Yeah.
To retain
when you play records, though, like I'll start with a punk 45, and then I'll go, oh, it reminds me of this punk 45. But then I'm going back to the 60s, and then I'm playing 50 stuff, and then I'm playing some weirdo 80s shit.
But that's the perfect DJ right there, man.
That's what I did the other night, and my wife did the same thing. We had 3 boxes. I mean, double road box. We had a lot of 45s, but I had all the genres because I didn't know what I was going to play, what the crowd's going to do. So I had everything. So I had to go from like 50s instrumentals. I started off slow, but I could get into it because I didn't want to just progress into different genres. So I could get from a 50s instrumental, go to R&B, and then like a 60s like mod thing, and then get to glam rock. And I could go from heavy to soft within like 3 or 4 songs and segue it. And it was interesting. Like I even got like a Van Halen song in there. That was my only heavy one, but it worked. Going Van Halen, then to Sweet, Fox on the Run. And then doing, I forget what it was, but I could get back to the 50s pretty quick because rock and roll does have that line through it if you find it.
It's really wild how fragile the line is between all these decades and all these genres of music and how you can switch in and onto them. And that's when I have the most fun playing records. It's when I'm getting really deep into it and my mind your gears start turning. And that's when you're really thinking about what this music sounds like, and it's all about the vibe, how you're feeling. And the base of all this stuff is that it keeps you moving. You want to keep moving. And
I mean, depending on what you're on.
Well,
you don't always want to keep moving.
For the kid, it's just Budweiser's,
For the kid, it's just Budweiser. It keeps them moving.
I only drink Bud. That's a queer song, right?
That's right.
It's coming from Ryan.
Hey, it's 2022, baby. Live how you want to live, man. I don't judge nobody, man.
I just think it's great that we, in all the different locations that we are in different time zones and different life experiences, we can come here and geek out on this shit and drink and somehow have people watch it at the same time. It's weird.
I don't know. What are you leaving? Is that your exit speech or what?
No, I'm just saying. I just think this is fantastic. I love being here, and I try to be here every time you guys do this. So when I can actually be here, I do realize this is a beautiful thing we have. This is great.
Yeah, Michael's been here
fuck you.
Beginning.
What I love about it too is like we don't. I love the streams that play music because I love hearing music. First off, the problem with the streams that play music is, to me, I hear what they're playing. And all I want to do is go play my own records after. That's what it drives me nuts because I'm sitting there and I'm listening.
But you should, man. You should. I think for me, I lost it for a long time where all these live streams and I wasn't doing my time with my records. You know, you need your time with your own records. You really do, and it's
and your own rectum.
Once you start, once you start pulling yourself away from that to these live streams, you're in trouble. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that happens to me. I don't listen to my records as much as I did before YouTube, you know, or before before the pandemic anyway.
Right.
That I buy more because
the last Hydra you guys did, you know, I was listening, it was the punk one. And and Aaron played the most obvious punk record ever, the Sex Pistols. And I thought to myself, I haven't listened to Nevermind the Bollocks in a really long time. So I took it out. I just fucking blasted it on like 100. And I was like, oh, I had a great time. It was great, you know?
Yeah, I grabbed this last week. Yeah.
I don't have that.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
I've heard
what is on that. What is that?
Digitally. The demos.
It's Glenn Matlock demos for the.
Oh, cool.
He's playing with Blondie now. It's so weird. It's so great.
Oh yeah,
Matlock's playing with Blondie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he has been. Yeah,
cool.
Because Chris Stein had to drop out of touring because of his health. Chris Stein is still involved in writing new songs for the album and recording those, but as far as touring, he's not going. So their regular guitarist, who's not an original member of Blondie, is playing guitar, and then they have Glenn Matlock on bass because their bassist also left because he was older and for various reasons had to stop touring. So they picked a big name, I guess, like for Glenn. So they would
Michael, like 10 years ago, Glenn Matlock played at this place in New Jersey called the Brighton Bar in Long Branch.
He's a great bassist,
which is now closed, unfortunately. But
was that band the Philistines or something?
Yeah, but dude, the crowd, like there was some older punks there and like some cool people, but he played like all his solo stuff and it was a fucking snooze fest, right? And everyone was bummed out. And the last song he played Bodies, and we jumped on stage and destroyed the stage. And Glenn Matlock was bewildered. Like he was bewildered.
Solo stuff I thought was good, but I've heard it.
He looks fantastic these days, dude. Man.
Yeah, I follow him on Instagram.
He's just a few years older than me.
Yeah, he looks good, man.
I'm seeing Blondie with the Damned are opening.
Yeah,
that's a big place. So I don't know how it's gonna be.
I heard Captain Sensible's not going to be on that tour.
No, it's just Dave Vanian, no one else.
Nah, I can't.
I knew that was the case before because of vaccines or something, but I don't. Is that still a requirement?
But I think they're doing a tour in England where that's all original members.
Yeah, they're doing like 2 shows or something.
Yeah, but not over here in the U.S.
Not over here.
Yeah, Brian James and Rat.
Yeah, I saw that in I think 89, 90 where they did. Did I tell this? Where they had the original lineup. They did the whole first album, and then they switched. Brian James took a hike, and Captain Sensible switched over, and then they didn't do the second album, but they did I think maybe they did Help off Music for Pleasure, but and they kept switching, and they brought in Roman Jug or Brian Merrick, one of those guys. They went through the years, and then they all came out at the end, and maybe did some Stooges covers, but
that's cool.
That was cool.
Hey, is Scotty the guy who never heard the Stooges?
No.
Who's that guy?
That was Ryan. Right. Yeah. Where the hell has he been?
Dude, I can't believe you guys brought up Ryan Anderson because before the stream started, I was like, I need to write down what happened to Ryan Anderson because I want to make sure I remember.
Yeah, what happened to that dude?
I don't know.
Yeah, he disappeared.
I think he's still around, but he hangs around the jazz people.
He was so goddamn generous and nice, and
he's a nice guy.
Interesting dude to talk to.
Yeah.
I told him, I said, dude, the first video you ever do, it would be amazing if you said, I never heard the Stooges, and this is my reaction to the Stooges album. I would love to see that, man.
Yeah. It would probably get him a lot of views, too.
Yeah. Oh, God. Forget
it. He used to go to Rachel's, and he was always, he would start talking like, I just got the new, that jazz album and stuff. And I'm like, Ryan, are you kidding or are you joking?
I mean, he likes what he likes, man. I mean, he was pretty knowledgeable about punk too. He liked punk stuff, man. You know?
He was appropriately obsessive too about music. It was great.
I liked him a lot, but he doesn't show up anymore. It's a bummer.
Yeah, he's missed. Oh,
there's a lot of we should do a video. What do you call it? a thread where
are they now?
Pay homage to like the people we miss, like Punk Points and like
it's always like that.
Yeah, it's
any scene you're in, you see people come and go, and then the people come real hardcore, and then they disappear really quick, and then the people who just keep trekking along.
The smart ones are the ones that leave early. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
Probably.
You leave planet Earth early, right?
Then there's the ones that die too. Yeah.
The turnover, like my job. Like I don't even get to know people anymore because they just fucking work for a month or two and they're gone. You know, that's just the way it is.
With restaurants. Same with restaurants. I'm one of those people that goes to the same restaurants all the time. I'll get the same thing. I'll go at the same time. So I start with these relationships with people at these restaurants. But now it's like every other fucking month there's new crew,
different person. Yeah, you know,
I don't get hooked up anymore.
Yeah. What's one vinyl community channel that's gone that you miss?
Punk Points.
Yeah. Michael's Punk Points.
I love that. It was so weird.
Texas guy, does he still do videos?
Who
is it?
It's an old one. There's some guy in Texas.
Punk Texas.
Yes.
Yeah. That was
good.
I miss a lot of my old heavy metal friends. Greeno,
Greeno, yeah.
Not that he was my friend, but LJ was a big channel.
I used to watch a lot.
Greeno still does a live show, doesn't he?
Yeah, I talk to him. I still talk to him often, but he had a great channel.
I watched LJ a lot. Like I didn't listen to a lot of what he listened to, but
a lot of the punk guys don't stick around very often. You notice that?
I think Dan from Dots and Loops, he did the first live stream I ever watched on YouTube, and he did a lot of psychedelic, but he played Devo, he played
he was good. He was
stuff like that.
Into heavy psych, but he also liked. He's about my age, maybe. He's older than me, but he still liked 80s metal, like thrash, and he liked like Devo and some punk. Like, he still grew up on the same stuff we did, although he was just into like heavy psych. And
what happened to Joe? Remember Joe? Joe used to come around once in a while, but he's gone.
Asbestos?
Seth Asbestos, he's gone.
Yeah,
Mikey Bananas, by the way, Grown Man Record Night. He liked that Civic record. And they're playing at Goner, man. I'm gonna film some stuff for their live set because I'm really interested to see like that record is really, really high energy. It's a pretty epic new record, man. And I can't wait to see how they kind of transcribe live to what they sound like on the record. It's either gonna be a height or a letdown, man, for sure.
The summer. I was just gonna say the summer months. A lot of people aren't in the VC as much, you know what I mean? They're out doing their thing. The winter time is when everybody's bored and nothing to do. They're all inside. So
who came on really, really hard and really strong and kind of faded out was Jason Skills. Remember him?
Yeah. He still does stuff.
He's still on. He's still doing things. But remember, he came on like gangbusters.
It was very unfortunate because when he decided to stop, I mean, I think all of us were invested in what he was doing, and we were dedicated. It was like if he would have kept going with that momentum, he would have been good. Man. Probably could have been doing some good shit now. But it's all about: are you passionate about it, or would you rather just go do something else? Really,
well, the thing was, like, if it wasn't for Jason's live streams, I don't think Mika and I would have bonded the way that we did.
Yeah.
Dude,
it was great. And then he got a little push from Rachel, and then it was like he had really a lot of momentum. And then he was like, "Okay, I'm going to shut down for a few months," and we were like, "What?"
I'm going to do some. Yeah, and then he did like the techno DJ stuff, and then he'd come back and try doing
he did a DJ thing today.
The one time that Jason came on here, Jason came on here, and I removed him from the stream.
It was a Christmas one. Yeah,
it was funny, but
you gotta have thick skin.
In all actuality,
do you remember when he wouldn't? Remember when he wouldn't bring you on the screen or something, Randy?
Oh yeah.
Like he was like intimidated
for like an hour.
He was intimidated. Man. He only wanted like the young kids. Like,
look, be careful with the Canadians; they're fragile.
Well, I think he watched Rachel. He's like, I'm not bringing that asshole up. There's no way.
He kicked me out when I was showing Dwarf's record cover.
Yeah, I remember that.
We had so much fun in those early streams with him. It was hilarious. But thank you guys for
kind of show like horror stories.
No, I miss skills his stream, really.
I love Jason. And Jason, when I kicked it out,
he's a good guy. He's a good guy.
It was always for like a comical thing, you know. I love it. You're a good guy.
But I think he should be here all the time because he would be
he's a good.
He basically started this, because you guys jumped in when you were needed, right?
Yeah.
So
100%.
But who was that? Passion is into like electronic music and stuff. So he was like getting into punk, but if it's not your bag, you can't force it, you know.
Whatever happened to that jerk off from like Sacramento that he doesn't like anything, man. What the hell is that?
Oh, he's here.
He's here.
He was here earlier.
I'm just kidding. That's Chris.
Yeah, I've been watching his channel for years. And when he used to make videos.
Fuck Google or whatever his name is.
Oh no. The guy who changes his name all the time.
Yeah.
I love the guys that delete their channel over and over again, and then they come back, and then they delete it again, and then they come. It's like, wow, is that psychosis? What is?
Yeah,
that?
the drama is
watching.
Kind of
what are we watching?
Michael,
is that somebody falling apart?
Michael, I put out a video yesterday, and whoever this guy is, I love him. Thank you for watching.
We got the fireworks going off.
But he goes, it was 2 weeks since I put a video out, and he goes, oh, I'm glad you put out a new video. I thought we fucking lost you. And I'm like, it's been 2 weeks, man. Like, I got to put out a video every fucking week.
Dude. People get in their fucking.
But I tell you what, Ryan, that's how it always starts. You know, when you get like, let's say a new person comes in, they're doing like a video every 2 days, and then it goes to a week, for a while, and then it goes to 2 weeks, and then, once a month, and then boom, they're done,
That reminds me of the
so many.
It's a sweet spot. 2 weeks is a sweet spot.
Hannah, the Omaha introvert, just did a punk video.
Yeah, I actually enjoyed her video very much. I think she's cool.
It was a good list. Yeah. She likes good stuff.
I think she's a cool lady. I like her.
Who's the lady we're talking about?
Omaha introvert.
Okay. I'm not familiar. I'll have to check it out.
Yeah. She did her top 10 favorite punk records.
Some cool stuff.
And,
okay. No, I do. What you're talking about. Okay.
What I really liked about her video was she goes, I'm not going to count it down from 10 to 1. I'm going to tell you what my favorite one is first, and then we'll go from the rest. I said, that's pretty cool. I like it.
Yeah. That's how I would like to think about it. I wouldn't want to put too much.
I only like people who know more than me. I don't like watching people who do. I'm serious. Like, I look at like all five of however many there is, 5 of you guys. Like, you all know more than me.
The thing is, like, we all get into our little niche, right? You find out what your niche is, right? Early on, and you dig into it, and you say, okay, I'm gonna dive into every aspect of it.
Well, because Omaha Introvert, when she first came in, I mean, she was just showing like I was saying, I don't know which ones, but she was showing all the common records, and I just never got into her.
I can't do that again. I can't do it again. I can't see the Beatles. I can't see the Stones. I can't see it again.
Well, this is how some people start. This is like the beauty of this fucking thing. I keep going.
Oh, I'm not. God bless them.
They get involved, and then they start seeing other people's videos like that exists. What the hell? I knew.
No, but she was showing cool records, man. I mean, she loves rock and roll, no doubt about it.
Oh yeah, I'm not talking about her specifically. I'm talking in general. You could start out showing what your mom and dad gave you to listen to, and then discover all kinds of,
Tim Allen, that's how I feel. I watch everyone because everyone knows more than me.
I don't know if everyone does, Tim.
Yeah, the thing is, like, I used to think that I knew a lot, and then I get on the stream and I talk to these other guys. I say, I got a lot to learn. But that's how you build your knowledge and your collection and all this stuff. You got to listen. You can't be closed off. You can't be this know-it-all. You got to realize that there's way more out there.
Yeah, I think it was when you did your
nobody could know everything, even of one genre. If you tried to master that your whole life, you still can't know everything.
There's like
that's one guy.
I did that like top 100 of the 70s punk, and now that's been like a year. And there's like 5 or 6 more records I would put in that collection than I would of beforehand.
I went in watching thinking like, okay, I'm gonna know all these, but I didn't. I was kind of surprised. It was good. It was good.
I'm glad. And I love that video, but the emails I got from that, they're like, oh, you didn't include this band. Yeah. And I'm like, fuck this guy. And then I look at the band and I'm like, oh, I didn't include this band. Like this,
But there's always going to be people that make comments like that,
that are wrong.
You're dealing with humans.
Hey,
what are you, some kind of jerk off? You didn't include so and so. You know,
you didn't include Avril Lavigne.
That is what it is. You know?
All right.
That's how you learn. You know, you gotta have a certain kind of. You can be. You have to be confident. You have to be confident. You have to
Speaking
have
of confidence,
kind of machismo a little bit, but you also have to be willing to accept. When you're wrong a little bit, or at least be able to learn a little bit.
No, Ryan, we have a bone to pick with you. It's been a long time since you've played a song for us on guitar, and I think that you need to accept the fact that that is your fucking thing, and you need to fucking sing for us one more time.
You know what happens is to get
this is Michael's noise segment here.
Right,
exactly. I'm saying that at the end of the thing, you used to like serenade us out.
Yeah, I'll tell you what happens. At the end of these streams, I get too drunk to even play, right?
But that's why we like watching you play.
Yeah, everybody likes to laugh, have a good time.
Yeah,
but
come on.
Before the stream, to get myself pumped up, all I do is play. And I'll play and record, and I send them to Mika. I send them to Mika, I send them to Stevie, I send them to Paul, my friends,
Post them.
And they get me pumped up, they get me they get my
post those things.
They get me riled up, But,
I love that segment. I love that part of the stream.
Yeah.
It kind of
maybe one day.
It kind of was the bait for me to hang around to the whole end.
That's how we get you. We bait you in and then we keep you.
I'm just waiting for the chair to break.
No, the chair's not going to break. I still got the stool. Okay. And the Easter eggs in my last video. If anybody watched my last video, I got 2 Easter eggs in it. One is the record on the top right is "Chairs Missing" by Wire, and the one on the bottom is "The Fall." It's an album by The Fall. So I threw a little Easter egg in a new video.
Oh, goodness,
which album? Or I'll check it
out. Live at the Witch Trials. Yeah.
This is the Aussie one.
The raw, that's their first.
I haven't watched it yet.
Never let it be said.
When I watch I gotta get prepared to watch your videos because I like.
You gotta get
hyped. I could just put.
I do too.
Like I know there's gonna be like all this information, and like usually I could just. I could watch these videos. They're 12 minutes long, and it just watch it for entertainment while working. But certain people put out videos where I'm gonna have to set up like a half hour to watch this.
Yeah, you got to set time aside. I tried to keep this one shorter. It's only like 18 minutes, 17 minutes.
No, I got no problem with the length. I mean, Fat City Vinyl does that too with reggae, and I'm like, I can't just watch this now because there's gonna be information I need to know.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I do that with a lot. Like the channels that I watch, like I set the time aside to watch the videos, and really
good ones. Yeah. Some I just put on in the background and I don't care.
Yeah, most I do.
Whatever.
Yeah, with live streams, I'm usually like I turn it on and then I'm just doing stuff around the house or
Hey, if you don't like the music, there's some great footage of monster trucks behind me.
Cool. I always like the music. That's the problem is I like too much of it. And then I feel like I'm obligated to buy this stuff, and I'm trying to like.
Oh no!
There's already enough stuff in my mental list that I could keep spending for 60 more years and not scrape half.
This is what we call addiction.
To plug Grown Man Record Night, like the visuals too just add to it. Like if you're not that into the music, there's always something good to watch.
Are you talking about Grown Man Record Night? Holy shit, dude! I want to go back there. It was so fun hanging out with those guys all night. I had no idea what I was in for.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Oh yeah, the 4 a.m.
Well, yeah, I was on their couch at like 6:30 in the morning, waiting for somebody to take me home.
That's great.
Michael, I don't think they could fulfill my rider.
Oh, dude, I would fulfill your
rider, man.
It was great. You should show up. Wouldn't it be cool if we just bum rushed them sometime?
That'd be cool.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, if your rider has like a clean toilet, I don't know if they can fulfill that.
Oh no,
maybe not.
Mikey Bananas has a dirty toilet. Is that the rumor going around?
I don't know. Talking about everybody has a dirty toilet. Man.
It's an American standard. I know that.
American. It's not even a Kohler. It's an American. It's a Glacier Bay.
If you don't have a dirty toilet in North Carolina, you're you're a normie.
Dirty toilet. That's a good.
There we go. I knew I hit a funny bone there.
Throw it in there. Man, we're whizzing by this episode. We're already 3 hours and 18. I feel like it's an hour, man.
I'm not even buzzed yet.
Rolling, baby. I'm feeling good.
I need to fix this.
Hey, where's Sean? Sean didn't show up.
Sean,
Sean was here earlier.
He was
okay.
He was here. Yeah.
Yeah, I like Sean a lot, man. He's a good guy.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
He's like the teacher like you want your kids to have.
Yeah.
If they go to school, he's a good guy.
There's a lot.
The trash day says you got to leave vinegar in your toilet overnight. I don't know about that.
Man,
I know vinegar is a cleaning agent, correct? But that smell, right? It's got to be a smell in there.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
Just leave your piss.
Just clean it.
Hey,
Doesn't
trash
take that
dash.
long.
Stick to the movies. All right? stick to the movie reviews. All right. I'll keep bleaching my toilet.
Okay, so
But what do you put vinegar in, and what if you got to take a piss? Then you got to do it again.
Yeah, come on.
You just clean it.
Yeah, clean the fucking toilet like a human being.
Look, Ryan, the way you're talking, the way you're animated right now, I think now is a good time to play the guitar before you get too drunk.
Hey, enough with the guitar. You're not going to get me to play the guitar. You can.
Look, I'm on a fucking mission here.
Here comes the East Coast.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, enough with the
fucking mission here.
Yeah. He keeps poking the bear.
I'll poke the goddamn bear.
He pokes the bear.
I love the bear. I'll poke it.
I've been very nice to all the guests tonight. I've been having a good time. Don't poke the bear.
What is Randy eating? What is Randy eating there?
Oh.
Look at that.
Oh,
what, you got some salsa? Oh, okay. Are you a mild guy? Are you a mild guy? A spicy guy? Red hot?
He's that kind of guy, you said.
The hotter, the better.
Yeah, he likes
That's
that.
how I am.
Okay.
Heat, yeah.
Do you put salt on your tongue before
Bruce.
you eat them?
Huh?
Do you put salt on your tongue before you eat them?
No.
You should try it.
The more he drinks, the more jersey his ass gets.
Okay, Randy, where's your shot?
Yeah, he's got the salsa. He's got to do.
Oh, shit. I just did one.
Oh,
Hold on a second. I'll do another one with you.
Thank you. Now that's service.
Hey, John, I got a question for you. What do you think was the most influential 50s rocker to the punk scene?
Well, I mean, not counting Elvis, so Elvis is everything, because it was the first front man who could move, dress, and just animate music, and
here we go again.
So, but not counting him, that would be probably it would have to be Chuck Berry.
Chuck Berry, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, because the guitars are all based off of Chuck Berry, more so than
Chuck Berry riffs.
So
Little Richard, Everly Brothers, Bo Diddley, name anyone else. Chuck Berry's everything, as far as guitar rock.
Bob Dylan.
I agree.
I was thinking that because
Bob Dylan's a big rockabilly fan. I don't know,
dude. I tried to do the Bob Dylan paper thing for my TV personalities 7-inch in one of my videos, and I kept getting stuck on the papers. I got lost behind the lyrics, man.
Oh, I remember that.
Oh yeah.
Bob Dylan became good friends with Billy Lee Riley, who did Red Hot and Flying Sword. But he met Billy. He was a rockabilly fan. He went to meet Billy Riley. He didn't know who Bob Dylan was. He was just a guy playing bars, doing blues and rockabilly stuff.
Who did?
He became good friends with him. He kept in touch with Billy Lee Riley his whole life. And when Billy Lee Riley died, Dylan made a whole speech, something to the musicians union or something like the health care benefits. But he talked all about Billy Riley and about saving him and paying for his bills. He's a nobody. But
who did Red Cadillac and a Black Mustache?
Warren Smith.
Warren Smith. That's what it was. Yeah. I like that song.
Yeah, he was.
He was good.
Yeah, he was a bad egg. He was a drug, a pill popper. Any of the Sun guys never really talked good about him. So he was a badass.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, he's no good? Oh, wow.
No. I mean, probably he's good in our eyes, but to them, Warren was doing his thing.
Not a good guy to hang around with. Okay.
Jack Earls told the story where him and Jack Earls was had a couple hits on Sun, but he told this story about him and Charlie Feathers getting kicked out of a club in Memphis, and I got on I don't know, he was on the back of Charlie Feathers' motorcycle, and they went back throwing rocks at the bouncers, and they were chasing them, and but it wasn't the way he told it. It was the bouncers' fault. But you knew these two guys, Charlie Feathers and Jack Earls, showing up to the club out of their minds on a motorcycle and then throwing rocks at them. It was probably your fault.
Yeah, probably their fault. Yeah.
Totally. The way he told the story was those bouncers.
It was the bouncers
who were throwing rocks at him.
Yeah. Come on.
Oh, so wait, let me go back to this Elvis thing, because when I don't know much about Elvis, and I don't pretend to, but when you said, what person from the 50s was most influential on punk rock, of course, the first thing you think is Elvis, but is the most influential thing on punk rock going to be the guy that kind of came from the fact that Elvis was so big and he came from under Elvis and like kind of was a little edgier or something? Is that, does that have any value in judging?
Well, Elvis, before Elvis,
besides Elvis. I mean, Elvis
there was no one before Elvis.
Well, I'm saying, like, if you were going to be a punk rock influence in the 50s, wouldn't you be something that came kind of not against Elvis, but in spite of Elvis? You came through with a little more of an edgier sound, like Little Richard or those people. They had a little edgier of a thing going on, right?
Yeah, Elvis was pretty edgy. And now he's mainstream, but you forget how edgy Elvis was. I mean, it was wild. Like,
well, I mean, so I don't know his career, but in the 50s was basically all the decade of the 50s that his
the 50s was all pop. Every singer, whether you were a blues singer, R&B, there's a few exceptions. If you were like a Cab Calloway, but it was more of a show, you stood there in a suit in front of a microphone like this, and you crooned.
Yeah. Cab Calloway in the 50s sucks. I can't listen to Cab Calloway.
Yeah, but basically, even if you were Muddy Waters, you put on the best clothes you had and you stood there and you performed your songs.
Right. So Elvis came was the first to come
with the microphone, throwing it on the ground, swinging his guitar, shaking his hips, wearing what was considered crazy clothes at the time, like pink and this, sideburns, his hair flaring around, jumping around. No one ever did that. There may be some.
Little Richard came.
Little Richard was after Elvis. That's the thing. Elvis is 54.
Oh, okay.
And Little Richard was at a piano, and Little Richard was singing in vocal groups.
Right.
Little Richard wasn't throwing his stool down and jumping on the piano till after Elvis.
Where do you think that angst came from?
I don't know. Elvis is a freak. You got to read the biographies. I mean, he didn't just invent it. It happened naturally. And if there was no Elvis, it was creeping up among all the youth at that time in the 50s. It would have been the next guy. So Carl Perkins, Charlie Feathers.
Do you think there were bands that existed in garages that, predated the whole rebellious Elvis
Well,
thing?
we know them all. We know the proto rock and roll songs. We know all the recordings, but they weren't quite Elvis, and there was someone might have saw Howlin' Wolf in the early 50s where he had a wild show in front of 70 people.
Mm-hmm.
But when he played live and mainstream, everyone was pretty straight-laced, still like Frank Sinatra.
Bill Haley looked like he was 60.
Oh,
yeah, and they jumped around, but it was more like a show band. People moved, people danced, but they did in musicals. Like Elvis was the first wild man who had a look, an image, and threw himself into the music. And the way he like hiccuped and echoed his voice and stuttered, he wasn't singing the song straight. He just took it and like destroyed it. He could have came out and sang "Twinkle Twinkle Little Star" and the ABCs, and he would have been just as effective as like. Oh, wait a minute. We have this freedom. I don't have to stand here singing this country song. I don't have to stand here singing this pop song, holding the microphone. Like I could do whatever I want. And people didn't know. I mean, it's very simple to think I could dress like Boy George and do this. I could be Johnny Rotten. But in 53, no one thought of that. Like,
you almost wonder if like his good looks, which of course he had genetics like of a fucking angel, his good looks enabled him to do that role because they were going to let him get away with more than just some guy off the street that wanted to.
I think his good looks propelled him to be a superstar, but that magic happened because the people who saw him locally before he broke major big by doing that in Sun Records. All the country guys all of a sudden switched. Scotty Moore was in a country band until he played with Elvis, and all these country singers all of a sudden started cutting rockabilly songs. Carl Perkins being one of them.
Right.
And everyone, Bo Diddley was playing blues on the street, trying to be like Muddy Waters. And they all upped their game. They all started dancing, got wilder, wearing flashy clothes. It was all after Elvis. And I'm not saying he invented it all, but he's definitely the ground zero.
Hey, you want to pass those potatoes down here? Thank you.
So anyone you see, like Cyndi Lauper, any frontman, Prince, anyone, even James Brown, is all based off of Elvis.
Okay, now what if we rewound like decades before? Like, would you consider somebody like Robert Johnson, the blues guy, to be some kind of predecessor to like that rebellious?
There's always been rebellion. There's always been under music. But as far as the front man and the wildness that we consider rock and roll, taking country and blues and combine it. But Robert Johnson still put on his best clothes and posed with the guitar, just like Frank Sinatra would have did with his microphone.
Okay.
There's somebody on this chat with shorts on.
out the window.
But Robert Johnson was doing some pretty intense lyrics.
Robert Johnson's fantastic, but he wasn't even the best guy named Johnson playing blues guitar. You know,
I'm not talking about like musically talented. I'm talking about edginess, and the lyrics were darker than usual, and they were
there's a lot of edgy blues.
And shit. It was like
the blues is gonna.
It was intense.
Old blues is going to be way raunchier, way bawdier, like than rock and roll ever was.
I love that.
It was going on in the clubs. I'm not saying Elvis invented everything. That stuff was happening. But
I love your perspective.
It was very underground too. So people might have been wilder than Elvis in this juke joint over here. But as far as a mainstream person coming up, kind of like the Sex Pistols.
Yeah.
There's some local bands that did crazier stuff in 75 or 72. But it wasn't until the Sex Pistols came out and they were on the charts and did it big that was a major thing.
You know what they say, man? Blues had a baby and they named it rock and roll.
Yeah, but if you listen to Elvis, you thought he was a country guy. When he played New York, they called him a hillbilly. They didn't hear any blues.
Right.
You know, if you listen to those Sun records, you almost hear, and he was covering Dean Martin songs. It was like pop and very hillbilly with a blues influence. Only the Memphis and Southern people are going to hear the blues influence.
Yeah, the Sun records sound far more.
It sounds way more. If you listen to Sun records now, it sounds way more hillbilly than it does blues. So people say it was like he stole from the blues. Yes, the clothes and some of the movements and the attitude, but it's not blues music Elvis is playing.
I think John's spot on this, and but also Michael brought up the fact like Little Richard, right? Imagine being this like super flamboyant black man in the South.
Gay
kind of stuff. That's pretty fucking punk rock, man.
That is ballsy.
I mean, that's out there.
Yeah. Tommy Johnson and Blind Willie Johnson.
Right.
But the 50s, people forget. Like in the working class in the South, they loved Elvis because he was one of them. Because this guy was so dirt poor, and as much as you could go on Ed Sullivan and give him a nice shirt and he could talk polite, the poor people knew he was one of us.
Right.
Like, it's hard to explain, but he wasn't a guy from Hollywood or New York who made it, or someone from the Midwest who moved and got the training and did this and had the connections. Elvis came up out of nowhere as this poor guy. Yeah. And so he was one of us, one of the underclass. And people like in the suburbs, when their daughters and sons, most people didn't care. Most parents are pretty liberal, let their kids listen to rock and roll. But a lot of people, they were burning records. They were banning shows. Yeah. The mayor of Boston banned rock and roll after like crazy shows because all the hoodlums would go to the shows. My buddy's father's out a Buddy Holly show in Boston, said like, I was there. He was more of a jazz guy, grew up in the 50s because rock and roll was new. He's like, and these kids threw this guy off the balcony. And he's like, and then after that, like, he was like, it was crazy. And I'm like, that's what we love.
Dude, that vibe you're describing is exactly like, okay, so rewind a couple of decades more to the 1930s. You had the Boswell sisters, right? These were three sisters that were from New Orleans. They were from a pretty good family, a well-to-do family. But these three little pretty girls decided to start singing the slave songs that they heard. And instead of the stuff that the white people were listening to a lot. So they were ridiculed when they were playing on the radio for being savage chanters, and they would get complaints, people calling in saying, I won't listen to this radio station anymore if you play the Boswell sisters. So it's like that vibe that you're describing over and over again. It seems to keep going like,
you're always going to find that. But what you're talking is going to be a small regional thing. And there's going to be, there was music that, God knows what the stuff that wasn't recorded, all these like vaudeville, X-rated stuff, like stuff's been always going on. But as far as popular music and what everything we love is based off of is through the 20th century kind of timeline.
It's that stuff that exists to somehow irritate a certain portion of the mainstream population for whatever reason, whether it's based on race or whatever things you've had thrown at you from society or whatever the case. There's always this edgy push back like on what's supposed to be, right?
Yeah, Hank Williams. It is.
Hank
go through everything.
I don't think you can get more
having drums on. Yeah,
than lighting your piano on fire and balling your 13-year-old cousin.
Totally.
Yeah. Well, punk is just what is a word that sounds dangerous compared to like 70s and mainstream rock and roll. But like punk is just what rock and roll was. Like punk is just this much of what rock and roll was. Rock and roll is really was music for the
thing.
working class, poor, and rebels, and the people who didn't fit in. It was most kids. If you went to a high school in 1956, most kids were not listening to rock and roll. Right. About 30% of them were, and only in certain areas. And most kids were jazz, classical, or not into music so much. Listen to the pop. You know, the next generation in the 60s, now Elvis was already established and Little Richard. So they grew up with rock and roll. But in the mid 50s, most kids were not listening to rock and roll.
It's like rock and roll was the sun, and all the genres and things were the things spinning around.
Actually, I should say kids were, but like teenagers were not all into rock and roll. Just the badasses and
you can
the suburban kids who wanted to be wild.
You can go visit Elvis's first home in Tupelo. It's a shack.
Can you poop there?
And it's like you can't. But the thing is, like, you think about this guy grew up in this shack, and I think about it the same way that I grew up in my fucking basement writing these songs, and I could only aspire to be like something like that. And this was a shack.
Yeah. And what Elvis did, like
phenomenal.
Elvis being big, and I hate talking about Elvis because I'm not like this Elvis fanatic. I'm just a rock and roll fanatic. But when Elvis got big, it was a calling to every farmer, rancher, poor person is like, one of us made it to a superstar. I'm going to do my shot. So all these guys, and there's thousands of them that are recorded. Who knows how many weren't recorded? But thousands upon thousands of guys showed up and cut one song, demos, put out a single, and they all wanted to do their shot, and they did their rockabilly number. And there's thousands of these guys who just cut one single and disappeared.
Do you know I think about it. Robbins is?
And you had stars like Webb Pierce who had more hits than the Beatles. And he's a country guy, and he's like, oh, my God, I got to cut a rock and roll song. Like, all these people had to change and say, we're going to put out rock and roll songs.
That's like
when the mainstream, like Sinatra and Ed Sullivan, like they say, we got to get these rock and roll guys on. This is where it's at.
It's like when the Vibrators cut their hair and became a punk band, or the Weirdos. They were all hippies, and they were like, oh, this punk thing, let's cut our hair.
Yeah.
But I mean, it wasn't. I don't think they were doing it because they were trying to make money or sell themselves. I think there was like they found like, oh, okay, this is like kind of the new hippie,
Yeah, well, I think about it the way that like when Elvis cut his record, everybody wanted to cut a record like Elvis, right? And when the Sex Pistols came out, everybody wanted to cut a record like the Sex Pistols.
Yeah, we could just do it indie. The whole independent label thing came up.
100%.
But here's the thing: I think the difference is that when people were doing a record to be like Elvis, they were really trying to actually sound like Elvis. But the Sex Pistols inspired people to just do something because obviously,
the punk rock people had a lot more music to be influenced by. Yeah, when Elvis came out in those early rock and rolls, you only had Bill Haley, Chuck Berry. You only had a small bit, so they all sound alike because not everyone's an innovator. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like a hardcore band. When Minor Threat came out and named your hardcore bands, the next hardcore bands had to be in these rules, or a heavy metal band, we have to be in these rules because we don't have 30 years of heavy metal yet. We don't have 30 years of hardcore.
Right.
There was very little music to pick from. You're talking about like 8 months, 10, or 20 months of rock and roll music. So it's going to sound.
That's when the movement is pure. When you don't have a whole lot of, it's like when it's blossoming and not many people know about it. It's like sweet spot.
You can't think ahead. Not everyone's an innovator,
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Well, I think that's what everybody on this panel is after are the innovators. And we're constantly going back and back and back,
I'm not. No, I don't know if I think I'd rephrase. We're for the excitement because it's not always the innovator. It's the next guy could be just as good, or the obscure guy who tried to sound like Elvis is just as good. Just like these punk bands. Sure, we like all the innovators, but it's the excitement of the second tier and third tier.
Yeah, I think that's excitement. I think that's perfectly put, John. We're all looking for the excitement.
Wait a second. I think we sound way too smart and philosophical. We should drink more.
No, I'm behaving myself tonight. I'm having a good time.
I need a beer. Right. I got to get a beer.
The Ramones. Richie's absolutely right. I mean, when the Ramones went to England, they sparked everything. That was like Buddy Holly's another one too. He was this kid who was not good looking with glasses, and it meant that not only is rock and roll poor people could do it, but now like anyone could do it. We don't even have to look right. And Joey Ramone was a complete freak.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't have to be a good looking front man. Like I don't have to have charisma and sex appeal. Like Joey Ramone could do it. This is a guy, he's almost on the short bus, you know, dude. And it's like, we all could do this. And that's what the Dickies and everything.
It inspires
when I was
people way
first,
beyond.
first starting a band, and I was like, I don't know if I can do this. And I remember seeing the picture of Joey Ramone and Debbie Harry in bed together, and I go, "Oh, I could definitely do this."
Yes,
like the way Debbie.
You wanted to get with Joey Ramone,
and that's us. Like me and you are after the fact, but when this is happening in real time, it's amazing. Like
but you got to think about the real time now too. Like what's happening in real time now, or are you missing it?
This.
No, but
I don't know. Time.
The bands, not us. The band.
But time's not moving as fast as it was. Like things didn't. History isn't moving as fast. From Elvis to the Beatles was only like less than 10 years. So 10 years.
Here's the question.
Elvis to Beatles to Black Sabbath was 4 years. Things happened so fast. And now I look at 2022. What was the last band? The White Stripes. Before that would have been Nirvana. Like we're talking 20 years
in the rock world. Yeah.
So I think when it becomes such an industry, though, people want to milk the genre or the fad for as long as possible. So it tends to drag it out. Once it gets to be a commodity on such a large scale, then you just
I just think there's not much innovation. It's not so much they would drag out anything that could make money. I mean, it's just
inspire. But there's not much.
They're not putting out an album a year anymore. They're not. Some of them aren't good enough to do that. Like they need 4 years, I think.
Well, it's almost like you need the chaos and the less technology of old days to inspire that kind of movement.
Well, I think it's happening. It's just the companies and the major labels are not acknowledging it. And the bands that Ryan shows, the bands that you guys show, not so much the 70s bands like Scotty's showing or I'll show, but like the new bands are happening. And they're just not getting picked up because the corporations are so big. You can't break through from the schizos aren't going to break through. They might be the next real thing. I'm not saying they are, but like things are working underground and the line's still going.
I think it's always going to go. But the thing is, like, we're in the United States, we're festering. There's something festering deep in the United States with all the shit happening, man.
And it's called Ryan Kidd.
Hey,
I don't see the youth movement waiting for something new. They're just doing their thing.
All right, see you later, Randy.
I'll be back up if nobody else comes back, but I don't want to hog the spot.
Oh, Dead Wax, we love
thanks for coming up, Randy.
I'll be back.
Thank you, Randy.
Good to see you, man. Good to see you.
Hope to see you later.
Randy. Always good to talk to you, man. Randy's a good guy.
Yeah, and I will totally be willing to give up my spot if somebody wants to come.
But I see like the way the United States is going and the route it's going and. There's festering frustrations, man, and I want to see it blow up, man. I want to see this punk scene do something, man, or the rock and roll scene. Like, there's got to be some kind of movement, man, because there are definitely some frustrations.
But do you see a bunch of kids waiting around for something new to happen? I don't see that with the kids, but maybe I'm just isolated.
That's what
it would have
internet
upsets me a little bit, because
it would have to start from the ground up, and I don't see the festering of these kids smashing windows. Nothing to do. I don't.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why, John. Because there's no such thing as the working class anymore. The kids don't want to work at all. They don't.
You are absolutely right.
And
the working class is shrunk shrunk very much. And
exactly. There's the very rich and the very poor.
And unfortunately, a lot of the working class are priced out of the cities. That's where a lot of things happen. Not so much with rockabilly, but like punk and stuff was like if you go to London, the English working class are not really living in London proper anymore.
No, they're priced out of it, dude. They can't live there.
When Ryan started talking, though, the first thing he said was, "I can't wait till something blows up," and then he went into, and then a new punk thing starts or whatever. But I was thinking, as soon as you said, "I want to see things blow up," I was like, on a big scale, I think to me for the last decades I've been alive, I've always thought I want to be here for the end of everything. I want to be here when it all comes down and falls apart and blows up and we all die together, man. That's like the sweet spot for me. If you're around when the world ends, then you fucking hit the gold mine, dude. That's like the best way to go out is when everything else goes out.
Everybody goes.
I'm at the point where I don't understand how the youth of this nation isn't fed up. You know, it's like,
they are fed up. All they do is look at
you wait a little bit when they can't eat, when they can't afford to eat. That's when things are going to happen.
When they move out of their parents' house, you know, because
when gas hits $7 and they can't afford to eat, that's when things get wild. But people are spoiled. We're living in the greatest country, in the greatest, century, whatever, the greatest decade, whatever you want to say. Like everyone has it easy.
When you say,
I don't even think we're the greatest country anymore, man. We're just fucking blowing it, man.
But here's the thing: when you say fed up, I think it means that they're fed up with even trying to be passionate about anything in life anymore. All they want to do is like go in their room because they're kids today are fucking socially awkward. Like
very pacified.
Like I don't even know like how I could be. I thought I was socially awkward when I was 12 or 13 or 16, but kids today are like all they do is they're in their room and they're doing this through their 20s. It's like. Yeah. What are you doing with the golden years of your fucking life, dude? So that's what I think of when you say that. It's like these kids they lose all interest in real life and they just want to live in that world.
No, dude, because I'm working on a fucking dock 6 days a week.
Yeah.
And I'm like fed up with it because like I'm working fucking 70 hours a week and I can't make ends meet.
You gotta change your path.
What kind of dock?
And I've had enough, man. Like enough of it.
Yeah, I'm working class too, Ryan. It's never gotten better. It just gets worse and worse, and our life expectancy goes down.
You can change it, though. You can change it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But you get stuck after a while.
The thing is, like, things need to change.
Well, you can manifest your own destiny. You can manifest. Dude, do you have rights to your fucking albums to repress them? Because I think...
but that's not going to make me a living, Pillman.
It doesn't matter, but it's a start.
People are going to buy them.
It's a start. But I'm just saying, like, focus on things like that, and maybe one day one of those things will turn into real money.
Yeah, you never know, man. Yeah.
People want here. People want your music.
Yeah.
I think that's been proven.
Hello, Richie. Welcome.
Hey, Richie, what's up, man?
I just came up to see if anybody wanted some medical advice.
Oh, yeah. Should we get the Pfizer vaccine or not?
Yeah.
Dr. Richie.
Yeah. Man, I lost subscribers over that shit. I could not believe it.
I know you did. I watched it.
You knew that. You knew that. You got especially when half of yours are from Mazzy's, recommendation.
Oh, man. You're better off shedding those subscribers, Richie.
Yeah, hell, fuck yeah. They can fuck off.
Yeah. My favorite was when Richie got mixed up with the letters.
Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah, I love that too. There was a C in there. Like, I'm like, C? I think it was the Echo and the Bunnymen. He's like, C. And
what is it? Miss Ear says, yeah, the crocodile and Pfizer silent.
Yeah. That's pretty good.
You know what's a trip is the first time I met Miss U was probably in this stream, early days. And since then, she is in everybody's stream. It's amazing.
Yeah.
She was up at 4 a.m. at Grown Man Record last night, and she was up at like 11 in Rachel's stream this morning.
Has anybody ever seen her? Or?
No, she's going to do her first appearance, Richie, on Doctor and the Kid. She promised.
Yeah.
But what's cool is like, you go to the streams that she's in, and she's always getting positive respect from people. She's never, starting trouble or like, it's always like, oh, hi, Miss You, great to see you. It's great to have
I
support.
think she's usually causing trouble.
Richie, I wanted to ask you. I put this shirt on today, the Modern Lovers shirt, and I thought about you because you just bought that Modern Lovers record.
Yeah.
What do you think about that Modern Lovers record?
It's really good, man. For 1974, it was like. Man, I wish I would have heard this back then, Yeah,
dude, every song is rocking on it, man. Yeah. I like Pablo Picasso.
Yeah, that's great. The album that kind of turned my perspective came out the year after, and that was Patti Smith. Mm-hmm. But if I would have heard that Modern Lovers in 74, that probably would have been the one.
Was that Horses?
Hippie Johnny?
Yeah,
on Modern Lovers. That's John Felice from the Real Kids.
Oh, no way!
He was in the Modern Lovers before that, and he had long hair like he did in the Real Kids, and they called him Hippie Johnny, but he was
that's
an original Modern Lover. Yeah, Hippie Johnny. Yeah,
no way. The Real Kids are great band. I didn't know that either. That's cool. I like the lyric, when you get out of the hospital, let me back into your life.
That's hot.
I thought that was great.
And you didn't have a good experience with him, right? Oh
no, I didn't. I brought him a record. He played at the Brighton bar. I brought this record, and he goes, "I'm not signing that. That's a bootleg." I said, "It's not a bootleg," and he wouldn't sign it. Fuck him. Fuck Jonathan.
Ask him to sign your dick,
asshole.
Who,
I'm gonna
Johnny
write a
Richmond?
song. Yeah, Jonathan Richman's a dick. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go.
He's in I saw a Velvet Underground documentary recently. He's all over, and I guess he kind of hung around with them early on.
Yeah, I think you saw the later shows and stuff.
Maybe
later
tail end or something.
Well, I can't even watch There's Something About Mary anymore without getting pissed off. That movie.
So I first learned about Jonathan Richman in the 90s. Everyone was scrambling to do like a history of rock and roll series, like PBS and Time Warner, and one of those, I think, is the PBS one. They all had a punk episode, which I was into. So it's like, I gotta watch this, and he was all over in this PBS punk thing. And I just think nowadays, like, no one's gonna make a history of rock and roll.
The thing that burned my ass with those documentaries, when they got to the punk episode, it would start with New York.
Yeah,
they would go to England, and then it's Nirvana. It's like,
they cut out California. Yeah,
look, there were time constraints.
It's like, get out of here with that.
Or one of them I saw, like, it would
a little bit.
It would go from like New York to London, then it would go into like how the Message, hip hop, what's his name? It'd go into how like hip rap was like the extension of punk, like how they had the punk. And they would go into that. And it's like, all right.
Especially when
they always revise the rap history,
which is fine. I mean, I see how that works, but that's another episode.
When Public Enemy hit big, like that was I was like, this is black people's punk rock. Like this is
absolutely,
like this is I totally vibe with this shit. I was totally into Public Enemy.
But I feel like they kind of cut off so much of the other punk before it that they made that jump.
They had this like layered industrial noise
they did.
going on the back. It was like I'd never heard that in rap music before. It was amazing.
Yeah, I didn't like them at first, but I like them now.
Richie, what's the best punk show you ever saw in California?
Missing Persons.
Come on. Yeah, he got thrown out of that one. Yeah. He was slam dancing.
Were you were there? I think we had this conversation. Were you there with that time when the Adam and the Ants were playing on the Strip, and Black Flag was there, and they had almost the riots, and all the Black Flag kills Ants dead. They all had the shirts. And
no, I did. No.
Adam Man is cool.
Yeah, but he was like the sellout at the time. It was like when the Circle Jerk
Adamant.
Oh yeah,
Circle Jerk played the Ritz. Sorry,
Xerox.
I remember I had like a Wall of Voodoo. I used to really like them. And this one guy, he used to make these shirts, and it had that bulldog statue, and they would be spray painted on.
Yeah.
And they would sell them at their gigs, and I was wearing one. And this one guy from Lionel Lousy, that was his name, and he goes, "Do you like them?" And he was all surprised that I liked the Wall of Voodoo.
Wall of Voodoo used to hire mentors to open for them because they thought it was hilarious to watch the audience react to mentors.
That's cool.
You know what? I think I saw the Mentors open for them. At the
they did it regularly. I was told by El Duce of the Mentors. He was like, "Yeah, those guys used to hire us, and they would be on the side of the stage laughing as we were getting shit thrown at us."
The Mentors would open for Wall of Voodoo.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wall of Voodoo were really good live.
Fantastic.
They were. The drummer was set up at the front center stage, but with the drum set sideways, so you could see what he was. It was a trip.
Amazing.
Yeah,
that's cool. The No Miss No does the same.
I like them a lot.
Are they in?
I even like the second singer there.
Erga Music.
I didn't like them.
Yeah, it's good too.
I was a kid, but Far Side of Crazy I thought was a great tune, and that album's pretty good.
I love that album.
It's no Stan Ridgway.
I thought it was Stan Ridgway. I was so young that when I bought the album, I just thought, wow, he changed his look a lot. Because it was a white guy with dark hair. I didn't really look beyond that. And then I heard the lyrics, and he was kind of singing like Stan Ridgway, just a little bit, right? he has his own style and his own vibe. But it was after I
They
realized
do
it wasn't him, I still loved it.
Really good cover of Ring of Fire. Though.
Oh yeah,
yeah, that was
That's
before
really good.
Stan left. Yeah, but yeah, that was great.
Yeah.
that was like kind of one of the first like industrial type songs.
Yeah,
almost.
yeah, it has that vibe.
It's like
Well, they thought they were going to be a soundtrack band, and when that didn't work out for them, they started doing kind of new wave, music.
But that Stan Ridgway's solo records are almost like that spaghetti western soundtracky sound.
Storytelling, yeah.
Yeah, they always would do like Hang 'em 5 and
yeah.
The Good, the Bad. They would always do those songs in concert.
Yeah,
That's how they started. The Ugly.
Yeah, that's how they started as a soundtrack band. Yeah, one of my faves.
Hey, Richie, do you have your records handy? What'd you get recently, or what are you listening to, man?
They're over there.
Where's over there?
Grab it.
Come on.
Well, while he wobbles
let's
over
go with
there,
Richie. Let's journey with Richie.
I'm going to pee and get a beer while he's hobbling over there.
Yeah. We'll see what Richie got. What's going on in the background there, Richie?
Doing some laundry.
It's my bed.
You got
it's laundry.
Yeah, it's a lot of laundry there.
Yeah. All right, I got.
All right, this is going great.
Yeah.
What the fuck? This is going bad.
I was waiting for it, dude. I was waiting for it.
What's that?
Here, play the Stevie clip. Play the Stevie clip while Richie's getting his stuff.
Oh, I didn't know I was big. What the fuck, dude?
Yeah, we made you big, man. You're big time, dude.
I haven't really been to the record store much, but I did pick up this.
Oh, yeah, there you
That's
go.
a good one. Yeah.
I think it's his first album, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
That's great stuff, man.
Yeah. I like the other Two-Way Army ones. I thought I would like this. And I picked up a record store day one that I missed out on. I know Ryan Kidd didn't get it because he already has the singles.
That's a great comp there, dude. That's an awesome
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Cool.
I've got the one for Akron, Ohio, and
yeah, I want to get the one from what is it, Akron and Cleveland?
Cleveland, yeah, that's
I want to get both of those.
Yeah, those are good, man.
Yeah,
that's good stuff, man.
I have a.
Speaking of one of them had Tin Huey on it, which Mikey Bananas was playing last night. It was really good.
Yeah, I got that
compilation.
A few Tin Huey singles, man. They're pretty cool.
There's another Punk 45 that they had there, and it was 2 guitars and a synthesizer is the name of it. And that that sounded like it might be pretty good. You know, I used to like those early.
Hey, Cliff.
Low budge.
Oh yeah, that's got to be cool, man.
Yeah, synth bands.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet. Yeah, those Punk 45 comps, I love them, but they drive me nuts because there's like 3 songs on them that I need.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
But like the rest of them, I got them, and it drives me nuts. And they're like $40, man. Yeah, they're a lot.
Yeah, they're expensive.
But they're really cool to have.
I did get this.
Oh, Scotty's gonna show. I'll make him big, Mika. Watch me be the host. Watch me be the fucking host right now, man. Yeah, I got that one. That's a good one, man.
Book, you know, I which is cool. Just reading about a lot of these singles I have, but
yeah,
well, not those, but I have this Venus and the Razor Blades. It's a great book for singles. I love how they have like
that sniveling shits right there. That one that you showed, they just reissued that. On,
did they? Yeah.
Yeah. On what label is that? It's a Hozak.
Yeah, Hozak.
Put it out.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great book, and I love how the scans they're actually I think like 8 inches or something. It's bigger than normal, or maybe they're right on size. I don't know, but they didn't shrink it down or anything.
That looks amazing.
Yeah, that's kick ass, dude.
It's a nice thick book. Yeah.
Scotty, I would go page by page and try to collect those. That'd be fun.
Yeah. For a while, I'm just looking. It's like, oh, I need to get that one. You know, like I look through and there's a nice little there's a paragraph about everything.
Eric said he took one record to trade in today and got $100 store credit. What record was it?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask.
You can't just say
What
that.
record,
Not tell
Eric?
us what record it was. Was it the Disconnects? Wake Up Dead. Let's see.
I got this one. The mic was off. This is Netherlands punk, 76 to 82. But
That's an Ivy Green song. I'm sure we're gonna make it.
But it's got all the singles. You know,
that's cool.
Basically, I mean, I'm never gonna see these. I'm never gonna own them. But just
especially with a small scene like that,
yeah. But it's got all like. It's got the story, but just to see all the singles is pretty cool.
It's stuff you dream about, right?
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. Damn. You know, that's when that becomes a sickness. You can't get the records, but you just buy a book to look at the covers.
Yeah.
You know, like, oh, it'd be cool to have that.
I have that with the glam rock book. Yeah. You know, I'm never gonna get all those singles, but
yeah.
I can flip through it.
Speaking of sickness, I'm running around the house trying to get beer and pee and stuff, and I'm hearing you guys talk about the Punk 45 like records, and I know I have the one with Devo on it because when they wanted to do the licensing, they went through me, and I went through the band, and we got the thing licensed. But I know I have it somewhere, but I'm running around trying to fucking find it. I can't find it. God damn it! My one time to shine.
Oh, you blew. What are you drinking there, Michael? What are you drinking? A beer now?
I've been drinking beer all night.
Oh, Heineken. Euro trash.
It's not my first choice. It's not my first choice.
With that shit.
I actually like Heineken.
I don't really like it, but it's my second choice.
No, I like it.
When I was in Vegas, that's all I drank for something.
It's a little skunky, just a tad.
Nah.
Amstel Light is my jam.
Heineken goes down
good too.
Heineken was the official heavy metal beer in the 80s.
What, Amstel was?
Was it really?
No, Heineken. Every heavy metal band in all the magazines had Heineken, so we always said, we made a joke, but it was like the official heavy metal beer, whether it was Metallica or Scorpions. Everyone had Heinekens.
Really? Okay. I didn't know that. That's nice to know.
Back in the 80s,
I mean, it's something only I made up and my friends, but you'd see it over and over.
Jeff Hanneman of Slayer, I think he had a Heineken sticker.
They all had Heinekens, and I think it was a lot of the European shows because they'd go to the bars and stuff, and that was the only beer they recognized in Europe, so they'd grab Heinekens.
They got that one.
Fuck false metal.
Heineken is good.
I just think of Thirsty and Miserable and think of Budweiser. You know?
When I think of Budweiser, I think of ashtrays.
No, man. Come on.
That's all.
Man.
That's all they're good for. Putting your
cigarette
cigarette out in it.
Just my personal taste. I can't do Budweiser or Pabst. I used to be able to.
Bud's the best, man.
I'm a Miller guy myself.
King of beers,
horrible.
I can drink Bud or Pabst at the end of the night after I've had whatever else I'd rather have, but man, I can't start out with that shit.
I used to only drink PBRs, Black Labels, and Schlitz.
Oh, Black Label was my jam. Black Label was my
years.
jam.
That's
every rehearsal, we'd get a 12-pack each.
Pabst is a really hoppy beer.
No, it is. Pabst is good.
It is now.
We brewed that at our brewery.
Yeah.
It tastes like sock water.
I think Pabst bought out Schlitz and some of those other small ones, like Old Style. I think they own all
Old Style, yeah.
When we were in college, we loved Black Label just because it sounded like Black Flag to us. And the logo for Black Label was that red and black. Like, it was just so... I don't know why we loved it, but we drank nothing but Black Label for it. And I had a patch on my fucking punk rock jacket, Black Label patch. We were like hardcore Black Label.
I don't even know what that is.
Black Label's a shitty beer that you got in the 80s.
But it was an old-fashioned shitty beer.
It was a red can with a black and white label on it. It was cool. Looked like a punk rock record if a punk rock record was a beer can.
Well,
one thing is some beers, it's actually the same beer just in a different can.
Yeah. It's all about marketing.
Like
after the third beer, it doesn't really matter. You know,
I think
it's true. Yeah,
I think
if someone switched this, I wouldn't know.
I mean, if you start off with Pabst, that's not necessarily true because it'll take 6 beers to get to the place where 3 beers would get you if you were starting off.
Yeah, Pabst is not. But Schlitz, I think it was Hams and Olympia. It's the exact same beer.
Oh yeah, Hams. Yeah,
I remember.
That's why I never heard of the other two because it's probably
Detroit. We had.
I mean, I've heard of Hams. That was Minneapolis, Midwest, right?
Yeah, I think it came out of the Pacific Northwest. Actually.
Okay, I've heard of them really, but they were never around.
Richie, what do you think of these IPAs?
I don't like them.
They're fucking lame. I hate them.
What do you think of IPAs?
They're American.
I want to know because I don't like them either.
Come to this?
No,
This is
because
all
every
right.
time I go into this bar in Memphis, right? I go, let me get a Budweiser, and I go, we don't have that. And then I see all these guys with like mustaches, you know, these like twirly mustaches, and they're drinking these IPAs. And I said, what the fuck is this? I don't want that.
It's normie shit. Normie shit.
Nah, I don't like that.
I like IPAs, but I drink a lot of craft beer. It's American.
But you have face hair. It makes sense. You have face hair. You play the role.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, he's got a beard.
Nobody with face hair.
Yeah, if I go out to a bar, I try to get a good beer. You know.
Yeah.
I like shitty beer.
A little higher alcohol.
I like good drugs and shitty beer.
If you don't got Budweiser, I'm out the fucking door, man.
Then a lot of bars don't have that anymore.
Do they have 805 where you guys live?
I don't even know what that is.
I don't know what that is. Yeah,
it's a beer brewed in California. It's pretty good.
Sounds too fancy for me.
It's like 5 point something alcohol. But
does it taste fruity or weird?
It tastes
Guinness
good.
is my favorite, Eric. That's my favorite beer.
I like less taste. Guinness is better. But
I love Guinness.
Do you guys ever have Chimay?
What?
Oh, yeah,
Who's that?
Belgian. Yeah.
I don't know her.
Yeah, that's Shanae's sister.
Dude, that shit is like
I had her.
It's like 12%. And I remember I was going to this bar.
Fucking 12%.
Yeah, I was going to see the Replacements at that tennis stadium in Brooklyn. And dude, I had like 3 Chimays. I was fucking wasted. I was like, whoa.
3 Chimays. That's a new song.
Dude, I got Chimayed. I got Chimayed at the bar.
Chimay is brewed by monks. There's like a handful of breweries that brew beer, and Chimay is one of them.
Yeah, my friend Robert came over to my house once, and he brought over a 6-pack of white elephants. And man, that shit was strong. We went out to the club. Next thing I know, I'm dancing with elephants, man.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. I told Mika this story, but like that night.
Oh, yeah. I've had that beer.
I saw the Replacements, and after the show, we went to this bar, and they had like this buffet lined up. And I woke up the next day, and I had like this barbecue sauce all over my shirt and all over my fucking arm. And I was like, dude, what the fuck happened? He goes, dude, you went up to this buffet and just started taking it with your hands and eating it. And I was like, oh my God, what the fuck was I doing?
He was living the dream.
I was living the dream, dude. I did feel enlightened.
You felt freedom for the first time in your life.
Holy shit, man.
I'm just going to walk up to this goddamn salad bar and just...
I woke up the next day with barbecue sauce. I was just pulling pulled pork out of the things and eating it.
At least it wasn't blood, you know.
Yeah. Dude, I woke up. I thought I killed somebody. I was like, what the fuck, man?
I think you should eat pulled pork next stream.
Yeah. Fistful. Yeah, that would be great. Yeah. That's one moment I never want to live again.
We would have to make you big for that.
Yeah, totally.
Oh, this one, yeah.
I like Carlsberg. Carlsberg is good.
I never had elf.
I had that in England. It was good.
It's pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah. What's that other one? Duvel, whatever it's called. I got wasted on the River Thames in England. Duvel.
It sounds pretty posh.
Sounds
romantic.
It's a Belgian.
We all drank it when we got there, and
with our pinkies up in the air.
Yeah, that's right. And the next day we said, "Yeah, dude, you got Duvel."
You get those nice mugs in England, you know, with the handles.
Yeah. Totally. Yeah.
A pint.
Oh, it's Belgian.
Yeah, you get
it's
a real
a Belgian
pint over
beer.
there.
Yeah, I love that beer, man. That was good. That'll get you right, man.
I like that kind of stuff. I like that.
You spend $25, you have you a buzz.
Dude, it's blasphemy to me that 22 people are still watching this stream. You people need to get fucking lives, man. 22
It's
people
just us
watching.
6 and all of our fake accounts.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And Mikey Bananas. Miss you.
Good God, man. It's 4th of July weekend. Go shoot some fireworks. Barbecue with your family. What are you doing?
Hey, you're sabotaging your own stream here, Ryan. What the fuck?
Yeah.
So
he knows that this is our family barbecue. He knows that.
Yeah. Well, I love hanging out. I love hanging out with you guys.
Richie, if you're here long enough, you realize 3/4 through the show, Ryan goes negative, and he starts getting down on everything.
No, not being negative.
Every time.
My agent just
told
told me if
the
this
worst.
continues.
Why are you here? Why are we doing this?
Every time, yeah.
No.
What'd your agent say? I got to know what Richie's agent said.
That if Ryan continues with this, I'm going to have to leave.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I mean, the more I insult, the people go up.
Is your agent Marky Ramone, Richie?
Nah.
Mark, I love Marky, dude.
Hey, listen, this guy Ryan, I don't know.
Do a quick Marky for us.
Yeah, do a quick Marky. Hide your face.
No,
get behind the American flag and do a Marky.
I don't do Marky. Marky calls in.
You know what I'm saying?
I want to hear Marky bitching about the kid who impersonates him.
I think I hear the phone ringing right now.
He's in South America.
Marky's on a European tour.
He just played Italy the other day. I saw it. Yes.
He's never in the U.S. anymore.
Yeah.
But I see why. Like, he sells out like huge venues.
Yeah, he played the U.S. What do you get? 200 people, 150 people?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's playing in huge places.
Yeah,
huge,
man, huge.
Wow, bigger than Marky Ramone is bigger than the Ramones right now.
You know, Marky and I talk. You know, but he's busy right now. You know, so it's he can't call in when he's touring like this. You know, so it's no big deal. You know, I understand.
Well, they don't have phones in Italy.
Nah, you know, hey, it costs money, and you know how Marky is, man. You don't want to spend money; he doesn't have to.
Pandemic times.
Yeah, Marky will be back soon.
Grown Man Record Night comment there.
Yeah, there's a lot of good comments going by. I saw the Guinness Blonde.
Yeah,
I love that.
You want me to keep up with him? Because what are you doing?
Hey, Ryan.
You're in your lazy boy chair over there.
All
right, let me take care of
I'm reading the comments anyway, even if I don't reply.
Someone misses the Punk Flamingo.
I was just gonna say.
Randy says, "I leave and this stream tanks." What the fuck?
Well, yeah.
Where'd he go? He went to the.
You take the gay element out of the stream, everything goes down.
Actually,
probably some other more important live stream he's on there.
He took his glasses off. Everything ended.
No, I think he went to that auction.
Oh yeah, who's having an auction?
That waxed auction where he sells a bunch of crappy records for $40.
They're not crappy enough for me.
Oh, they're bad, dude.
I never went to one of those auctions on the VC. Tell me how it works, Richie.
That's what
in the comments, you put how much, and then to get outbid.
You give it a time thing where they put the last 30 seconds timed. So if you don't have your bid by the time the thing runs out on the screen,
it's actually a good way to sell your records, man, because they are overpaying.
But people get caught up in.
I got some good Jenny and Dave, if you know them. They did some good auctions where they good deals. They offer them cheap and good records.
They're a good couple.
I just hate buying records through the mail if I can avoid it. I'm all about picking them up somewhere physically, really. So I can't do auctions like that.
See, I buy records through the mail, but not this time of year, man. It's like 110 degrees and shit.
Yeah, they sit outside for.
I got a gift the other day of a Red Cross record, but it's got enough of a warp so you can hear it.
Incorrect.
The first,
it's
it doesn't affect it much, but yeah, if you try to mail a record,
you may be able to fix it depending if the grooves aren't like caved in.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. I want to ask the panel a question. So the VC, right? The VC is about showing records or whatever. You know, we're showing each other records. We do videos. How do you feel about these auctions? I feel they're kind of weird. I don't know.
If there's a market for it, I'm all for it.
It don't bother me.
I don't care.
You don't care? Nobody cares? Okay.
If I wanted to sell my records, would you not want to be there and grab some that if you like them?
It's a good way for them to do it. They can get around eBay.
We don't have to pay. Like I understand the concept. I don't really have a stand, but we could buy them without fees. Without
that's
COG fees or eBay fees.
True.
Because if you get screwed over on a deal buying a record through that auction, you're going to have 200, 300 people, whoever watched that auction, to say, you were there, you saw me buy it, I never got it. And then, it just fuels the idea that you have to live up to your word if you're involved.
Do you guys know Stunt Rock Confusion?
Of course.
Yeah.
He owes Randy a record from a year and a half ago that Randy bought at an auction.
Wow.
That's why I don't buy records.
I heard about that.
Oh, absolutely true.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And me and Randy were in a bidding war for this record, and he went over 100, and I said, "Nah, fuck."
Well, what happened to it? What happened to it?
He hasn't
gotten to
yet.
the post office.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, that's.
But he sent me records. I bought records off him. He sent them to me right away because I don't know. I kind of laid down the law.
Somebody's life, I guess.
I think they should leave the selling out of the VC, man.
2 years. Gonna be,
but if there's a market.
I know, I get it. I get what you're saying. I understand, but it's.
I get what you're saying, Ryan. I agree, almost 100%. But then another side of me says I don't really care what anyone does.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
I don't want to keep the rules of like, oh, when I
monetization.
joined the VC, we just showed records and it was just friends, and now people are putting commercials to make money off of it. You know,
I would say I
can't worry about it.
If that was your only focus as a channel, that maybe that would be kind of lame. But I think people are just passionate about sharing their shit. And if somebody wants something that I have and they want to pay me for it, I'm gonna fucking sell it to them. Right?
See, the problem with most of these auctions, it's fucking they're selling Journey records or
they sell
fucking crap. But that's why I'm not interested.
Well, yeah, I don't go.
If Big Bob Boone had one, I would be there, dude.
I still wouldn't.
Yeah, you might be right. Yeah. I agree. I can't control what other people do on their channels.
But I did look it up in the VC manual, and auctions is not allowed in the VC.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, come on. I'm barely a member of the VC. I rarely do VC related videos. So it's like, I don't know what the hell VC even means. It's a myth. It's like most things that are a myth.
Most of the records that I would sell,
whatever you want it
are
to
the
be.
kind of stuff I give away to friends.
Yeah.
They're like, not because I don't want them, but they're extra
It seems like
copies
some people, I'm sure there's some people who show like desirable records that people want, but there's other people who like buy like cheap thrift store crap and sell them for like inflated prices.
That's me.
And that's like, I don't know.
That's my living. That's what I do for a living.
Well, I don't think there's that many.
Scotty, I did that with VCLT, and now like I gave away almost all my doubles, so now I have nothing. Like if someone sends me something, I'm gonna have to like go to the store and try to find something.
Do you know I sold that? Do you know I sold
if
that?
I'm doing VCLT, I'm gonna send people stuff that I have too, because it's stuff I like. You know.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm not going to send them stuff where I think you'll like this, but I won't like it. You know, or I don't
we should
like
ask the VC inspector. We should ask the VC inspector.
Who is the best character in the VC? I love Tommy. I love when he did it. Did you see when he did this Stevie video where he had Stevie screaming and then mixed in with Braveheart, and then Tommy came on with the blue makeup.
He needs captions though.
Totally, man.
You got to listen.
Of it. That's part of the beauty of it. Is no caption. Now, as far as characters go, I think Cosmic Vinyl is the biggest character. He's great.
Yeah, I like his.
Where the hell is he?
I was a late subscriber.
We should all do a big chug in his honor.
He comes on once in a while.
I think he's
awesome.
Brian, like John said before, like I have to be in a mood to see a video, and Brian like is really high energy. Like I have to like pump myself up to watch one of his videos, because if I'm in a shitty mood, I watch it. I'm like, oh fuck.
You just got
same way. I pick and choose as I'm working, because it's like in the I'm paying attention, but it's also in the background. And to vest yourself in 30 minutes, of certain people, it's like it takes a lot.
It's no slight against Brian. It's actually a compliment to Brian. But
no, I'm not even talking about Brian specifically. Just like
that fucking Metallica video he posted.
So, did Bobby Gass really think that "So What" was a Metallica song?
Yeah, I think so.
Someone else said, or Richie said that. Yeah.
Dude,
but Bobby didn't really. He's older.
Yeah.
That means he should know better. It doesn't matter that he's older.
Yeah, he wasn't around for 70s punk. He was doing other things.
Or 80s metal.
Yeah, he wasn't around for that either. Yeah.
He was fishing, He
was fishing.
Yeah, I love Bobby Gass's videos, though.
The problem with Bobby is all his best videos are long gone, man.
The old ones, yeah.
I told him I told him a long time ago, dude, have two channels. One where you make videos, and the other one where you play music. And then if the music one gets canceled, all these videos where because he tells some really good stories.
Mm-hmm.
and
again.
Well, yeah.
Right. Yeah.
But he does have some funny stories. He had one video where he doesn't like John Travolta, and he had that Saturday Night Live record, and he's walking down the middle of this busy street, and he's trying to give away Saturday Night Fever. It's fucking funny, man.
How could you not like John Travolta? How could you have?
I see
because he was a rocker at that point when the disco came out. He was already a rocker for 30 years.
Disco was underground, weird, kind of like edgy shit.
No, disco was out.
Disco was everything.
On the radio.
Sesame Street did the disco record.
It started
Disco
underground.
Duck.
Discoteques and the Sexolettes, that shit was underground.
I'm sure it started underground, but it just took over everything. It became like a joke.
Star Wars disco record.
I remember when rave was underground, and then years
when
after
Kiss, Rod Stewart, and the Stones go disco, all the same year.
Well, it happened with rave too. Like when rave music was underground, and then a few years later, car commercials started using drum and bass and all this but
it was never as big as disco. Disco was everywhere.
Yeah.
I don't know what rave is.
Yeah, it was a moment in time.
Yeah, I don't know.
It was an underground.
Yeah, that was at the height of my rockabilly years. Was the rave. We used to play one place in Providence, and it was like a bar, and it was upstairs. And we'd look out the window, and we'd see like hundreds of kids, and you'd hear just faintly hear the bass drum, and all these kids outside, and like look at that. It was like a clown show to us,
Yeah.
I'm sure it was great for their scene, but to me, it was like a completely different galaxy.
Yeah, it was a different galaxy. And when you tell me about that scene with all those people standing outside, I remember coming out of a rave at 4 or 5 in the morning after being up all night dancing, and you'd walk outside, and then you'd look around, and everybody was steaming, and the steam was rising off of them. It was like it didn't look real, and plus you're on ecstasy and you're on all this Special K and shit, and you're seeing people steaming outside. It was like, whoa, this is way weirder than a rock show. This is out there. It was cool. It was a cool vibe, though. It was a nice communal thing, right? It wasn't like
I'm sure it was great. Yeah, I just was
nobody was
completely
I had to
somewhere
be
else.
plugged into it, kicking and streaming. But once I got there, I was like, oh, okay, I get it. I get it. It's cool. But I had to be convinced.
Yeah, Mikey, that Uriah Heep story's great. Bobby's.
See, that's a band I never really got into.
I was just thinking that. Yeah, I never.
I love them. Them. They're one of my favorites.
But I couldn't tell you in a right.
They're not a great band by any means, but they're probably the most interesting band next to Hawkwind that I know.
I just don't know about them. I think if I knew, like if I heard them, I'd probably like them, but I'm just ignorant about them.
Well, you're ignorant about a lot of things.
Well, yeah, I only know 5 things.
What did you say one time? Surfboard is better than the Stones or some shit like that?
For me, it is. I listen to them way more than I do the Stones.
I remember a reviewer, like a rock and roll local journalist, and like the Donnas, this is better than the Ramones. Like, how stupid that sounds nowadays.
Depends on where your reality is, I guess. You never know where people are. But yeah, it's interesting reality for me to say, oh yeah, I do listen to this, other like Sockeye, the worst band in the world. I listen to them more than the Beatles or the Rolling Stones or Led Zeppelin.
It might have been Sockeye, you said.
Yeah. Boy with Breast Implants is one of the best songs on the planet. I'll play it tomorrow at noon.
See, now I can understand you listen to them more than the Stones.
Yeah.
But I don't think they're better than the
better
Stones.
to me because I want to listen to them more than I do. I have Tattoo You on CD that I got free, and I still haven't listened to it. I haven't brought myself to listen to it.
Yeah,
great record, Tattoo You.
I love it. I know that's why I got it.
That might be my
I like the later Stones.
That's my go-to for the Stones.
Yeah, mine too.
And I'm a big 60s Stones guy. But
is that the one Shattered's on? Shattered? I like Shattered a lot.
That's on Some Girls.
Yeah.
I love that.
I like side 1,
Fire.
Tattoo You, but side 2
Playing
is
with
horrible.
Fire.
Yeah, Sockeye is a whole weird thing. They have a cult following. But yeah, I had a whole thing with them like for years. It was great. They're awesome. But I'm attracted to that stuff more than I am other stuff. I don't know why.
Eric, it's definitely a band I would not recommend to anybody. You know,
no,
Uriah Heep, but
yeah.
I love them. But I like weird, and they're not great. Like this, you got to go through ups and downs, and every album's uneven. But that's what I like about
one
them.
Uriah Heep I could get into is "Look at Yourself." The one with the mirror.
That way you.
I bought
you
a
like
couple
looking
others,
at that
but I never
record
got
cover,
into it.
huh?
Yeah, but if you get all their records, you start seeing a pattern, and it's kind of like the big picture is fantastic. It's so interesting, but nothing. I can't play you like 20 great songs by them. You know, you got to deal with the good and the bad, and it's almost like a Spinal Tap thing happening.
I can't even judge them. I know so little. The Shags are better.
I wouldn't recommend it.
Journey, hands down.
Yeah,
you know.
I agree with that. I agree with that 100%. Shags are real.
Yeah, they're really bad.
Yeah, they're terrible.
Yeah, they're terrible, but Journey's really, really bad.
Journey.
Well, let's put it this way. I've never listened to a full Journey album, but that dude could sing. I'll give him that much.
Yeah. He's a good guitar player.
They did some pop songs.
For sure.
I mean, there are things that I hate liking from my past that I like, but I hated it when it was existing. But now in my older years, I'm like, well, that Journey song is pretty catchy.
Yeah, Abominog is an 80s record where they went like kind of mainstream. It sounds absolutely nothing like any record before. But
Right.
Yeah, they're an interesting band. But to have that record, like this almost like a straight radio-friendly hard rock record, makes it like, how did that happen? It's just crazy. But I'm not recommending you listen to Uriah Heep.
Are we losing Dr.
wondering
Ash?
if Mika was stuck or he was just silent.
I think he just realized where he was and now he's going to bed.
Yeah, he's done.
He was like, what the fuck am I doing? Am I on camera?
No, the problem is his chair is too comfortable, man. Look at that.
Look at that thing.
Yeah, I
What
could
is
sleep
that?
in that for days, man.
I don't know how he does it, quite frankly.
Yeah, it's pretty
So late.
man. Yeah.
It's very late over there.
You know, it's all being part of this new
It's like-
underground movement.
It's like tomorrow morning, isn't it almost?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I think it is.
Hey,
Tomorrow.
Michael, do the Dickies have any tour dates coming up or what?
Well, this year they have
September.
this
California.
Black Flag. They're touring with Black Flag in quotes for November, September, maybe something like that. But they have a lot of
where
dates.
though?
Well, all over the place. I'm going to go try to go see them in New York and New Jersey and
I think it's September 2nd. I think it's to see him at the Whiskey.
yeah.
Dude,
I was going to go see them there. I was going to go see that, but I can't afford the fucking flight out there during that time. I can't.
Well, I was going to tell you, if you do go, just don't bring the wax.
No, he wouldn't go.
I'm just
I've offered to take him there before, and he's like, "Nah, don't want to go."
The Black Flag version that you're talking about, I saw them in Memphis, and I had my dad, so it's gonna be lame, and they were actually like, to hear those songs and to fucking go wild, it was fun.
That's the thing.
Who's
To hear
singing?
the songs, to hear the songs was great, but when you looked at what was happening on stage and those dudes performing those songs, like the guy with the baseball hat with the beard singing, and then the happy hippie guy playing the bass, like, hey, I'm in Black Flag. Hey, I was like, yeah, the vibe was totally wrong. It was just.
I get you, man. It was like
It
visually
sounded good.
kind of lame, but like honestly, it sounded really good, and
It
I
sounded good.
thought they were good.
It was the sight that fucked me up.
It was when they played like new songs off that like shitty new album,
Wasted or what is it?
Yeah, you go get a beer.
Oh yeah, I didn't even recognize when that was
like
happening.
Classic,
I
is that
enjoyed
album
hearing
called?
Greg Ginn's guitar. I did
No, it's
enjoy
like,
that.
dude, you work all week. You got these frustrations pent up, and you pissed off, and you go hear Black Flag play, Black Flag, and you hear
Well,
Nervous
Dead
Breakdown,
Kennedys.
or and you just go fucking wild, man. You start losing your shit.
Well,
And
the
it's a
Dead
good,
Kennedys
it's a
are
good
touring now,
release.
too.
It's a good release, man. And,
It's
The
just-
Dead
it's-
Kennedys.
It's just
Death
too bad
Kennedys,
that-
at least have 3 of the 4 guys. But
At least they have East Bay Ray. God damn.
when you were talking about the Dead Kennedys, I saw them a couple of years ago, and they were, dude, they were beyond boring.
Klaus, yeah.
They were so boring. And
I saw him with Brandon Cruz. It was fun. It was. I wouldn't rank that as a good show.
Not a good show. Yeah, and the new lead singer is annoying as fuck. And I'll tell you, this is where I tapped out. Halfway through the set. They did MTV Get Off the Air, but instead of MTV, they did MP3 Get Off the Air. And I said, I'm fucking out of here, dude. You guys are lame.
I see Fia's coming back around. It looks like Spit Sticks is in the lineup, and they're doing the first album in its entirety. But I don't know if I could do it. I saw them.
I'm gonna tell
many
the
times
right now.
I saw them in the 90s.
Watching, that's not a show you want to see.
Yeah, I saw them with the original lineup, the very first tour. That was amazing. Then I saw him again with Leaving. I don't know who's in the band. It was okay, and then it got terrible.
Yeah, it's not.
And by the fourth time, I think Leaving wasn't even close to the front of the stage. He was afraid of the stage diving. He looked like a weak old man, and I love that guy because he looks so cool.
Him too, man.
I saw him. I think when maybe their last album, American Beer or something. It was in the late '90s. I thought it was a good show.
Yeah, I'm sure in the late '90s they were good.
One of the rowdier shows I've ever seen.
Yeah, the first show was amazing because like all these old skinheads like I didn't know or some I vaguely seen before. Like the whole scene came out. Like that was like a historical reunion, and it had Philo Kramer.
Yeah, if there's an album I want to put on to get pumped up for the fucking weekend, it's not the record. I put More Beer on. That's the record I put on, and I just crank that shit to 100, man. And roll, but they're not. They're just not what they used to be. And
I think Martin Jones uploaded a live clip of Fear from last year, or was it this year? And Leaving is really fragile.
Yeah, I hope he's okay, man. I love Leaving. I think he's really.
He was older, but he was older than most of the punks, you know.
But the live was just a bit.
I think he was like my age, you know.
Yeah, he was older.
He was old to begin with.
I don't know.
Same way with I remember I bought this.
A lot.
I bought this DVD when I was like a teenager called Burning Britain, and the first track was the UK Subs playing CID, and I was like, dude, Charlie Harper in '82 looks like he's like 60 years old, you know? Like, holy shit, he's old as fuck. But he's still going, man. He's still going though.
Yeah,
he was a cool dude,
and they pumped out how many albums?
He is a cool dude.
He was a real cool dude. He after the shows, he would mingle with the crowd.
Oh, he'd hang with the kids for sure, man. Yeah.
I have a funny story about Leaving really quick. So in the '90s, when they were doing that tour, they were touring with a band called the Skate Nigs, and
I saw that tour.
Yeah. So they were playing at this place really close to my house, and my roommate worked for the venue in doing flyers for them. He would always do their flyers. We had a Xerox machine in our house, so he would always be doing flyers for venues. And the venue said, look, we got the Skate Nigs and Fear coming. Do you have a band that could be the opening band to those two? So we had an industrial band called Repetophile, and basically what it was just tape loops and skipping records and just hardcore industrial. So we opened for Skate Nigs and Fear, and the whole crowd, it turned people off so hard. It was so amazing, but that's why we did it. And then we heard later that Leaving thought it was fucking fantastic. It was like it was the best fucking opening band we've ever fucking had. That was amazing because everybody was pissed. Like it was just
that's great.
That's awesome.
Noise.
Yeah. The Fear,
I remember when the first time seeing Fear, they wouldn't really start playing until the audience got pissed off.
Yeah. Richie, I was just gonna say, like in the decline of Western civilization, I mean, they got people fucking like rabid before they started playing the song.
The last time I saw him, he was starting to have a little bit of a beer gut, and I was heckling him. I go, Leaving, you got a beer gut now, and he's just giving me dirty looks.
Richie heckled Leaving.
And Clue.
That's amazing. Oh man,
he's a funny guy. That Leaving.
Yeah, I love Leaving. Mikey Banana says, "I love Leaving," and who's the boss?
Didn't he do a few acting roles here and there?
He did a lot. He did quite a few. Yeah.
He was in Clue. Remember Clue?
Yeah.
Body
he was in that. Was it Eddie and the Cruises or something? Right. That one. He was in one of those horror movies where he was hidden in the back seat. It was like little short horror movies.
What movie?
The movie. It was the movie Dudes with Lee Ving and Flea from the Red.
Oh,
Hot
the guy
Chili
from
Peppers.
River's Edge was in that, I think.
Yeah, Dudes.
They've released the couple of songs that he did with Belushi.
Really?
Belushi. Have you seen it?
That's
They have
great. That's a good
7-inch of those.
Hey, the movie Dudes, is that Penelope Spears movie?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
I don't know if it was.
Yes,
I remember it. I could picture
It might
it.
have been actually. Yeah,
Was?
that rings.
Richard. Yes, Penelope. Yes.
Yeah. That's horrible.
She did Little Rascals, which was terrible.
Horrible, he said.
She started out so promising. You know?
Suburbia.
Yeah. No, I mean she was great. Like I used to think she was great because she did the Decline, Suburbia, and she did a couple other good ones. I can't think off.
You know the punk.
But then it was
house?
like Little Rascals and
The punk house in Suburbia was like a half a mile from where I lived in Downey.
The TR house.
Yeah. Because they built the Century Freeway, but they bought up all these houses like decades before they built it, and all these houses just sat empty there. And yeah, that's where they filmed the TR house. Yeah.
You should have been the kid on a big wheel.
Yeah,
I think it was Flea. Flea was in that, right?
No spoiler.
Flea
No
was in it.
spoilers.
Yeah.
I could have been their dad.
I know, but you should have been in it, walking down that sidewalk with him. Could somebody Photoshop Richie in that?
Mikey says, dude, I love Clue as a kid. I didn't have any fucking idea who he was until like 10 years later. Yeah.
No, I remember when Clue came out, like we knew who Lee Ving was. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know who Lee Ving
He was a cop in one movie too that I remember seeing.
Really?
I don't know what Clue is.
Jello Biafra was a cop too, wasn't he? In a movie.
I don't know.
He arrested someone. He arrested
movie.
someone in an independent movie, and he says, "Like, remember what they did to the dead Kennedys?"
I just love that clip of Jello when he's running for governor of California, and he had a vacuum on the street, and he's like, "I'm cleaning up the streets of California." I thought that was hilarious, man.
He was brilliant with that shit.
Yeah, he was funny, man.
He's in a lot of the Guar. Like Guar makes a lot of movies, and he's friends with them. And
he's really good friends with Anton.
But usually he has like prosthetic type makeup on and stuff.
Yeah. Has anybody seen him recently with Guantanamo Bay School of Medicine?
I don't know if they leave California or wherever,
really?
Colorado.
Yeah. I'd like to see that show.
I never see him out east. Yeah.
I have some friends of mine, younger people, who are big fans of that entity of his career, but I am dead Kennedys all the way, and that's where I stopped.
I like that. Lard was good.
Lard is good.
Yeah, I like Lard. I loved his when I was a kid. I loved those spoken word records he did. It was fantastic.
I've seen him do spoken word before. Yeah.
He's a great person.
Yeah, I saw him when I was in high school. Yeah.
I was talking about earlier about
the
last Hydra sessions when Aaron was playing the Sex Pistols. I was like, I hadn't played Nevermind the Box in a while. So I played it, and then I brought out all the obvious shit. Like, I brought the single Holiday in Cambodia, Too Drunk to Fuck, all these.
Yeah.
And I was like, I forgot how really great these records were, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
well, because when it hit your brain.
When I was younger, but I overlooked now. But I realized, like, wow, they're really great, man.
But
the
Dead Kennedys, they could be excellent in concert, but there were some shows where it was like, okay, Jello, would you just fucking shut?
I know. Well, that was later in their
song.
career. That was later.
Fuck,
like after
man.
like Bedtime Democracy, and after I couldn't listen to. I could only listen to that first period.
Yeah. Richie,
I've got the on Broadway San Francisco.
A couple of years ago, I went to see. I was at a festival, and Off was playing, right? And they had a 30-minute set, and I swear to God, 15 minutes of it was Keith Morris just fucking talking. Dude, there were people in the crowd like, shut the fuck up. Just play the fucking song.
I saw him in Detroit doing that, and he was
Dude,
like,
he was so
all these
annoying.
dilapidated buildings.
He's a good bullshitter.
Dude, enough. Play the punk songs, man.
Yeah.
You know?
He needs
a good collab.
Oh, yeah, with DOA. That was good.
You guys familiar with Circle One?
No.
No, I remember seeing that in one of your Vinyl Finds videos. That's one of the dudes you like saw at the gym or something.
Yeah, I knew him at the gym. But anyways, he ended up starting this. It was PUNX. It was like, and they put on their own shows and that. And the Dead Kennedys were at the show at like some, I don't know, like a Lions Club or some shit like that in the San Pedro, like a ghetto-y area. And John Messias and the Circle One gang showed up, and they were outside, and I guess, I don't know, they were causing trouble, and the cops came, and they shut the show down, but that cops actually came into the venue, and they shot a fucking tear gas inside the venue when the Dead Kennedys were playing.
Damn, man.
It was like, and I was like up front, and I go, oh, fuck. And I'm looking, I see all these cops in the back, and I go, fuck this, I'm up on stage, and I went up on stage and went out through the back. But yeah, it was crazy.
You know what? You are blessed to be a part of the generation that was able to experience that kind of shit.
But that was the worst thing they could have done, because when they did that, they tore that place apart, man.
Yeah.
It was like,
But look, if you had the ability to shoot one of those into a crowd of people that you didn't like anyway, wouldn't you do it?
Yeah, probably.
Richie, do you have any of those stories about like the TSOL and the DI and like all the tough guys coming into LA and you know all the troubles you read?
When the jocks are coming.
Well,
like the surf kind of.
The TSOL guys were kind of sissy-ish, but the ones who brought in a lot of troublemakers was the Adolescents when they first started.
Yeah, that's the same area, right?
Yeah,
Isn't TI Adolescents, TSOL.
And when they first started, they were opening for the Dickies, and man, this was a concert that was totally out of control. I mean, it was like, wow, you kind of had to be on edge, just because these adolescent guys and fans were just wild. And then when the Dickies came on, man, they just started spitting at him. And he told him to stop. And finally, he pulled out his dick and he pissed all over these guys.
It really did happen.
And I'll tell you one thing, he has a pretty long dick, that guy. I don't know if you've ever seen him, Michael, but I was impressed.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have.
I was impressed.
Michael's out, unfortunately.
I've seen a lot of bands naked.
Hey, Richie, the Schizos, this is the best recording they've ever done, man.
Yeah.
I like it, dude.
100%, dude.
They need to put that on vinyl.
Dude, this needs to be on wax ASAP, dude.
Let's bootleg it.
This is great.
We should. You know that? How much would it cost to print up 100 of those?
Dude, it wouldn't cost much, and nobody's going to sue us, man.
It would cost 6 months of time.
And it's so out.
Dude, I would text Dale and go, hey, I'm putting this on wax. And he'd go, okay.
Just say, get those bootleg live. We'll send him 20%. We'll send him his licensing.
I'm down.
Yeah, fuck
Richie, any Fang stories?
Ooh, Fang.
No,
the money will roll right in.
Yeah, that I never saw them.
The money will roll right in, he says.
No, that was a good song. That was one of the
How about
songs.
the Screamers? Was that before your time?
Ooh, no, I saw the Screamers.
Oh my goodness.
Really?
Tell us.
Wow.
Tell us.
No,
Grandpa Richie, tell us about the Screamers.
The first time I went to the Whiskey was in '76. So yeah, I was there pretty early.
Fuck.
Oh shit.
When's the last time you were at the Whiskey?
Fucking 80 something. I don't know.
Really?
Damn.
I would like to take you backstage and ask you, like, has it changed? What has changed? Has the stage changed? Like, I want to know what has changed.
I'll be able to tell you on the second. I got to the point where I knew how to sneak into the Whiskey. You would go in the back and you go up these stairs and you go through this door and you're right there at the dressing rooms. You just walk right on in.
Oh, look, do you have a ticket yet to the show? Do you have a ticket?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, you already have a ticket?
Yeah, it was only $20.
Okay, I thought I would have sold out by now.
You've seen X a lot of times, I imagine.
Yeah. Extra really good live.
Hell yeah.
Fuck.
Wow. What year did you see X, Richie?
Probably the first time was either 79 or 80.
Oh man.
And then the last time I saw them might have been like 83.
Yeah, they were one of my favorite bands for years.
We're like the Bags.
You know what's funny is what's the guitar player's name? Billy Zoom.
Yeah.
People used to, well, not a lot, but twice. People came up to me and they thought I was Billy Zoom because I kind of had my hair like his. And if you look at older pictures of me, some of them I do kind of look like him. And I was at the whiskey once, and finally this guy goes, "Yeah, I understand. You know, you don't want to." And I go, "Dude, I'll give you an autograph." You know, and I ended up signing a Billy Zoom autograph and giving it to this guy.
And that guy willed it to his son.
Yeah,
he thinks he has it.
Richie, I signed a Danzig autograph once. Did I tell you about that?
Is that when he showed up at the store?
Yeah, he showed up at the record store. Like Danzig did like a autograph signing, and he was like, this like old dude showed up, and he was like, "Oh, is Danzig still here?" I said, "No," and he goes, "Well, my grandson really wants this record signed." I said, "Well, I'm sorry, he's gone." He's like, "Can you just sign it?" And like I could pat, and I was like, "I don't know," and I was conflicted, and I just fucking signed it.
Yeah.
So some kid has a Danzig 7-inch signed by me.
What did you at least Google the signature to see if you could mimic it?
No, I just signed. I printed it like
D-A backwards N.
Yeah, you know.
He even spelt it wrong.
Yeah, it's fucking
signed in crayon.
Yeah,
just write Glenn.
Did Danzig just get up and leave, or did he sign everybody's shit?
He was like 3 hours late, and then when he came in, the one dude Keith, who was managing the store at the time, he came in, and Danzig was like, Keith was like, "Hey man, I'm managing the store. Like, if you need anything, let me know." And he goes, "I'm not a fan of you right now. I gotta take a piss." and just went into the bathroom and took a piss. Came out in his sunglasses and signed. And his bodyguard, like his guard, was out in the front. He goes, "Hey, if anybody's got any Misfits stuff, put it back in your car. He's not signing it."
That sounds about right.
No wonder people punch that guy.
When
I used to work in a bookstore when I first moved to Boston, and it was like a high-end bookstore. Oh, it was a regular bookstore, but it was in this high-end, not a mall like what we think of malls, but it was like this. All these shops connected to all the big hotels, so all the celebrities would stay in these high-end hotels, and they'd get all the book signings. And so I had all the celebrities. I met everyone, and everyone had different things, and it was so many stories. But I remember Don Imus. If anyone, do you remember Don Imus?
Oh yeah, the shock jock.
So this lady was a big fan. She bought two, it must have been $200 like baseball jackets that said Imus in the morning on them, and she had him sign one, and she was wearing one. This old lady, and he signed Don Imus on the one, and she turned around and he signed it back, and he wrote "idiot" across it. And so she went home and then came back, and she's crying, and she got her daughter with her, and like Imus is long gone, and she has this $200 jacket that he wrote "idiot" on. But there was so many good stories we had. Because these celebrities are all Tipper Gore, they're all nutcases, with their demands. And,
yeah, I think I just became an Imus fan.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, I never liked Don Imus until I heard that story.
I know.
Yeah, me either.
Exactly. Peter O'Toole was like stoned out of his mind. That was great.
I can relate.
Peter O'Toole, I love this guy. He's like Keith Richards, you know. So they have the way it's set up. We have a big glass wall. It was in the mall, and they have these velvet stanchions, like a movie theater, and all these people are lined up. And behind the wall, the backdrop, they got all his books. So it's all his face, 100 of them, all just lined up behind him. A big poster, probably 4 foot high of his face. A giant, classy desk. And, actually, you're supposed to get flowers, but he requested a bottle of wine. So he had a bottle of wine there on the desk, and all the photographers and every big to-do about the bookstore is there. And he comes in, he walks past the line of people, past 100 pictures of him, past the big poster, past the desk, past everyone, and he keeps walking until he hits the back wall with the children's section, and they had to go take him and physically turn him around and walk him to the seat. It was fucking hysterical. And he was smoking a cigarette, he just lights up in the store with his cigarette holder, and he's smoking. And he's just completely drunk, drinking wine, signing things. People bringing in Caligula tapes, VHSs.
That's awesome.
It was like Keith Richards walked in. It was great.
We should all aspire to that.
Yeah, I'll be at Ghana Records signing any record you want to bring. I'll sign it.
Any rectum you want to bring.
Yeah, Wednesday, 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. I'll be
Is
there.
Dr. Ass okay? Is he still here with us?
No, he's fading fast. I think he's done. I think he's done.
Dr. Ass looks divorced.
Look at him.
I don't know. I'm here. I'm good.
I'm here. Wow.
He's
He
fucked up
perked
or
up
something.
when the talk went to Peter O'Toole.
Yeah.
Where's the Vinyl Richie segue when you need it?
Oh yeah.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Wait.
Man, the fuck, this is going bad.
Beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
I think I just got turned on.
I think we've had a great time tonight, and
Oh, yeah.
I want to thank everybody who's watched the stream, everybody who's come on the stream.
I just got a beer.
Michael, Scotty, John, Richie. Who else was on here? Someone
Randy.
Randy. Yeah.
Yeah.
And everybody who's watching on replay, we really appreciate it. Thank you
Sorry if I
for
hogged the
supporting
spot.
the best live stream in the vinyl community, baby.
Yeah.
The real deal, baby. For the street walking cheetahs, the real deal. Come on.
The horse
you,
sounded
everybody, for coming
interesting, I have to say.
Yeah.
I liked what I heard.
It's been a blast, man.
Dude, hey, guys, thanks for doing the stream. It really provides a lot of therapy for us, so thank you.
Yeah.
And tomorrow at noon, is it?
Tomorrow noon.
Tomorrow at noon.
Hopefully, I'm home at that point. I got things to do,
if
but
you can
definitely
stop by-
everyone check out Michael at noon.
You're beautiful.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's a test run, but I think we're going to have fun.
Now we're gonna have a blast, man. Michael's gonna play some stuff you never heard before,
Yeah,
man.
man.
And tomorrow at noon at Michael Pilmer's channel. Enjoy
Thank y'all.
it, baby.
Yep.
Enjoy it. Rock and
I'll
roll,
probably
baby.
miss that.
Yeah, fuck you.
I'll be at work.
You
It'll be
get up
9
early.
a.m. 9 a.m. Pacific.
It's a Sunday.
I work Sundays.
God damn you! It's the Lord's
Thank
Day.
you.
For Christ's sake.
I'm just gonna say thank you, Tim, Bruce, miss you. You be tripping, everyone. Troy, I don't know who
Mikey.
else was here. Elephant,
Banana.
all these people.
Yeah, don't thank us for hosting the stream. No big deal.
No, I will thank
But,
you. I just didn't want to
anyway.
neglect them.
24
Jeez,
people.
man,
watch.
jeez.
I'm fucking with you.
Y'all
All right,
give me-
everybody. Thank
y'all
you so
give me
much.
some
Thank you so much for hanging out. Cheers, everybody. Raise a glass to rock and roll, baby. Cheers, everybody.
Cheerio.
Come on.
See you
Thank
later.
you, Mika and Ryan.
Be good. Yeah.
Always
Take
fun
care,
to have
everybody.
you. Take care, everybody.